A mail-order bride to heal his heart.
Written by Etta Foster and published by Starfall Publications. Book from Historical Western Romance series. Save more with our ebook and audiobook bundles on our website starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy.
Chapter 1. The train whistle blew long and loud overhead, drowning out the sound of Alexandra Clarke's first steps onto the platform. Clear of the compartment door, she paused to stretch her tired body and breathe in the fresh outside air. The crowd had jostled around her for the first few steps, but now her fellow passengers all went their separate ways. How surreal to be on her own again after 3.5 days in constant company. Yet, Alexandra couldn't keep the smile off her face. Her nervous heart thrummed with excitement in her chest. She had been awaiting this moment ever since the first letter from Caleb Turner arrived in her post, all the way back in Virginia. For weeks, he was a sort of phantom in her mind, and he was about to be made real. Alexandra stood on the tips of her toes, holding her skirts, surveying the shifting sea of faces for one that might belong to him. A brief surge of anxiety dimmed her joyous expectation. The worst possible scenarios flashed through her mind, abandoned, forgotten, lingering in vain on the empty platform without the man who was to be her husband. She clenched her hands tightly to keep them from shaking, determined to put all her misgivings in the past. And then she saw him, or at least a man who could be him. He stood quietly off to the side at the very end of the platform, where a set of wooden stairs descended to the flat, dusty Montana scrub. His hands were deep in his pockets, downcast eyes shaded by the wide brim of a soft brown hat. Alexandra's smile returned in earnest, silencing her fears. She grabbed hold of her 2 trunks and began to trundle them in his direction, never taking her gaze off his figure in case he disappeared. The man cleared his throat, shifted his weight, pushed his hands even further into the depths of those pockets, all without looking up. 10 feet away, she decided to throw caution to the wind. "Caleb," she called. "Caleb Turner?" Finally, he glanced her way, and she got her first glimpse of the prettiest eyes she'd ever seen, their amber center ringed by brilliant sapphire blue. He straightened up to his full height and strode toward her, spurs jangling at his heels. "That's me," he said. "Caleb Turner. I guess that makes you Miss Alexandra Clarke." His voice was soft and low. It gave her a little bit of the shivers in a nice way. "Yes," Alexandra replied, trying her best to tone down the rush of exhilaration coursing through her veins. This was it. The adventure she longed for was set to begin at last. "It's so lovely to meet you." "The pleasure is mine." Caleb gave her half of a shy grin as he took her luggage. "I'd like to thank you for coming all this way. Let me help you with those." "Thank you." She gave them over and let him lead her down the steps, away from the platform to a copse of trees. His wagon was parked in the slim shade beneath their branches, and after he helped her into the seat, he placed her trunks carefully into the back, one by one. Struggling to resist the urge to look at him, Alexandra let her restless eyes wander across the sun-soaked panorama surrounding the train station. The great blue bowl of the Montana sky beamed down on her, endless as far as she could see. It was marred only by the column of black smoke drifting up from the locomotive as it pulled away from the platform. Caleb pulled himself up behind the reins. He glanced sidelong at her, that same half-smile playing on his lips. "Last chance," he said, his tone gently teasing. Alexandra tucked a stray lock of hair demurely behind her ear. "It's already too late for that," she answered. He chuckled and spurred the horses forward. Behind them, the steam engine that had carried her across the plains chugged off into the distance. The first part of the ride was quiet, punctuated only by the soft creaking of the wagon wheels and the rhythmic beat of horse hooves. Alexandra sat straight with her hands in her lap. Occasionally, she glanced at Caleb's silhouette in front of her and tried to think of something to say, but it was he who broke the silence. "You had a good trip out, I hope." The words left his mouth in a gentle drawl, and he turned his face just enough to look at her out of the corner of his eye. "The railroad sure is something." "Yes, it is," Alexandra agreed. "It's hard to believe I was in Virginia 2 days ago." She stopped herself short from mentioning her father's house, the old ramshackle place in need of constant repairs. Nor did she mention the disdain with which her decision to flee had been met, or how he'd laughed and demanded to know who would have her. Caleb nodded. "Never been there myself. I've been told it's pretty as a picture." He paused. "Must be, if that's where you're from." Alexandra blushed. The rush of blood to her cheeks washed away the dregs of her negative thoughts, and she felt herself holding back a little smile, sitting in the wagon, watching him as he drove. All her worries seemed so silly. There was no way on earth that the future before her could be any worse than the one she left behind. "You're very sweet," she told him shyly, "if I may say so." Caleb shrugged. "Well," he took a few moments to choose his words. "You came out here to see about being my wife. I think niceness is the least I can do in return." He had such a soothing manner of speech. Alexandra thought she could listen to him talk all day if only he was more inclined to do so. As it stood, Caleb Turner used his words in tight economy, preferring the lull of companionable silence. Alexandra, bright and gregarious, a naturally social person, had to fight the urge to fill that space with words of her own. It was a new life with new rules, and she was ready to embrace a whole new way of being. Still, despite her determination, the lack of conversation was tough to stand. She wrote it out for as long as she was able, until finally her most pressing question bubbled to the surface. "How far do we have to go?" Caleb made a perfunctory gesture up the road, which was more of a rutted dirt track than anything. "We'll hit Maybelle in half a mile. The ranch is 2 miles out from there." He tilted his hat down against the encroaching sun. "You must be tired from traveling." "Oh, I'm all right." A flare of mild embarrassment tightened her chest. She looked down into her lap. "I was just curious is all." She grimaced. Maybe it was better not to talk, at least unless she was certain she could manage not to make a fool of herself. Again, he was quiet for some time. Then he said suddenly, "I hope you'll like it here." He gave a slight wry laugh. "I'd hate to have lured you out here just to land you in misery." Alexandra lifted her eyes, scrutinizing the man's profile. He had his gaze fixed forward on the road now, but she saw something different, a hint of troubled waters in his expression. She hesitated, unsure of how to respond. "I think it will be just fine," was what she settled on. As an afterthought, she added, "I ought to be thanking you for being there to retrieve me. It was awfully kind of you." He had said in his letters that he was a rancher, and just now he mentioned a ranch. She'd been envisioning him a busy man. He quirked an eyebrow at her. "I pride myself on decency," was all he said. Tentatively, Alexandra decided that she liked him. even though she hardly yet knew him. There were still so many unknowns, things she'd need to confront in the approaching days. But in that first hour or so, bumping along the way into Maybelle, Montana, her heart was something other than heavy. "There she is," Caleb drawled, as the wagon passed the bounds of a dusty but rather bustling settlement. "Beautiful Maybelle." His voice was tinged with equal parts irony and affection. "You'll get to know her real well." Alexandra sat up straighter to get a better look around. The way the buildings sort of scattered across the plain was cluttered, but charming. She had almost expected to see a ghost town or a camp filled with nothing but hardscrabble cowboys, 3 men to every woman. Maybelle, however, was a real little town, and it seemed to be on the verge of booming. Some of the townsfolk stopped to watch Caleb's wagon go by. Hats were tipped. Colorful kerchiefs waved in the warm wind. She wondered idly if they all knew him or if they were just friendly by nature. Caleb didn't stop the wagon, though he acknowledged the salutations. Alexandra noticed that he appeared intent on passing through as quickly as possible. He flicked the reins across the horses' backs, urging them on. She swiveled in her seat and watched downtown Maybelle recede into the distance. "Folks in Maybelle are nice," Caleb told her once they were clear of the town center. "Most of 'em." He elected not to elaborate, and she chose not to push the subject. The landscape rolling by returned to flat fields, green with the bounty of spring. Mountains rose like blue phantoms in the far, far background. But the ethereal beauty of the Montana countryside couldn't eliminate the subtle foreboding of Caleb's last few words. He spoke little else for the rest of the 2 miles beyond Maybelle. Alexandra tried her best to soak in the scenery and put everything else out of her mind. She was already well beyond the point of no return, and even if she wasn't, she knew there was no going back. From here on out, she'd have plenty of time to learn how to handle whatever came flying her way. And Alexandra Clarke was fiercely bound to succeed no matter what. Chapter 2. The day had started early for him, as they all did on the ranch, but this one was special. Caleb's stomach twisted itself into knots as he walked out into the pre-dawn darkness. Swaths of stars faded against the gradually lightening sky. On this day in particular, Caleb was thankful for early chores. They gave him something with which to occupy his mind, busy work to quiet the doubts that lurked in the furthest corners. Up in the desk at his bedside, he had a stash of letters from a woman named Alexandra Clarke. She had answered his ad, and she was arriving in a few hours' time. He didn't really know what to do. If he was being completely honest with himself, he'd considered the advertisement a long shot, and he still wasn't all that confident in any arrangement that might result. Alexandra's hadn't been the only response, but it had been the only one to really capture his interest. She was well-spoken. She seemed sweet as pie. Her handwriting swept and curled elegantly across the pages of her letters. He liked to think she matched her penmanship in some way, although the notion of it made him wonder what she saw in a rancher like him. In his mind's eye, she was lovely and elegant, too much so to be running off to the rough-and-tumble country. He'd considered the possibility that she wasn't real after all, but then what would she have to gain besides the fare for her trip? And the letters kept coming for a week, 2 weeks. In the end, Caleb decided to send for her. He'd convinced himself to feel all right about it right up until the letter was safely in the postmaster's hands. After that, he felt mostly a little bit sick. The enormity of the risk he was taking wasn't lost on him. Caleb Turner knew better than many men all the ways a relationship could sour. Even when he had known the girl for nearly half his life, even when he was all set to marry her. But all that rose-tinted sweetness had gone to the dogs, and here he was, 3 years later, about to retrieve a would-be new bride. The hours before his scheduled departure for the train station outside of Maybelle crawled by. Caleb kept an eye on his watch, its heavy ticking like a heartbeat in his palm. He milked the cows, swept the barn, and finally he harnessed up the horses to the wagon. At 8:30, he stepped up into the driver's bench behind the team and headed out to the long lane down to the main road. A few of the ranch hands saw him go by, tipped their hats. They stopped short of wishing him luck. They knew it was a touchy subject. Caleb drove slowly once he reached the empty road. The sky was full of light now, reflecting blue off feathery white clouds. Dewdrops clung to the grass. He was going to be a full 90 minutes early for the train's late morning arrival, and yet Caleb insisted on buying time. 2 miles to Maybelle. As soon as the outlines of buildings appeared at the edge of his vision, he picked up speed. Town was the one place he didn't care to be caught, especially not right then. He kept his eyes wide open for any signs of trouble, but his wagon rolled through undeterred. That was a good sign, maybe a good omen. He made himself whistle through the last stretch of road leading up to the station. His was the only wagon in sight, and despite the fact that no one was around to see him there by himself, Caleb felt slightly self-conscious. He eased it on over to a sparse little thicket, brought the horses to a halt. Then he settled in to wait. Affecting an air of nonchalance, Caleb pulled the brim of his hat down over his eyes. He leaned far back in the driver's seat, folding his arms across his chest, propping up his boots. The horses arched their graceful necks down to graze the short-cropped ground cover. To any observing party, the man in the wagon looked for all the world like a cowboy having an early snooze in the shade. On the inside, Caleb Turner was wide awake. He couldn't have slept if he wanted to. 1,000 thoughts rushed through his brain. He had to force himself not to check his watch. The first train that came into the station wasn't hers. It was too early. Still, Caleb's heart jumped when he saw the outline of the smokestack emerging against the sky, trailing a thick stream of smoke. All the noise was enough to drown everything out, including the constant, anxious voice in his head. He was almost sad to see it go. The serenity that followed left him too much to his own devices. Abandoning the facade of casual rest, Caleb climbed down and pretended to tend to the horses instead, adjusting the harness, fiddling with reins and bridles. They looked at him, unimpressed and vaguely annoyed by his attention. After a while, he gave up on that too and just paced tracks in the grass. Sunbeams warmed the crown of his head beneath his hat. He heard birds singing nearby. Other wagons began to rumble past him, lining up neatly in the vast space surrounding the station. Not many, but more than a few. It looked like Alexandra would be in decent company. Part of Caleb was thankful to be a little less conspicuous. Glancing around, he wondered if any of these other men were in the same position as he was. Then, the next train was coming up the tracks, a lumbering iron behemoth belching smoke. Caleb's whole body tensed for a moment. He took a deep breath. His feet moved on their own, carrying him up onto the end of the platform. The crowd that poured from the train was made of all types: men, women, children. Many of them had exhaustion writ large on their faces, even as they smiled at the sight of friends and loved ones. Caleb tucked his head down, slid his hands into his pockets. The realization hit him that he had no idea what she looked like. The exodus from the belly of the train felt like it went on forever. Caleb scarcely dared to glance up from under the brim of his hat. Each time he was met with yet more unfamiliar faces. The platform became briefly crowded, and he had to shift deep into the corner. He hoped she would somehow catch sight of him. By the time the passengers began to thin out a few minutes later, he was still standing alone. Traces of paranoia started to set in. He swept his eyes around the area, training them on each of the open train doors. Small clusters remained on the platform, cautious and slow-moving. Caleb Turner. He snapped to attention. A woman was calling his name. When he identified her at last, the very first thing he noticed was her remarkable beauty. It seemed absurd that he had taken so long to pick out a face like hers. She was walking toward him, pulling a pair of trunks behind her. He straightened up and dusted himself off. The much-anticipated moment had arrived. It was now or never. Caleb smiled as he closed the distance between them. "That's me, Caleb Turner. I guess that makes you Miss Alexandra Clarke." Alexandra's trunks were small and light, startlingly so. He wanted to ask her how she'd managed to pack her whole life into them, but something told him that might be a mistake. Who knew what had driven such a pretty woman to answer an advertisement for marriage? She hardly seemed like the type who'd need to resort to those tactics to find a husband. The whole thing struck Caleb as rather suspiciously lucky. He had half a mind to ask her if she was putting him on, if she maybe had a secret love already in Montana, for whom she was planning to leave him. Instead, he loaded her into the wagon and made as much small talk as he could muster on the way toward the ranch. "I hope you'll like it here," he ended up telling her. "I'd hate to have lured you out here just to land you in misery." Alexandra replied with utmost politeness that she thought it would be just fine. Caleb decided right then, in that moment, that there was a good chance he did not deserve her. He knew he was not the most engaging host, that the lulls in their talking had been protracted and deep. She had already demonstrated a willingness to compromise that he'd never seen before. It filled him with tentative hope and the compulsion to try and make things work. For her sake, if nothing else. It was, as he had told her a few minutes earlier, the very least he could do. Like before, he sort of sped through Maybelle, keeping vigil for troublemakers. In a perfect world, Alexandra wouldn't have noticed the change in pace, but of course she did. And of course, she continued to be an angel by not asking about it. His attempt to put her mind at ease did not go so well. He sensed it. They both shut right up after that. But once he was back in the home stretch, driving leisurely through the countryside, Caleb relaxed. Picking her up hadn't been so hard after all, and she was 1,000 times lovelier than he had dared to hope. She kept cutting glances over his way and tucking a loose strand of her thick dark hair behind her ear. It soothed him a bit to know that she was nervous too. The signpost for the ranch came up on the left. He slowed the horses into the turn. "Here we are," he said out loud. "Home sweet home." Alexandra leaned forward, placing her hands on the back of the driver's bench. He caught a glimpse of her bright, enthusiastic smile out of the corner of his eye, and it kind of made him smile too. Her energy was warm and infectious. "What an incredible land this is," she remarked. "No wonder so many are moving out this way." She craned her neck back to take a look at the wide expanse of sky arcing high above. "It doesn't quite look like this in Virginia," Caleb agreed. I've found there aren't a whole lot of places like this one. He glanced at her as the path wound around one last gentle bend. Alexandra gasped delightedly. Caleb had always loved the way the ranch house stood out dramatically against the low horizon, like a modern castle rising into the sky. He was gratified to see its effect worked even better on her. She stared in awe, her eyes huge green pools of wonder. Caleb said, "Welcome to the ranch, Miss Clarke." Chapter 3. Alexandra couldn't quite believe what she was seeing. The ranch, as Caleb so nonchalantly called it, rambled on apparently forever, across acres and acres of well-groomed emerald pastures. A huge red barn sat in its own courtyard to the left of the house, its doors standing open to the hay-scented air, but her gaze kept drawing back to the house itself, tidy and pristinely white, clad in a wonderful wraparound porch. "What do you think?" Caleb asked. The question brought her back from her reverie, and she felt a rush of giddiness upon realizing that she wasn't dreaming, that this was her life now. Alexandra laughed aloud. She shook her head in amazement. "It's gorgeous," she told him. "I've never seen anything like it." She paused. "Is it all yours?" The query was all innocence. Only after it had slipped past her lips did she consider that he might be offended. She simply couldn't wrap her mind around the value of a property like this one. The notion that her future husband might be wealthy had cropped up in daydreams, but nowhere else. Caleb didn't furnish her with an answer right away. His hazel eyes wandered away from her, growing distant. Afraid that she'd upset him, Alexandra hastened to correct herself. "I must apologize if my remark came across as rude or too eager," she said. "It was certainly not my intention." He waved her off, although he still looked far away. The wagon had slowed practically to a standstill. Caleb replied in an odd, flat tone, his eyes moving across the fields. "It's a reasonable question." He pulled the wagon up alongside a gate in the fencing and leaned over the side, inspecting the rails. "Yes," he added, "it all belongs to me." The wagon finally came to a true stop in front of the steps leading up to the porch. Caleb jumped down and came around to offer her a hand. "Careful now," he said with a smile. The shadows that had played across his handsome features just moments ago were gone. Alexandra took his hand and allowed him to guide her down. He fetched her trunks from the back of the wagon, carried them up onto the porch. "Thank you," she told him. Caleb looked down at her. "You don't have to thank me from now on, Miss Clarke." She put her hands on her hips. "Well, then you don't have to call me Miss Clarke, do you? Alexandra will do nicely." "Tell you what, Alexandra," Caleb drawled. "You go on inside and make yourself at home. I'll take care of the wagon." She grasped the handle of a trunk in each hand. "I'm sure I can manage that." But she sneaked a look behind her as they each turned to go their separate ways and watched him stroll down the porch steps back to the wagon. He cut a fine silhouette, that man, lean and strong, his shoulders broad. Alexandra blushed. She scooted through the ranch house door before he had a chance to catch her glancing. The man was going to be her husband, for Pete's sake. There was absolutely no need to be mooning over him like some hapless schoolgirl. Besides, there was still a chance he could turn out to be an utter oaf. She had known her fair share of handsome, charming, completely boorish men back in Virginia. But even as she thought it, Alexandra knew Caleb wasn't of that breed. There was too much quiet softness in his eyes. "Excuse me, miss. May I help you?" "Oh." Alexandra looked up, surprised, directly into the smiling face of a woman in an impeccable work dress, her hair pulled back into a sensible bun. "Yes, Caleb sent me in." She said this somewhat apologetically and added, "I've never been here before." "No doubt, dear," the woman replied merrily. Her eyes sparkled like sapphires. She stepped forward, holding out hands that were simultaneously slender and strong. "I'll just take those, if you please. These." Alexandra looked down at her trunks. "I can—" The woman made a clucking sound. Warmth radiated from her matronly face. "Don't be silly, sweet pea. You must be Alexandra, and in that case, you are nothing less than our guest of honor." Her middle-aged, plumpish figure belied a surprising strength. She snatched up the trunks as she talked, ferrying them off as easily as if they were made of paper. "Come along," she called. "I'm sure you're hungry." Alexandra was left standing in the front hall of the ranch house, empty-handed and more than a little bewildered. Her father had always done well enough for himself, but she'd never been attended by anyone, let alone named a guest of honor. After a moment, she trailed the cheerful woman through the front parlor, past a staircase where her suitcases sat at the foot. "Should I?" she began. "Don't even think about it," came the reply. "We'll get you all settled in after you've eaten." Alexandra was hungry. She hadn't had anything to eat since a brief stop somewhere in the Midwest, hours and hours ago. The sheer excitement of embarking on her new adventure had kept her glued to her seat. That and the fear of having to stand as the train continued to fill.
Thank you for watching. Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
On cue, her stomach growled. My goodness. The hostess touched a hand to her heart. "Oh, it pains me to think of a pretty thing like you near to starving." She pulled out a chair at the kitchen table, gesturing to it as she whirled away. "Sit, sit. Coffee or tea?" Obediently, Alexandra planted herself in the chair. Her eyes tracked the woman's flighty path around the spacious kitchen. "Tea, please," she said, blinking. "Pardon me for having to ask, but what is your name and what shall I call you?" A chatty housekeeper was the last person she'd expected to encounter in Caleb's house. "Forgive my manners, dear, and call me Priscilla." Priscilla let out a high, tinkling little laugh. "I suppose it is strange to think there will finally be a mistress of the house after all these years. But I, for one, couldn't be more thrilled." She set bowls of sugar and cream down in front of Alexandra, who stared at them, bemused. It didn't feel entirely proper to be discussing her status in the household outside of Caleb's presence. She cleared her throat. "This is a lovely home." Priscilla's sigh was dreamy, perhaps wistful. "It is," she said. "Lovely, and lonely too. Poor Caleb has been here by his lonesome for nigh on 3 years now, ever since." She caught herself suddenly. "Well, never mind that. It's not my place to say." Privately, Alexandra was dying to know, but she nodded. Priscilla bustled around the room, putting together the pieces of a hearty meal. The mug of tea came last, curling fragrant steam up into Alexandra's face. She inhaled deeply, the tension in her body uncoiled. "This is amazing," she said. "Your hospitality is much appreciated." Priscilla looked like she was about to faint. "You poor thing," she gushed. "You are just so precious. Oh, I'm so happy for you." She clapped her hands. "Eat up. I'll get your things all situated in the meantime." The sound of her old trunks bumping up the stairs turned into muffled footsteps above her head as Alexandra dutifully ate from the spread Priscilla had laid out. It was all fresh and delicious, and it exacerbated the hidden fatigue that was lurking behind a mask of excitement. By the time she was full, her eyelids had grown heavy. She stood up and stretched, stifling a yawn. Priscilla, who had returned to the first floor, reappeared immediately, as though summoned by Alexandra's fatigue. Again she clasped a hand over her heart. "Get some rest, sweet child, for goodness sake. I'll have to see you up to your rooms so you don't fall back down the stairs." Preempting any protest Alexandra might think to make, the housekeeper ushered her along to the end of a wide, airy hall on the second story. A large picture window set straight into the wall looked down on one of the open green pastures, its smooth blanket of new grass speckled with the tiny buds of flowers. Alexandra floated out a hand to touch the glass. It looked like a scene from a fairy tale, a bedtime story woven specifically to encourage the sweetest of dreams. To her right, a lock clicked open. Priscilla took Alexandra's other hand, pressed a small key into her palm. "Keep that close," she instructed firmly. "It's the only one." Then she pointed down the corridor toward another door. "Caleb is down there. If you ever find yourself looking for him." Alexandra could have sworn the housekeeper winked. She held in the laugh that threatened to spill out. "Thank you, Priscilla," she said. "I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance." The lady beamed so bright she could have grown a garden all on her own. She tweaked Alexandra's cheek gently. "Caleb Turner is a lucky man," she said, and with that, she hurried off to resume whatever she'd been doing downstairs, pausing only to call over her shoulder, "Do let me know if you need anything at all." Alexandra smiled. She slipped the key into her pocket and pushed the door open. The rooms behind it were bright and airy, lit by streams of country sunlight. The wide, soft bed had a canopy draped with curtains that matched the ones on the windows. A decorative pillow sat against the headboard, hand embroidered with the letter A. Alexandra raised her eyebrows. Clearly, her arrival had been much anticipated. She took a few minutes to explore the rooms, running her fingers over every surface, half waiting to wake from the dream she'd walked into. When she was satisfied that it was all real through and through, she set about the task of unpacking her things. The few items of clothing she'd brought stood at odds with the meticulous decor, the polished woodwork. A soft sigh escaped her. She walked to the silver-framed mirror in the corner, took off her hat, and studied her reflection. The girl staring back at her looked more like another servant than anyone's wife to be. Alexandra frowned. She shook her head, set down the hat, and returned to her open suitcases. If Caleb's apparent wealth intimidated her, it was nothing she couldn't get used to. She had just been delivered into the kind of life most girls like her would only ever dream of. She had better make the most of it. A light, courteous knock interrupted Alexandra's organizing. She opened the door to reveal Caleb standing in the hall. He was hatless, on account of being indoors, his rich chocolate hair slightly unruly. "Hello, Caleb." Alexandra smiled automatically. He rubbed the back of his neck. "It occurs to me that I ought to have warned you about Priscilla," he said. "She can be overwhelming, but she does mean well." "I found her very charming," Alexandra said. The look he gave her was nothing short of skeptical. "Right. Anyway, I'd be pleased to show you around when you're ready. There's a lot to see, and I figure you should probably start getting familiar." Alexandra glanced back at her half-unpacked trunks and immediately decided those could wait. The prospect of spending time with Caleb was too tempting to pass up. Don't let me interrupt you." He'd picked up on her momentary hesitation. "Not at all," she told him, stepping across the threshold. "I was just thinking I could use a break." Chapter 4. He wasn't sure if it was a good idea to have Alexandra with him on his initial rounds of the ranch. Normally, Caleb would not have given the total security of the place a second thought, but he had noticed a few concerning discrepancies as of late. Just little things here and there. A misplaced milk pail, a saddle on the wrong rack in the tack room, feed bins open when he was sure they had all been closed. Most of those things weren't that big a deal. They could easily have been attributed to tired ranch hands slipping up at the end of a long, hard day. Caleb himself was hardly exempt from innocent mishaps. As long as they were corrected easily enough, he usually let them slide. The gates, on the other hand, were a genuine problem. Over the course of the last few weeks, he had found no less than 4 gates whose locks were out of order in some fashion, either broken or not properly secured. This level of carelessness could not be blamed on his staff, whom Caleb trusted implicitly. He knew they would never be so cavalier about the tasks he was trusting them to do. That left only one plausible option. Someone was breaking in, and Caleb had made it his personal mission to find out who it was. He was not afraid of whatever he might discover, but he wasn't naive either. Was it likely to be something dangerous? He didn't think so, but could it be? No doubt. He liked to think of his ranch as an oasis among the stormy waters of the frontier. Not everyone out in Montana had the pleasure of looking out on acres of their own land, herding their own cows, grazing their own horses. Jealousy lurked in the shadow of success. As well liked as Caleb was in nearby Maybelle, his fortune was not a secret. In fact, he'd considered himself lucky to have gone this long without some sort of incident. In a way, he was overdue. And yet, he still went by Alexandra's rooms to see if she wanted a tour of the ranch. She said yes, and he led her outside, making sure to stay more or less in front of her all the time. Even as they walked toward the edge of the nearest field, Caleb knew he was taking an unnecessary risk. At the same time, ignoring Alexandra as soon as she arrived so that he could run all over creation, trying to dig out an intruder who might or might not exist was out of the question. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and so he chose what he considered to be the lesser of 2 evils. If there was trouble, he would protect her. That part was not negotiable. As long as Alexandra was on the ranch, she'd be safe from harm. He had made this promise, however tacitly, and he was determined to keep it. But there was no need to tell her yet. She hadn't even gotten a good night's sleep after her days of nonstop travel, and he didn't want to see that pretty face clouded by worry, nor field any of the questions she was sure to have. He also did not want to encourage her to change her mind. To that end, he smiled as he headed toward the first paddock. "All this land here is for the horses," he said, "all the way back, as far as you can see. Style Ur, text a line, left." Alexandra shielded her face from the sun. She had forgotten her hat in her room. Her deep jet hair glowed under the light. "How many horses do you have?" she asked. He caught something unusual in her tone, an out-of-place subtext that refused to be identified. The way she waited for his answer was different, too, less curiously expectant. The focus of her gaze shifted from his face to his feet and back again. Caleb shrugged. "More than a dozen, I guess." He stared out across the pasture at the meandering shapes of equines in the grass. Some of them stared back, swishing their tails. You want to see them?" The girl made no reply. She eyed the horses from where she stood. Her whole demeanor puzzled Caleb. He'd assumed for most of his life that women shared a love of horses. There was only one woman he'd known who hadn't, and she only served to support his theory. Style us, text, align, left. Bemused, he stepped up onto the lower fence rail, put 2 fingers into his mouth, and whistled. The piercing sound shot high across the field. He watched as the animals picked up their heads. A few started the gradual amble over to the fence. "Come on," Caleb motioned to Alexandra. "Might as well meet them while we're out here." She edged nearer to the fence without uttering a word. He observed her carefully, unable to tell what she was thinking. The first horse to arrive at the fence was a dark bay gelding, sugar sweet. He hung his soft muzzle over the rail an inch or 2 from Alexandra's cautiously upraised hand. She brushed it with the very tips of her fingers, pulling back when the animal snuffled her palm in search of food. Then she laughed sheepishly. One hand cradled the other, as if she'd been injured. Caleb gazed down at her. "He didn't get you, did he?" he asked, knowing full well that there was no bite. She shook her head. "No, he was all right," but she backed away from the reach of the gelding's long neck. Caleb reached out and patted the horse. "He'd be a good ride for you, I bet." As he got down off the fence rail and walked ahead, he didn't quite notice that Alexandra's face paled a shade or 2 at the suggestion. "I'm a sorry horsewoman," she said. He couldn't tell if she was joking. "If that's true, it'll have to be fixed," Caleb told her. "There's a law out here about having bad horsemen on a ranch. I'll have to give up the deed to my land." "Very funny," Alexandra frowned. "Who said I was joking?" He kept a straight face for just long enough to unsettle her. She made a face when he chuckled. "I'm sorry. That wasn't very nice of me." "No." The barest hint of a smile showed up on the corner of her mouth, which she tried to squash. But Caleb saw it first. He softened. "You're right. I shouldn't tease you so early on. I'll try again in a month or 2. That made her laugh out loud, and he turned around to witness the joy blooming on her face. It all but convinced him that his earlier assessment had been fully correct. She was much too beautiful to need a husband by mail. That train of thought was derailed by the impact of something sharp and cold against the back of his hand. Caleb grabbed onto it reflexively, stopping in his tracks. He glanced down to see a leather bridle clasped in his fingers. His brow furrowed. "What's this doing out here?" he murmured, more to himself than anything. A cursory check of their surroundings told him nothing about whose it might be. There was no tacked-up mount waiting for a rider, nobody getting ready to train a colt on the bit. He took the bridle off the fence post and slung it over his shoulder. The metal buckles jingled, and the pad of his thumb brushed over a small worked section on the inside of one of the straps. As he resumed walking, he turned it out to see what had been tooled into the leather. Caleb's blood ran suddenly frigid. He blinked, passed a hand across his eyes, just to make sure he hadn't imagined it. Each time he looked, the symbol was still there, clear as day, and not just any symbol, it was one he knew. "Caleb," Alexandra broke through his daze. She touched his arm, her face a mask of concern. Upon seeing his expression, she shrank back a little. "I wanted to make sure you were okay," she said in a small voice. Caleb realized he was scowling. He repositioned the bridle on his shoulder, symbol down, and wiped his features of all emotion. "I'm fine," he said softly. "Let's go take a look at the barn." But his mind wasn't on the big red barn. despite the fact that he led her straight to it. As soon as he stepped into the cool, pungent shadows, he tossed the bridle away onto a hook. Just having that thing close to him made mild-mannered Caleb start to see some red. He inhaled a deep, stabilizing breath, held it, and let it out. The pressure in his head faded away. He felt like he could function normally again. Mid-gesture, he stopped. Alexandra wasn't standing beside him anymore. He turned a slow 180 degrees. She had hung back in the wide door frame, peering into the dim depths of the center aisle. Box stalls lined both sides, some empty, some not. She seemed to be fixated on the horses. "You know," Caleb said, stepping back toward her, "you're allowed not to like them." For an instant, her skin flushed a truly astounding shade of scarlet that faded from her cheeks almost as quickly as it flared up. "I suppose I don't," she admitted grudgingly. "I hope that doesn't disappoint you." Caleb smiled. He had only known this girl for a matter of hours, and yet she was rapidly becoming the most interesting woman in his life. "Tell me," he said, "why you wanted to be a rancher's wife if you don't like horses." Alexandra pursed her lips. She turned her stance away from him, folded her arms protectively over her chest. It was obvious a nerve had been struck. She took some time to formulate a response, and when she spoke, her phrases were clipped. "Horses are everywhere," she answered. "It hardly matters where I go or what I do. I'll see droves of them, regardless." He had to concede at least part of that point. "But surely you expected to be encouraged to ride living out in the country." Alexandra lifted her chin. A fiery spark lit her green eyes. "Not if I asked you not to press me," she retorted. She cut a fierce, defiant figure, standing there in the doorway of the barn and challenging Caleb to go against her wishes. He had little doubt that if he attempted to move her the wrong way, not only would she stay right put, she'd give him hell for it. "Fair enough," he said mildly. "I'm not out to make you do anything you don't like." Alexandra lowered her hackles. The narrow line of her mouth softened back into sweet coral. "You're a wise man, Caleb Turner." The light in her eyes twinkled now instead of blazing. "Don't let anybody tell you any different." Caleb was so busy looking at her that he'd let his guard down without even realizing. He didn't hear the rustling in the hayloft over their heads, the hayloft that should have been empty. The only warning he received was Alexandra's expression morphing into shock and horror as the assailant dropped down on him from above. Chapter 5. It happened so fast that at first, Alexandra knew only instinctually what was going on. She had seen the dark blur of a shape swooping down on Caleb's head, and the next thing she could comprehend was a fight in full swing. A cry of panic leapt from her throat. "Back up, Alexandra," Caleb commanded. "Don't get in the way." The end of his last sentence was punctuated by a glancing blow to the jaw that snapped his head to the side. It was enough to emphasize the point he'd been trying to make. Alexandra darted clear of the barn, although she was unable to tear her eyes from the scuffle happening on the aisle floor. The horses on each side tossed their heads nervously, huge dark eyes rolling in their sockets. In her mind's eye, Alexandra could see a hoof somehow going straight through a stall door and into Caleb's head. She wanted to warn him about the potential hazards, but she knew he'd think her crazy, and he had a lot of other things to worry about at the moment. Specifically, he had to worry about the man fighting like a demon underneath him, clawing to get the upper hand. Alexandra stood outside the barn, wringing her hands. A familiar feeling of helplessness washed over her. Not that Caleb really needed her help. He looked to be holding his own just fine. Sharp flurries of oaths flew back and forth with the punches and kicks. Clouds of dust kicked up a miasma around their struggling forms. Occasionally, Alexandra caught sight of a fast purpling bruise or a fleck of blood. There was a rhythmic quality to the thudding impacts. She squeezed her eyes shut tight, pushed down the scream that was squirming to get out of her lungs. She hated all fights, especially these brutal, ugly, intensely physical confrontations. Her father had brawled far into his adulthood, for exercise, he said, and for principle. But Alexandra suspected it was mostly just for cruel fun. It turned her stomach to see Caleb wrestling on the barn floor. His shirt was torn. It flapped limply every time he moved, like a dead animal. The scream she'd been trying to quell forced its way out of her mouth. "Caleb," she hollered, clutching her hands to her cheeks. "Stop it! Stop it right now!" She hardly recognized the shrill piercing of her own voice, distorted by sheer anxiety. "Don't you dare kill that man, Caleb Turner," she yelled. "I won't abide that for a second." She couldn't even say for certain that it was a man, but she was reasonably sure that Caleb wouldn't beat the daylights out of a woman or a child. Nonetheless, it took a minute or two for her words to register. Slowly, almost reluctantly, the pounding blows subsided on both ends until Caleb was simply kneeling over his opponent. He looked over his shoulder at her. "Alexandra." He started to get up. "Stop, Caleb." She shoved back the mighty urge to cry. Hot pinpricks stung the corners of her eyes. "I won't have you acting like a savage. I won't." Chastened, Caleb moved away from the other man, who still lay sprawled on the ground. Caleb held up both his hands in surrender. "All right," he said in his soothing low drawl. "All right, Alexandra. It's okay now." She glared up at him. One of the boiling hot tears streaked down the side of her face. She flicked it away. "It's not okay," she said. "You saw him drop on me." Caleb spoke quietly, almost gently. "I was defending myself, that's all." "It looked like you were trying to murder him," Alexandra shot back. "That your second catalog bride?" The voice was thick and husky, words moderately slurred. Alexandra's eyes snapped over Caleb's shoulder to the unidentified man. He heaved himself laboriously into a sitting position. His face was smeared with bruises and blood. "Quiet, Zeke," Caleb replied. His gaze never left Alexandra. "Sounds like she's smarter than you, at least." The man guffawed. He spat red into the dust swirled on the barn floor. "Never thought you'd be the one to bring me a fair witness." "Quiet." Caleb's tone bore a leaden edge. His jaw set hard. "I didn't think you had enough teeth left to keep talking." Alexandra winced. She didn't like the way Caleb was speaking, but she didn't exactly care for the other man's rhetoric either. "Do you know him?" she asked Caleb. He nodded gravely. "My cousin, Ezekiel Abrams. Everyone calls him Zeke. Seems like he thought he could ambush me all on his own." "Huh," Zeke spat again. "Listen to you, talking like it didn't nearly work." Caleb reached out and gave Alexandra's shoulder a soft, reassuring squeeze. Then he wheeled on his kinsman, advancing. "Don't spit on my floor." Zeke grinned. His gapped teeth sat crooked in his gums like old tombstones. Some of the spaces were probably brand new. "Why don't you haul my sorry ass out of here yourself then, huh, Caleb? You're the one who's worth your salt, ain't you? Prove it." Alexandra's eyes moved between the cousins. as she tried to interpret the situation. Obviously, relations had been less than civil for quite some time. Neither man, however, showed much interest in rekindling the physical violence. Caleb had apparently won that part outright. She felt some measure of relief now that they weren't mauling each other anymore. But the atmosphere stayed unbearably tense, thick enough to slice. "I don't need to prove squat to you," Caleb answered. He walked right up to Zeke, planting a foot on the floor between his splayed legs, and grabbed him by the front of his blood-stained shirt. Zeke huffed as he was lifted straight to his feet. Yeah. Zeke wrenched himself out of Caleb's grip. His balance faltered. He wobbled crazily for a second. "You're stronger than you look, pretty boy. I'm always forgetting that about you." "Next time, don't," said Caleb. He retrieved the bridle from the hook and threw it at Zeke's feet. "I'm running out of patience real fast now, cousin. The ice has been thin for too long." Caleb spun his cousin around and seized the back of his collar, practically dragging him onto the tips of his toes. "Let's go, cowboy," he muttered. Zeke laughed again, a ragged, grating sound. His bloodshot eyes raked across Alexandra. "Never believe a thing he says." He motioned crudely to Caleb behind him. "Everything he's told you is based on lies." Zeke swept his arms out in a grand gesture. "This ranch isn't his. This land isn't his. He stole every cent he's worth." Caleb didn't bother attempting to refute those claims. He had an air of resignation as he walked his cousin out of sight, down the lane leading to the main road. Alexandra stared after them. All the good feelings from her arrival just that morning were gone, sapped out of her. Now she really was tired, and her head was starting to hurt. She turned her back on the splashes of crimson staining the center aisle of the barn. The horses were still a little spooked. Caleb returned minutes later, solemn and empty-handed. Noticing Alexandra's quizzical glance, he sighed and said, "I threw him out on the road toward Maybelle, sent him on home. He won't be back any time soon." "I hope not," Alexandra said. She felt like there were sandbags tied to her skirts. Every time she blinked, she saw Zeke's sneering face in the split second of darkness behind her eyelids. "I'm sorry you had to see that," Caleb told her. His hazel eyes held no trace of the steeliness that was there previously. "Zeke and we have a history. It wasn't always like this between us." He glanced away toward the fields. "And now I need to comb every inch of this place and make sure there's nowhere else he can get in." Caleb. It was hard for her to look him in the eye, but she knew she had his attention. "Why did he call me your second bride?" Silence. After a few long beats, she finally made eye contact with him. Instead of defensive or angry, Caleb just looked sad. "Let me do what I need to do out here," he told her. "Then I'll come in and tell you whatever you want to know. I promise." Alexandra chewed her lip. "I'll be waiting for you," she said. "I know." He touched her cheek lightly before walking off toward the pastures. Alexandra followed him as far as the closest fence. She leaned against the rails and closed her eyes. A cool, fragrant breeze blew the image of Zeke Abrams out of the forefront of her mind. She let herself relax and pretend she hadn't just witnessed a semi-public beating at the hands of the man she had agreed to consider marrying. Admittedly, it wasn't exactly a stretch to believe that Zeke deserved every hit he took, and then some. She knew in her soul that he wasn't the nicest man. Just remembering the way he talked to and about her made Alexandra's skin crawl. But she had principles that she would not break, and Caleb had come perilously close to that line. Her shoulders slumped as she trudged back toward the house. The cautious hope that had filled her chest felt like it was deflating a tiny bit with every step. Had she been wrong in the first place for desperately wanting adventure? In a way, that was the possibility that hurt the most. Still, Alexandra was a pragmatist, even if she found it hard to forgive sometimes. And she was already out there in the middle of Montana. As they stood, her options were to return to her father's crummy estate and risk living out the rest of her life under his thumb, or give Caleb the benefit of the doubt and hear what he had to say. And when her choices were framed like that, the right one was blatantly obvious. Alexandra unlocked her bedroom door, took a few steps forward, and flopped down onto her bed in a lackluster puff of skirts. The tiredness crept over her like vines in a forest, quietly wrapping around her limbs and pulling her down toward the sweet lure of dreams. She lay there in a pleasant limbo state for who knew how long, drowsing right on the line between wakefulness and sleep. Then she heard Priscilla calling, "Oh, sweet Alexandra, Caleb is looking for you, dear." Alexandra pulled the pillow over her head to muffle the groan that could not be stifled. She sat up, then stood up, fixing her hair and brushing the wrinkles out of her skirts. She glimpsed herself in the mirror as she walked out. Not half bad for a girl in the midst of a crisis. Chapter 6. Caleb sat at the kitchen table, listening to Priscilla call Alexandra down from the second floor. He was not a man to let nerves get the better of him, but a sea of thoughts churned in his head as he waited. He was haunted by the way she had screamed at him in the barn, by the bare reproach in her face. And though the truth pained him greatly, to keep her in the dark would be a mistake. Zeke had, for all intents and purposes, let that particular cat out of the bag. Caleb wasn't sure whether to be furious or relieved. Then Alexandra appeared in the doorway, and he realized he was mostly scared. It was so abundantly clear that the woman was no fool, not for money, not for love, not for some lonely rancher who was hers for the marrying. The last thing Caleb Turner wanted was to repel her through no force other than that of his own rash action. He hoped with all his heart that this talk wasn't too late. She sat down across from him, gazing into his face with those enormous sage-green eyes. All of her former exuberance had been replaced by wary exhaustion. Caleb would have liked to think that the length of her trip across the frontier had finally caught up to her, but he knew that was only part of the reason. No more than a few hours into her stay, Alexandra was already tired of his foolishness. He drew a deep breath. "I want to start with an apology." The words came slowly and carefully. He chose each one individually. That scene at the barn was no sort of display to put on in front of a lady. He dropped his eyes to the tabletop and shifted in his chair. A wave of deeply humbling shame welled up from within. Alexandra sighed. "You were right, you know." "How's that?" Caleb was puzzled. She smiled wryly. "He did attack you. An enthusiastic defense is still defense." Caleb chuckled. He couldn't help it. She had a way of keeping him on his toes. "Well, I'm glad we can agree on something, but I'm still sorry, and I believe I owe you an explanation." The raven-haired woman pressed her lips together, arching her brows. "You're darn right you do, Caleb Turner, and I'm right here waiting to hear it." Caleb nodded slowly. He reached up and ran a hand through his hair, collecting his thoughts. He had not dared to imagine that the shadows of his past might crop up so soon and so indiscreetly. It was, in a lot of ways, the worst possible scenario. But he was nothing if not a resourceful man. He owed it to his new would-be wife to try and make the best of things. "Well," he began hesitantly, examining the smooth grain of the tabletop. "I suppose at this point it goes without saying that I was engaged before." A brief frown darkened his features. "Her name was Eliza. I guess it still is. And I was a fool for her." "You must have been, if she got you in this kind of trouble." Alexandra leaned her cheek on the heel of her hand. "All I know is, I didn't come to Montana to partake in an act of bigamy." She spoke casually, but the look in her eyes was dead serious. Caleb chuckled grimly. "No, ma'am," he told her. He was relieved to be able to tell her an absolute truth. "There's none of that here. Eliza and I, we were never married. Never got that far." "Oh." Instantly, Alexandra's manner changed. She sat back in her chair, appraising him with cautious new compassion in her gaze. "I suppose it was wrong of me to assume. I just thought—" She trailed off. "I know." He glanced at her. "Listen, Zeke talks a wild game, and I'm sure he's none too happy to see you taking up at the ranch. Maybe I should have anticipated him making it a problem, or maybe I ought to have warned you." Caleb bit back an oath. "I don't know. The best I can do is look you in the eye right now and tell you the truth." The smile that eased the concern on her face was warm, approving. "I would expect no less from a husband-to-be," she said, and her words lit some type of low fire in his heart. He cleared his throat. "All right then." But even despite his commitment to honesty, the details of that previous affair were painful, and they had never quite been laid bare. "She and I wanted to be married," he began at length. "Or I did, at least. Come to find out, she wasn't all that enthusiastic about the idea after all." His hands folded together tightly. He tried not to focus on the thin band of skin where a wedding ring would have settled. The wound, dormant for years, threatened to split open and bleed afresh. "Why not?" Alexandra prompted gently. Her delicate brow furrowed in mild consternation. Caleb looked away. They were at the heart of the matter now, the scar tissue, the source of the pain. For the briefest moment, he wasn't sure if he could really put it to words. The shame and humiliation still lived within him. "Eliza left me." He had to make an effort to pull the sentence off his tongue. "For Zeke." Shock splashed across Alexandra's expression before she contained it. She put a hand to her mouth. "No," she murmured. "Yep." Caleb let out a short, bitter laugh. "The grass looked greener on his side of the fence, I guess." He shrugged his shoulders. "It could be. She did stay there." Now Alexandra frowned. "Oh, you can't be serious." Her slender hand balled into a loose fist of indignation. "She'd have to be insane to marry him." Caleb grinned lopsidedly. "If she is, they're a better match than I knew," he answered. Then his voice and his mood grew solemn. "I thought that was going to be the end of things, and at the end of the day, I decided it was something I could live with. I wouldn't necessarily be the happiest man on earth, but maybe that was never in the cards for me anyway." The girl across his kitchen table eyed him expectantly. He could tell she'd somehow gotten invested in the whole tragic tale, and damn if that wasn't strangely gratifying. She leaned toward him a bit. "What happened?" "It's a long story," he answered, "and it's getting on toward supper. If we can get some food on this table here, I'll be glad to tell you as much as you want to know." Never in his life had he offered to lay out all his cards before, but it seemed only fair. Alexandra was there with intent to share his life, and unfortunately, Zeke and Eliza Abrams remained in the picture. She gave him a look, brushing that stray lock of dark hair away from her eyes. "Priscilla?" she called, not breaking eye contact. "Are you here?" "But of course, darling," came the sing-song reply. Moments later, Priscilla's beaming face graced the doorframe. "How can I be of service?" "We're hungry," Caleb stated plainly. Both of the women in the room looked at him. Priscilla clucked, mildly disapproving. "Mr. Turner, may I point out that you are the one crowding up my kitchen?" She gave Alexandra an exaggerated wink. "You two go on and amuse yourselves while I fix something up." With that, she began shooing them out in earnest, all but closing the door at his back. "That's no way to speak to your housekeeper," Alexandra teased. "The way she talks, she's the one running the ranch." Caleb smirked. "The way she talks, we're lucky we got kicked out." He stretched, feeling some measure of relief that at least his greatest secret was cast out into the open, and at the same time, tucking his worry over her reaction away. "Let's go find a way to kill a little time," he suggested as they stepped onto the porch. "The fields are real pretty at this time of day." Alexandra hesitated. Her eyes flicked toward the barn before she agreed, and he could see her tracing the horizon with her pensive gaze. He did not have to be told that she was thinking about Zeke, sprawled in the middle of the barn aisle, blood running from his nose. "All right," she said at last. She let him lead the way. "He did go home," Caleb told her, after a few moments of contemplative silence. "I can promise you that much. Zeke may be a brute, but he's not quite as dumb as he looks. He won't be back for a while yet." She folded her arms across her torso. "But he will be back." Caleb spoke carefully. "Zeke has always needed to learn things the hard way. I suppose that's why we never really got on when we were younger." He paused. "Or maybe we got that part from our fathers." He grimaced. Yet another aspect of his past that he would have preferred not to talk about. Alexandra wasn't looking at him. He caught a hint of sharpness in her face. One hand clenched at the side of her bodice. "It's always the father who offers the things we don't want," she murmured. The rancher wasn't sure what to say. She seemed almost to be talking to herself, as if he had simply disappeared from her side. In the next instant, she shook off the momentary shroud across her mood, and the light returned to her countenance. Caleb leaned over and opened the gate to the pasture for her. The smell of spring rode on the late afternoon breeze as the two figures made their way through the grass. Much of the land had been close cropped by hungry horses, but the tallest blades still brushed along the top of Alexandra's skirts. She picked a small bouquet of tiny flowers from the wild stems of the field. Caleb led her to the crest of a gentle rise, which was shaded by the wide, welcoming branches of an old cottonwood tree. He leaned against the sturdy trunk and took in the quietly bucolic view. "Used to come up here all the time by myself," he remarked. "I can see why." Alexandra smiled. "It's beautiful." He caught a glance at her, thinking that not a single crystalline dawn on the ranch could compare to her shape at his side in the slowly lengthening shadows. Chapter 7. The dinner that was waiting upon their return from the fields was just the remedy Alexandra needed for a long, long day. She had prepared herself to continue their difficult conversation from earlier, but quickly discovered that food was at the top of her priority list. Not many words were exchanged in the pursuit of sustenance, and she felt warm and content as she helped clear the table in the aftermath. "Oh, don't worry yourself with that," Priscilla chided her cheerfully, taking plates from her hands. "I don't know how it was where you came from, but here it's my job to take care of you," she winked. and I take my job very seriously, young lady." Alexandra laughed. "Thank you." She returned to her chair across from Caleb, who had witnessed the exchange with a look of wry amusement. He took the napkin off his lap to run it one last time across his mouth. "First and last time you get to challenge Priscilla's authority," he said, his hazel eyes sparkling. "In a few weeks' time, you'll be wishing she'd let you work." "Don't speak too soon," Alexandra responded. "I might be able to get used to this kind of treatment." He leaned back in his seat, watching her. "You never did say much about what you were leaving behind," he said. A note of curiosity colored his gentle drawl. Alexandra pressed her lips into a thin line, then answered, "Nothing important, certainly." There was a concentrated effort to keep her tone from becoming curt and cold. Her own family was perhaps her least favorite topic of conversation. Whenever she thought of Virginia, her most prominent memories consisted of disapproving stares, deep sighs, and the exasperated shaking of her father's stern head. The most she could hope for in terms of validation was a vaguely disinterested nod or a dispassionate pat on the crown of her head. As she got older, these bare tokens of acknowledgement grew even more scarce, until she felt little better than a maid who happened to share blood with the lord of her house. But that lord had been outraged at the idea of his daughter boarding a train for what he termed the American wastes. He had sworn to disavow her should she choose to defy him. Nonetheless, she had. The trunks she'd brought into the ranch house just that morning contained all she possessed in the world. It was an uncomfortable truth she was not yet prepared to reveal, despite Caleb's confessions. In her view, his hand had been forced. Hers would not be. Across the table, Caleb Turner tilted his head just slightly. She could sense him trying to read deeper into her words. She hoped without much success. He was quiet for an extended period of time before he finally said, "All right, we'll get there when we get there." Alexandra was briefly annoyed by his nonchalance and the assumption that she'd eventually come around. It was a softer iteration of the attitude often adopted by her father in regards to matters about which he and his child did not agree. She couldn't help but bristle against the sensation of being patronized. Then Caleb pushed back his chair, and the sound of its wooden legs against the floor jolted Alexandra back into the moment. She forced her expression back toward something pleasant, masking her thoughts. "We never really got to finish talking," he commented. "But you must be tired." He offered her his hand. "Feels like the kind thing to do would be to let you settle in." She accepted his hand, pushed in the chair behind her. "It was a long trip," she said. Truthfully, her eyelids were already growing heavy. "And a long first day." Caleb called his thanks to Priscilla and walked Alexandra up the stairs. The cool, smooth surface of the banister stood out in stark contrast to the warm roughness of Caleb's palm. She thought absently that a man's hands reflected something of his life. Caleb's calloused but gentle, her father's clean and always clenched. "What time is breakfast?" she asked as they stopped in front of her bedroom door. He smiled slightly. "For me, it's before the sun shows up. That doesn't have to be the case for you just yet." "I might as well start getting used to it." Alexandra let her lips curve upward. "It would be kind to give poor Priscilla a break in the mornings, don't you think?" Caleb let out a low whistle. "You better tread lightly," he warned, with more than a trace of amusement. "That kitchen is the woman's throne room. I reckon she's not about to give it up without a fight." Alexandra giggled. "We'll see," she told him. "She's going to find out I haven't come here to be a decoration in the house." He laughed. Sweet dreams, Miss Clarke. I'll see you bright and early. Yes, you will. Alexandra lingered in the doorway for a few moments as he moved off down the corridor toward his own rooms. Embarrassment got the better of her, and she ducked behind her door before he disappeared, so she didn't get to see whether or not he glanced back. The click of the bedroom door sealed in a pillow of quiet that soothed Alexandra's senses. She closed her eyes momentarily, just drinking it in. Outside the barely open window, she could hear the last bird songs of the day fading into twilight. The scent of the flowering fields traveled deep into her lungs. She was determined to enjoy her time here, in the lonely wilderness of Montana. As she lay down to sleep, twilight darkening down toward night, her eyes closed on a sky full of sparkling stars. Alexandra slept soundly, undisturbed by dreams. She woke to the sharp smell of coffee wafting up from the first floor. She smiled, turning her face into the plush pillow, a nice way to come into consciousness. Though the room was still dark, the outer world was bathed in moonlight. Undaunted by the wee hour, Alexandra threw back the covers and set about getting ready to face her second Montana day. She tried to believe that this one might pass unmarred by blood and violence and unpleasant revelations. The water in her wash basin was clear and cold, prickling across her skin. She looked at her reflection in the small glass hanging above the washstand. "I can do this," she spoke aloud into the stillness of her room. She gave herself an encouraging smile, a little push that got her into her clothes and out into the rest of the huge, rambling house. She found Caleb making coffee by the light of the uncovered stove. "Good morning," she said brightly. He looked up, eyes full of momentary surprise. "I'll be honest, I didn't expect to see you at this hour," he admitted, "but I can't say I'm complaining." My goodness. Alexandra watched him tamp coffee grounds into the percolator. "No one saw fit to warn me about your silver tongue, sir." He chuckled while fetching down a second mug. "Would you like some?" he asked. "I have to say it helps to get the morning moving." Alexandra nodded and thanked him. She moved around to look for the sugar bowl, maybe a bit of cream. It was a matter of peculiar satisfaction to her that the ranch house's robust pantry put the one in her family home to shame. Anything to widen the distance between her and her drowsy hometown was something to hold on to. Caleb made his coffee strong enough to sting the inside of her nose as the scented steam curled up into her face. Alexandra held the cup in both hands, savoring its warmth. "I'm sorry I pressed you about your family yesterday," Caleb said suddenly. He leaned against the side of the kitchen table, studying the floor between his leather boots. "Seems like I'll be doing a lot of apologizing until I get the hang of this again." A pang of remorse shot through Alexandra. She chased away the bitterness gathering like dust in the corners of her mind, not toward him, but toward the circumstances that had brought him into her life. "It's not your fault," she said and meant it. I'm a grown woman, and if we are to be married someday, you should know more than you do, even if I don't ever plan on seeing my father again." Caleb nodded sagely. "Take your time with it. I know too well how that goes." He used a sip of coffee to buy time to gather his words, and then he continued. "I felt that way about my uncle, Zeke's papa. There was a man who'd rather burn a bridge than build one. He never understood how much he lost by that way of thinking. Men like that don't care about anything except themselves." Alexandra muttered into her coffee. She shook her head. "Let's not spoil the morning with this. I'd like to have a better day today." "Come out to the porch then," Caleb said. He straightened and headed for the door. I'll show you something that'll start any day off right." The air was cool and damp, heavy with dew. Alexandra pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders. The faint line of the horizon stood out pink against the velvet blue sky. "The sunrise is what won me over," Caleb said. "First morning I spent out here, I knew I'd come home." He put his hands in his pockets. "Won't be long." "Do you watch the sun come up every morning?" The ritual struck Alexandra as an oddly romantic practice for a rancher on the frontier. She hid a smile. "Not anymore," he admitted. "It's amazing what you can get used to if it happens often enough." He adjusted the brim of his hat. "Usually I'm in the barn by now, if not halfway down the pasture." Spread out before them, the great tableau of the sky had begun to glow with subtle undertones of yellow and red. "Don't let me keep you." Alexandra gazed up at the soft underbellies of low-hanging clouds being painted by the sun's arrival. She could see its brilliant rays advancing, chasing away the night. "Not at all." Caleb's voice had lowered into something near to reverence. Moments were meant to be spared for sights like this. They stood side by side on the porch of the house they had just begun to share as the sun swept up past the gently rolling line of Caleb's pastures. Alexandra's breath caught in her throat, her upturned face bathed with brand new light. Had she ever once seen a sunrise in Virginia? If she had, it was not like this one. The clouds blazed gold and orange and the palest, most delicate blue. In the sprinkling of trees around the porch, birds struck up the songs they'd left off last night. A beatific grin bloomed across Alexandra's face like a flower unfolding in the light. "That's about right," Caleb said, glancing at her. He was grinning too, in an understated way. "Welcome home, Miss Clarke." Chapter 8. She looked mighty good standing there on the porch of his house. Caleb held the image in his mind for a long time after he left to set about doing his chores. He had decided to make security rounds a daily occurrence, at least until he knew that Zeke wasn't going to try anything crazier than usual. And he couldn't deny that Alexandra's presence on the ranch had a lot to do with this sudden surge of protectiveness. When it was just him and Priscilla and the ranch hands, he had tended to think of his property as just that, property he guarded simply because it rightfully belonged to him. Now, he abruptly felt as though he had a real stake in the place. Caleb Turner wasn't about to let his cousin jeopardize the future he was trying to build. Zeke's interference had cost him once, and dearly. It was not going to happen a second time. He took his time inspecting the acres and acres of fences and fields. Being on the land was as close to religion as Caleb ever really got. He barely imagined any other life. Whatever place Alexandra had started in, the one she refused to discuss, could not possibly measure up to the tranquil beauty of his land. That was what he told himself anyway, over and over like a mantra in his head. The fact that she had not immediately demanded to catch the next train out of Montana was a promising sign, but he still feared that everything he'd told her the day before had yet to make a significant impact. Once she realized exactly what she was dealing with, she might choose to cut and run, and who could blame her? Caleb scowled at the memory of Zeke's sneering visage, made all the uglier by the extra teeth he'd lost in the course of their scuffle. In the back of his mind, Caleb had always known he and Zeke Abrams would come to blows. In a sense, there was no other possible resolution. The rift in the Turner-Abrams clan was rent by the hands of their shared paternal grandfather, a man who had loved the bottle and only one of his two sons, according to the other. Shunned by the patriarch, Zeke's old man turned on the family, shedding the Turner surname as he went. For years, Caleb only caught glimpses and hearsay of his wayward uncle, as he and his brood lingered on the fringes of everyone else's lives. It was only years later, after Grandpa Turner died and left the entirety of his sizable estate to Caleb's father and no one else, that Caleb grew to understand the severity of the schism, and henceforth that conflict left an indelible mark on his life, no matter how hard he tried to restore and then keep the peace. Eventually, his papa passed on too. As luck would have it, Caleb had always been an only son. He pulled his horse to a dead stop in the midst of a spring tangle of weeds and hardy blossoms. The ranch buildings shrank down to the size of toys in the distance. Caleb turned in the saddle, taking in the view of all that belonged to him. He knew that Zeke felt differently, that the ranch in the middle of the Western Territory represented a great injustice, and he understood intrinsically that Ezekiel Abrams had made it his life's mission to correct this blight on his family. He was the type of vengeful, selfish man who would think nothing of going to the ends of the earth in pursuit of his own idea of fairness. Caleb had no idea how to explain this to Alexandra without making it sound like she'd made a grave mistake in leaving her former life behind. The thought of depositing her at the train station, standing there as the engine pulled away, it was awfully hard to stomach. In less than 48 hours, he had somehow already managed to weave her into his perception of the ranch. His mind's eye told him she belonged right where she was, exploring the grounds or arranging her wardrobe or sitting in one of the old porch rocking chairs. Caleb wanted her to stay. He thought he could get used to seeing her gorgeous face day in and day out. If she didn't want to be his wife right away, that was just fine by him. The past few years had taught him more than his fair share of patience. He just wasn't sure she'd see things the same way. What had begun as a peaceful tour of his property rapidly denatured into an exhaustive internal review of everything that could possibly go wrong between Caleb and his second betrothed. By the time he returned to the barn, he was practically sweating and jumping at shadows. He kept expecting to turn around and see Alexandra waiting for him, packed trunks in hand. Of course, that didn't happen, but his paranoia mounted, despite all efforts to keep it in check. He was so distracted by the whirlwind in his head that he very nearly failed to spot her emerging from the house right in front of him. "Hello, stranger," she said cheerfully. Her lips turned down into a quizzical frown. "You look like you've seen a ghost." An inscrutable expression flashed across her face. "No, ma'am." He feigned an easy sense of self-confidence. "Nothing but sunshine and sky out there today." Alexandra examined him closely. She floated out a hand to brush the very edge of her fingertips against his jaw. "You're quite pale," she remarked. Truthfully, Caleb could hardly doubt the observation. He might as well have been sweating in church all Sunday morning, for how uncomfortable and clammy he felt. He hoped the smile he pasted across his mouth was convincing enough. "Could be the hat," he said, touching its brim. "It casts a pretty wide shadow." Alexandra blinked. Then she rolled her eyes and laughed. "You know, I'm getting the feeling you're a little more trouble than you're worth, Mr. Caleb." She flicked a stray piece of chaff from his collar. "Well," he answered lightly, "you'll learn." He turned away to hide his expression in case it changed. "I hope the ranch has been treating you well in my absence." "If by the ranch you mean your sweet housekeeper, then yes." Alexandra leaned on the porch railing, sweeping her skirts to the side. "She made out like she'd lay down her life sooner than let me contribute to the work effort." but I know I'm going to have to pull my weight around here one of these days." Caleb's eyes shifted automatically down to the bare space on the fourth finger of her left hand. A crazy notion cropped up in his head, barely audible over all the other noise. He found himself wondering if he shouldn't just ask for her hand right at that moment. He was ill-prepared, though, without a ring. In theory, the stage was all set. Every necessary component was there, from the beautiful woman down to his willingness to place a jewel in the band setting. There was the chance that she'd say no, which was minuscule under the circumstances. Had he not specified that he was searching for a wife in the ad she answered? Had she not responded that she would make an excellent matrimonial partner? If Caleb was being honest, the proposal itself was little more than an observation of tradition at this point in the process. Alexandra would not have ventured so far into the unknown if she wasn't prepared to marry him. "Just having someone new around is a major contribution," he managed to say. He fixed his gaze stubbornly on the middle distance, refusing to give in to the humiliation of worry in front of her. "For now, we can say you're earning your keep." Oh, had he been looking her way, he surely would have noticed the tint of her cheeks intensifying. "That's kind of you to say, but I don't mind working." Honestly, she smiled sheepishly, "I've always had something to do, whether I liked it or not. Rest assured, I never imagined coming out here to lay around all day." Again, she glanced with some trepidation toward the barn, its doors standing open to allow for a steady flow of ranch hands. Caleb followed her line of sight. The shapes of his horses materialized in the dim light inside the barn, rows of long necks and heads protruding from the stall doors. "I'd like for you to do something interesting if you insist," he said. "Wouldn't want you to be bored on the job." He started to stroll in the direction of the barn, his stride unhurried, hands in his pockets. Alexandra kept pace, her green irises lit with a keen, fiery spark. "I'm afraid to ask what you mean by interesting," she said laughingly. "I wasn't going to tell you anyway," Caleb answered. He stopped in the dirt and gravel courtyard in front of the barn entrance, turned and faced her. "You'll have to trust me with this, Miss Clarke." "Now I'm Miss Clarke again, too," she quipped. "This is beginning to make me nervous." Her tone remained unconcerned, but he caught a flicker of uncertainty in those expressive eyes. "So be it," she declared. "I'll hereby put my trust in you, Mr. Turner." "Good." Caleb led her up to the open doorway and crossed the threshold. He made sure to give the loft where Zeke had been hiding a wide berth as he took her through to the tack room on the right. In there, the smell of oiled leather clung to everything. He walked over to a bucket mounted on the wall, filled with round curry brushes. Alexandra picked up a brush, turned it over in her hands. She ran the pad of her thumb across the stiff bristles, wrinkling her nose at the feel. "I've never seen one of these up close," she said. "You'll do more than look at it today," Caleb declared. He reached into a second bucket and took out a second brush, elongated in shape, its brush hairs fine and soft. "I'm going to teach you how to groom a horse, the right way." Alexandra huffed. "You say that as though you've seen me do it wrong." "I don't have to see that to know it," he said. "Never known a farm girl who was scared of horses." This time she flushed noticeably, and he felt a little sorry for teasing her. He gentled his tone. "I want you to be happy here. This is going to help that happen." Alexandra did not look convinced. She frowned at the brush still clutched in her hand. "This is absolutely necessary. You're positive?" Caleb held back a grin. "As can be." She sighed so heavily her whole frame seemed to deflate some. "Fine, but I'm only brushing." "That's right," Caleb said. "For now." Alexandra shot him a glare. Chapter 9. Alexandra stood in the aisle of the barn, staring at the smooth chestnut flank of a horse that might as well have been the size of a cargo ship. She clutched the grooming brush tightly in her hand, as if it might impart its hidden secrets upon her, provided she held it hard enough. Off to the side, Caleb leaned on the door to an empty stall. She did not have to look his way to know he was smiling. "Don't rush yourself now," he said. "That old girl's got nowhere to be. She'd be happy to wait on you forever." Alexandra glanced down at the brush for the 100th time. Its wheat-colored bristles felt hard and unpleasant to the touch, and she wondered if this was some kind of prank orchestrated by her future husband, designed to turn every animal she handled against her. But she had never been one to back down from a challenge, even if it required her to face her biggest, most illogical fear. She set her jaw and raised the brush to the horse's side. Her hand made all of one timid stroke. "That's better than nothing," Caleb declared approvingly. He had an expression on his handsome face that convinced Alexandra he was trying his best not to laugh at her outright. "Bear down a little. You're not going to hurt her." Fighting the crush of self-conscious embarrassment, threatening to envelop her entire being, Alexandra followed his instructions. The brush left a barely perceptible wake in the gleaming brown horsehair. She hesitated, glanced to him for validation. Caleb nodded silent encouragement. "I feel amazingly stupid," Alexandra announced. Her face had gone rosy and warm, and she was all too aware of Caleb's gaze resting upon her. How preposterous it was that one man's attention could fluster her so. "You're doing fine." He straightened up and came to her side. "Although, if there was any real dirt on her, I think it would have stayed put." With his right hand, he mimed holding a similar brush, painting a circular curve in the air. "Like this, gets the mud out faster." She copied the motion but shied away when the horse shifted its weight in her direction. "Oh!" A tiny, involuntary cry leapt from her throat. The rancher raised an eyebrow. He rubbed a hand across the back of his neck and shook his head slightly. "Maybe this is going to take longer than I thought." Disbelieving wonder softened his voice. "It's utterly ridiculous, isn't it?" Alexandra tried to laugh it off while gripping the brush even tighter. He shrugged. "We all have our hang-ups. You must have been thrown something awful, I'd wager, if wagering were up to me." Gently, he loosened the brush from her vice-like hold. She watched him go to work on the horse's coat himself. Yet more hot needles of shame worked their way up Alexandra's back, prickling the nape of her neck until the skin felt flushed. "Well, no," she told him cautiously. "I've never ridden one before." The calm, patient brushstrokes never paused, but Caleb took a good few seconds to reply. "Not even once?" Her ears searched his tone for a hint of judgment and found none. "No," she said. "The back of a wagon was the closest I got until now." Caleb glanced over his shoulder at her. He knocked the bristles of the brush against his thigh, sending out a coarse plume of dust and dirt. "I admire your dedication, but I'm not sure you can keep that up around here." Grudgingly, Alexandra had to acknowledge that this much was probably true. She looked up and down the barn aisle, lined with at least a dozen docile, soft-eyed creatures. "I don't like it," she told him, "but you're right." As Caleb turned back toward his work, she could have sworn she saw his lips quirk upward into a private grin. Even so, we can still start with brushing. He motioned for her to step forward. And I hope you've been paying attention, because I'm putting you back in charge. The horse snorted, tossing its wheat-colored mane. Alexandra turned her gaze toward the floor and noted how large and heavy the animal's hooves were. One of the few things she knew about horses prior to making her great Montana sojourn was that they needed to be shod, and that meant each kick was bolstered by a metal shoe. Just the thought of the impact made her vaguely queasy. She's not out to hurt you. The sudden sound of Caleb's voice in her ear made Alexandra pull in a sharp breath. She started to brush with dogged determination, mimicking the sweeping circular pattern Caleb had demonstrated. You tell her I'm not out to hurt her either, Alexandra said through half-gritted teeth. I want us to have a very clear understanding. He chuckled. There are precious few things this wise old girl doesn't understand, and she's afraid of even less. Alexandra moved a step to her right, away from him, to start on a new section. I can't help suspecting that I'm being mocked, Mr. Turner, she said. Wouldn't dream of it, came the reply. A lull descended after that, during which the rhythmic purr of Alexandra's brush was the only sound. She was slowly becoming accustomed to the profane ritual of horse grooming. It had a certain unexpectedly soothing quality. Then, of course, came the startling satisfaction of stepping back to observe the result of her efforts, a clean, gleaming field of chestnut. She swirled to face Caleb, her skirts dancing around her feet. What do you think? He approached, leaning in close to inspect the job she had done. Almost a whole minute ticked by as he seemed to examine each fine hair in the equine coat. For reasons she did not quite understand, Alexandra found her heart racing with anticipation. All she did was currycomb one side of an apathetic brown mare, and yet she stood there awaiting judgment like a criminal in a king's court. She fidgeted nervously. The soles of her shoes left faint imprints in the constant collection of dust on the barn floor. It'll do, Caleb announced at last. He gave her a laconic smile. Not so bad if I'm honest. You might have a future in ranching, you know. Alexandra bowed her head modestly. A swell of pride burst in her chest. I'm hoping I do. That makes two of us. If she had thought the work was finished, the Virginia girl was sorely mistaken. She had forgotten about the second brush until Caleb put it into her hand. The next hour or two were spent polishing the sleepy-eyed mare to a honeyed shine, even as the day waned into twilight. All right. Caleb held up a hand, looking out the open double doors at the pinkening sky. Sun's going to bed, so I reckon we should too. He smoothed a hand over the chestnut mare's graceful neck, giving her a pat. You did some good work today, Miss Clarke. Maybe the ranch will suit you, after all. Alexandra dropped the brush into its bucket, wiping her hands on her skirt. The scent of old leather and hay lined her nose so that she barely smelled it at all anymore. She watched Caleb return the mare to an empty stall and slide the door firmly shut. She was tired, her arm and shoulder tense from all the repetitive movement. Oddly, though, she felt accomplished in a small, mundane way. It had been a long time since she truly learned something. On the short return walk to the farmhouse, no words were exchanged. Caleb had his hands in his pockets as he gazed over the fields. The painted light of sunset reflected a dozen colors in his pretty hazel eyes. Although she attempted to focus elsewhere, Alexandra's gaze stayed drawn to the clean lines of his profile and the shadow of beard dusting his jaw. In the encroaching twilight, she wondered if he was even real, or if this all was just a bittersweet dream. He walked her upstairs to her door, and they looked at each other for a few moments. The colors in his eyes had been replaced by soft shadows in the darkened corridor. Alexandra opened her mouth to say good night. "It's not going to be easy," Caleb said suddenly. He angled his head down toward her, a lock of his red-brown mane falling over his brow. "We're going to have to put in a lot of work, you and I." She took a deep breath. "I know, but today was better than yesterday, so tomorrow should be the best yet." "I suppose so," he replied, seemingly as an afterthought. "Could be it's better in the long run that you met Zeke right away." She laughed. What a nasty surprise he would have been 2 or 3 years down the road. She paused. "I'm sure you would have come clean by then." "I reckon I would have," Caleb agreed. He cleared his throat. "See you in the morning, Alexandra, bright and early." "All right." On an impulse, she reached out and touched his arm. Then he was gone, his heavy bootsteps moving off down the hall. Alexandra slipped into her room, but she waited on the other side of her door until she heard his bedroom door open and close. They were really not so far apart, only a couple of walls. She couldn't help wondering where Eliza had spent her first nights on the ranch, if she had ever come there at all. Alexandra crossed the room and peered at herself in the silver face of the mirror. She was patched with dirt, bits of hay and chaff clinging to her clothes and in her hair. There was worry in her eyes. What if it didn't work out? Immediately, she shook her head to banish the thought. Locks of dark hair tumbled down over her shoulders. It had to work out some way or another, and she was determined to make it so. Chapter 10. The mornings were awkward at first, full of slow conversation and wordless glances. But it was hard to gauge anyone's happiness that early in the day, and Caleb soon learned to simply let the breakfast hour be what it was, a time to prepare for whatever lay ahead. And once he began to relax into the rhythm of their new partnership, he quickly became accustomed to having Alexandra around. He put her on grooming duty right away after that first evening in the barn, and despite some initial protests, he thought she was starting to enjoy the task. "Morning, Caleb." Thomas, the head ranch hand, tipped his dew-frosted hat on his way out to mount up and ride out over the fields. He nodded at Alexandra. "Morning, Miss Clarke." Alexandra smiled her greeting until Thomas was well past, and then her expression turned to embarrassment. "I have not the faintest idea who that is," she murmured to Caleb. He coughed to cover the laugh that struggled to erupt from his lips. "Thomas," he told her, forcing his face back to straight, "if you keep making friends with the horses, you'll be seeing a lot of him. He's in charge of most everything." She smirked. "Oh, then what exactly do you do?" Caleb grinned. "I'm the boss." With that, he left her selecting her brushes in the tack room. As he made his feeding rounds, he thought about what their future might look like. One day soon, he hoped she'd be the one mixing the feeds and toting the pails around the barn. Or maybe she'd like to milk cows and collect chicken eggs instead. It wasn't hard to imagine Alexandra slipping into the role of rancher's wife, except for her fear of the horses. He cast a look back over his shoulder just in time to see her come out of the tack room. The horse of the day, a big liver gelding, stood with his head in a feed bucket, coarse blonde forelock completely covering his eyes. He barely even noticed the girl start her work at his side. but the sound of the curry comb struck Caleb's ears like music. He had always loved that sound. The rancher stopped mid-stride just to listen for a second. He didn't realize he was smiling until he moved again. Each day, Caleb kept an eye out for more signs that Zeke had returned. He made it a part of his routine to inspect every fence, every gate, every chain, and every lock on the property, no matter how long it took. Wandering his own land, on horseback or on foot, was hardly work to him at all. In fact, if he could have chosen to live totally undisturbed in the lush wilderness of empty Montana fields, Caleb would have jumped at the chance. Before he met Alexandra, days into their tentative courtship, the image of her leaving was difficult to conjure. He had to do everything in his power to make it a safe and wise decision for her to stay. Caleb returned to the barn mid-afternoon, when the spring sun provided a preview of the baking summer days to come. He was looking for the man he and Alexandra had seen earlier, old Thomas Caskill. Tommy had been a fixture on the ranch since before Caleb inherited it. He knew more about the property than damn near anyone else. Caleb wanted to ask him about keeping intruders out for good. Tommy Caskill knelt in the shed off to the side of the big main barn, tinkering with the steel blade of a plow. He had his hat pulled down low to block the sun, and Caleb heard him cursing under his breath. The sound of footsteps made the older man glance up. The faint irritation on his face evaporated instantly. "Caleb," he got to his feet and offered a calloused hand. "What can I do for you?" His pale blue eyes shifted momentarily toward the house. "Saw your little lady go in not too long ago. She looks like she's gonna do just fine." "I hope so," Caleb answered. He followed Tommy's gaze for a second. "We're a long way from Virginia." "So," Tommy continued, wiping dirt from his hands, "you must need something, else I might not have seen you for days." He winked to show his humor. The laugh lines at the corners of his eyes etched deep crevices into his skin. "I need to keep everyone out of here," Caleb said. He stopped as soon as the words spilled from his mouth, realizing how grim and dire they sounded. Tommy's salt and pepper beard twitched, surely hiding a frown. "Who are we talking about?" Tommy asked. "Varmints? Thieves?" "You could say that." Caleb took his hat off just to run a hand through his hair. "The long and short of it is, I don't ever want to see Zeke around these parts again." Understanding broke over Thomas like a wave. "You know," he suggested, lowering his voice even though there was no one around to overhear, "we could just shoot him." The thought had crossed Caleb's mind more times than he'd like to admit, but he shook his head. "I've got too much to lose, believe it or not, and I don't want to make a widow out of his wife." Caleb Turner wasn't always a saint, but he knew he wasn't a murderer either. Having Zeke dead and gone would cause far more problems than it solved, in the long run. Now that he had Alexandra, the long run seemed to matter more than ever. "You're a better man than a lot of us, my friend." Tommy sighed and clapped Caleb on the shoulder. "What will it be then? Extra locks won't mean anything if he's figured out how to pry them off." He lapsed into silent thought. "I don't know," Caleb admitted. "That's why I came to you." Honestly, he doubted anything could keep Zeke off the property. As long as Zeke had a mind to get somewhere, he usually finagled away. Was it possible he had a sympathizer among the ranch hands? Caleb didn't want to think about that, but it would be undeniably remiss not to try and protect both his lawful assets and the foundation of the family he was trying to build. No one comprehended how easily Zeke might target Alexandra better than Caleb, especially once she started going into Maybelle on her own. To give her an escort would only broadcast his fear. Well, maybe we'd reinforce the outer fences and put the bulls in the pastures he'd want to come through, Tommy was saying, half to himself. A lot of that grazing land is empty right now, but it wouldn't hurt to rotate the livestock. No better watchdog than a bull who's mad as hell. He chuckled. That's a good idea, Caleb agreed absently. A great swath of fields was fixing to be rotated into use for grazing, and the empty land that stood there now wasn't much of a deterrent. Tell your boys to keep an eye out for disturbances, too. If they find anything broken or looking like it's been stomped on, I want to know about it. You got it, Tommy saluted with one hand. I'll spread the word. He scratched his chin. And I'll keep thinking. If we can keep natural-born rats out of the barn, we can keep Ezekiel Abrams off the ranch. I appreciate it. Caleb turned toward the house. I might not be around this afternoon, he said over his shoulder. Let's talk again in the morning. Tommy nodded. Sure thing. He went back to his tinkering, and before Caleb had gotten out of earshot, was already grumbling again. Caleb stepped into the house long enough to snag a snack from the kitchen and ask Priscilla if she'd seen Alexandra recently. Priscilla smiled knowingly and directed him out the back door. He spotted his betrothed pouring water into a few pots of sorry-looking flowers on the rear porch. There you are, he said. She glanced around at him. Oh, Caleb. She always had a smile ready and waiting for him, and it always warmed his heart. You ought to take better care of your plants, mister. She plucked a brown curling leaf off the stalk of one of the flowers. I'd hate to see what your crops look like, if this is any indication. You won't see too many crops on a horse ranch either way, he said. I think Priscilla keeps a vegetable garden out here when the season's right. Could be she's already started it. I'll just have to ask her about that. Alexandra emptied her little water pitcher into the last pot and waited for the water to come out into the saucer at the bottom. I've got some gardening experience. Maybe I can make myself useful around the house as well as the barn. Maybe you can stop grooming horses, you mean. Caleb stepped back to let her by, and she nudged him gently in the ribs as she passed. I believe you are putting words in my mouth, Mr. Turner, she murmured as he opened the door. Honestly, this place is enormous. I don't know how Priscilla keeps it all in line. She loves the ranch as if it was a child. Caleb waited for Alexandra to return the pitcher to the kitchen, and then he motioned her back outside. She was my nanny once upon a time. No wonder she likes you so much. Alexandra followed him down the porch steps and around the side of the house. She didn't question where they were going. What did you do today? Was what she asked instead. He debated telling her the truth, ultimately deciding that she had the right to know everything that went on with regard to her safety. I'm looking for a way to secure the land better, he began carefully, to guard against future incidents. But Zeke went home, Alexandra answered. Her tone was measured, non-accusatory, but undoubtedly apprehensive. Home is just outside of Maybelle, a couple of miles away. They walked across the front courtyard to the fence. Caleb leaned his elbows on it. It's not exactly a chore to go back and forth, even if it's on foot. The whole trip might take him 40 minutes. And you think he's going to keep coming back. Alexandra spoke flatly now. She had her hand on the rail, her thumb running over the smooth wood grain. Well, he thinks he ought to own this place, so yes, I imagine he will keep up his little visits. Not for a while, though. Alexandra took a deep breath and let it out. That's frightening, she said quietly. He's a scary man. Caleb pressed his lips together. I know it. The shadow of Zeke's bloodied scowl flashed in his mind's eye. But I can promise you I'll never let him near you again. He thought he saw a slight shudder pass through her slender frame. She wrapped her arms around her middle, squeezing tight. Thank you for trying to protect me, she said. He didn't like the way that sounded, as if it was a futile quest. I don't mean to scare you off going to Maybelle. It's a nice enough little town. It was also the only place to get supplies and send letters, which he was sure she must know. Tell me where he lives, Alexandra said suddenly. She looked at Caleb, and her jaw was set with determination. The best way to protect me is to help me protect myself. Tell me where his house is so I know where not to go. Smart woman. He pointed down the lane leading out from the barn toward the winding road between the ranch and Maybelle. The route into town is as simple as it gets. You saw it all when we came in. Follow that road until it turns into the main street. Right. Alexandra stepped close to him so she could see where he was pointing. Her eyes traced the path between the fences. The Abrams homestead is on the other side of Maybelle, between it and the train station, Caleb said. If you look close, you can tell where the property line starts, because most seasons, Zeke can't be bothered to take care of it properly. He had memories of browning, overgrown grass, and neglected fields littered with debris. How surprising, Alexandra remarked primly. Caleb smirked. There's an old dead tree coming out of the ground right near the main entrance, all gnarled to hell, roots breaking up the dirt. That's how you know to stay away. I'll remember. Alexandra opted not to move away after he brought his arm down, instead looping her hand into the bend of his elbow. She patted his sleeve gently. He put his hand over hers. Don't let him frighten you. Zeke's a mean old dog, but he's never been able to beat me, and he knows it. Alexandra laughed. I'm in this for the long haul, she declared. He'll have to do better than that if he wants to get rid of me. Caleb gave her a sidelong look. Let's hope he doesn't try. Chapter 11. Alexandra took the ominous nature of Caleb's last statement and tucked it away into a corner of her brain to be analyzed later in the privacy of her own room. She had not forgotten the way that Ezekiel Abrams saw fit to speak to her the one time they'd met, or the streams of dark blood running down his face. Were such things up to her, she'd never deign to see the vile man again in her lifetime, let alone a few weeks or months. She believed Caleb wholeheartedly when he said Zeke would be back, as much as the notion pained her. Then again, she also believed in her own convictions and the decision she had made to stick it out by Caleb's side. In her estimation, which was admittedly inexperienced, he was too good a man to leave by the wayside, family baggage notwithstanding. He turned to her now, hazel eyes keen. The ring of blue around his pupils was the same color she imagined the ocean to be. Since you're here to stay, he said, I have something of a proposition for you. Alexandra's breath caught in her throat. Her heart sped up in her chest. Despite the tacit understanding inherent in his ad for a wife, the rancher had yet to formally propose. This could be the moment. I'm listening. Alexandra fought hard to keep her composure, lest she end up looking like a fool. In good conscience, she wouldn't have said she was in love just yet, but the prospect of an imminent proposal still got her blood running. She smiled at him, hoping not to come across as too expectant. You might not be after you hear it. Caleb hadn't changed his position at all. His arms were still casually folded on the top rail of the fence, the toe of his boot dug idly into the ground. I'd like to teach you to ride. Alexandra blinked. The words he said were so different from those she'd prepared to hear that her first instinct was to giggle uncontrollably. Oh my goodness. Wait, Caleb half grinned. Hear me out. I thought you'd say it was nonsense, but I swear it's not. No, please. She made an effort to swallow the next wave of giggles. Please do continue. It's rude of me to laugh at you. His lips plumped before he laughed, and then he continued. Trust me, when I say life on a ranch isn't going to be half rainbows and sunshine, if we don't find a way to resolve this horse thing of yours, the best way to do that, far as I can see, is for you to learn to ride. She bit her lower lip and gripped the fence harder. Then she added, Do you really think I need to? Caleb touched her cheek. Yes, absolutely. That answer did not please her, but Alexandra chose not to argue. She was nervous about what these lessons might entail, but at the same time, riding horses was something a child could do. At 21 years of age, she supposed she really was overdue. I'm putting all my considerable faith in you, she said to Caleb sternly. I don't want to be kicked or bitten or to fall in the mud. I'll try to point you toward dry grass then, Caleb replied. He straightened up and stretched, nimbly dodging her playful swat. Come on, no time like the present. And with that, he set off toward the barn. Alexandra's eyes widened in abrupt, mildly horrified realization. Oh, Caleb, you must be joking. Not a bit, Miss Clarke. He turned to face her without stopping, walking backwards as easily as if he was facing the right way. She lingered at the fence until she knew he must be serious, at which point she darted after him. Rascal, she hissed breathlessly once she'd caught up. Her stomach was doing somersaults, so much that she feared she might actually be sick in front of him. There's nothing to worry about, he answered soothingly. His low drawl was almost enough to convince her, but Alexandra's nerves refused to go away. She didn't notice until they'd reached the barn doors that she was clinging onto his arm. Wait here, Caleb instructed. Let me go see who's here. He left her standing at the head of the aisle, peering down the row of stalls and wringing her hands. The horses' long, graceful necks arched over the stall doors, a rainbow of earthy, muted colors. Some of them regarded her through gentle dark eyes as they chewed stalks of hay. They certainly didn't look like anything she should fear. Alexandra took a few steps into the barn, bolstered by the fact that she'd been in there regularly over the last few days, and nothing terrible had happened. She had yet to be menaced by one of Caleb's horses in any way. But she had no brush in her hands, and despite being secured behind sliding wooden doors, the animals were not restrained the way they always were during her grooming. She flinched as the closest reached out to nuzzle her shoulder. That's not very polite, she told the creature. It tugged lightly at her sleeves and the bodice of her dress. Unsure of what to do, Alexandra froze. The teeth pulling at her clothes felt strong, more than capable of inflicting a serious wound. She saw Caleb further down the aisle and called out to him for help. When he saw what was going on, he came back and gently pushed the horse away, cradling its head against his forearm. Next time he tries that, just make him mind his own business. Frost can be too friendly for his own good. Alexandra examined the horse as she dusted off her clothes. He had not done any damage, besides a few extra rumples. She saw that he was aptly named, his body dappled in grays and whites. He snuffled Caleb's palm affectionately. I thought he was going to bite me, she admitted. Now she felt rather silly. The only things Frost likes to bite are apples and carrots, I'd wager he thought you might have some. Caleb scratched frost along his cheek. He'll think so every time he sees you, just so you're aware. Alexandra hesitated. Will he like me if I bring him some? Even as it struck her as ridiculous to worry about whether or not a horse enjoyed her company, she became cognizant of a peculiar need to appease, if not befriend them. He seems to like you anyway, Caleb said. He gestured towards a stall at the far end of the barn. Anyway, I found your mount down there. I'll show you how to tack him up. Before she left, Alexandra gave Frost a tentative pat on the end of his nose, and she was surprised and delighted to discover the velvet covering his muzzle. She trotted after Caleb. His nose is so soft. Caleb's eyes sparkled with amusement that he didn't try to hide. Look at you, learning something new every day. She frowned. No one ever told me, and I can't say I've ever been motivated to find out for myself. She glanced at her palm, then back at Frost. I can't ride him? Caleb whistled low. No, ma'am, he said. Frost's a workhorse, meant for pulling wagons and such. I doubt you'd even get your legs across his back. Oh, an irrational tide of disappointment washed over her. That makes sense. She wasn't looking forward to earning the trust of multiple horses, some of which Alexandra was positive would not take to her. Like dogs, she was convinced horses had a sixth sense for her fear and would act accordingly. Tell you what, Caleb said. After you get a little practice, we'll make sure you get some quality time with Frost. Big old boy doesn't get as much attention these days as he did when he was young. I'm sure he'd appreciate it. Alexandra experienced a twinge of guilt. She wanted to turn tail, run back to the patient gray-spotted gelding, and hold her ground until Caleb relented. Frost may have been big, but she felt that she could trust him. Wasn't that the most important thing? Caleb stopped in front of a different stall before she could speak up or take action. He whistled through his teeth, drumming lightly on the top of the door. Alexandra chewed the inside of her lower lip. She didn't know what to expect. The head that popped up over the door was a deep, near-black brown. Something about its shape was delicate in comparison to the others, and there was a sharp spark of intelligence in its soft, sweet eyes. The animal tossed its two-toned forelock. Alexandra, I'd like you to meet Indy, Caleb said. He stroked the horse's muzzle. Haven't had him all that long, but darned if he isn't the kindest gentleman there ever was. As if on cue, Indy leaned out and skimmed the very edge of his nose along Alexandra's cheek. She held her breath, heart racing. The edge of his whiskers tickled. He's very pretty, she admitted. She tried to remember if he was the horse she had met in the pasture. You two should get along just fine. Caleb opened the door, clipped a lead to Indy's halter, and led him out into the corridor. He tied the horse there just like he would for grooming. This part you already know. Indy, whose name she found out was short for Indiana, only needed a cursory brushing. Over the course of the next half an hour, Alexandra learned about saddle blankets, girths, stirrups, and all manner of other accessories. Despite Caleb's carefully simple explanations, her head spun. But somehow, everything ended up in the right order atop Indy's back. Through it all, the horse stood placidly, head down, sniffing along the floor for stray bits of straw. When Caleb moved to lead him out of the barn, Indy followed without question. Alexandra took one last, faintly longing look at Frost on her way out. The gray gelding blinked his sleepy eyes at her. Come up by the fence. Caleb stood by Indy's head, the lead looped around the back of his hand. Might have to give you a boost if the fence won't do it. Alexandra began her approach, but she balked at the last second. Both Caleb and Indy watched her hesitate and pull back from the fence rail running parallel to Indy's flank. Mounting up was hardly a monumental task. She'd seen ranch hands do it over and over in her few days out in the barn. They made it look as easy as climbing a staircase. Nonetheless, her anxiety got the better of her. "I don't know, Caleb," she said quickly, backing away. "Alexandra." Caleb tied the lead to the fence and offered her his hand. "I'm right here. I'll show you." He moved around to Indy's left side and knelt down, one knee raised. "Just pretend I'm a box or a milking stool." She stared at him. "And what? Step on you?" He patted his thigh. "Right here. Then I'll lift you up." Alexandra covered her mouth to try and keep from laughing. It didn't work. "This is utter nonsense," she told him. He shrugged. "Or it's practical. Take your pick." He held out his hand again. "Come on now. I'm getting on in years. Can't stay down here all day." But he was smiling, and she was still giggling when she finally rested her right foot on top of his knee. "Good," he said. "Are you ready for the next part?" Alexandra wasn't really sure if she was being honest. Still, she glanced down at him and said, "Yes." He moved around to Indy's head, lead in hand. The gelding blinked at him through long eyelashes the color of perfect toast. "Let's get moving now." Behind him, Alexandra let out a nervous little laugh. He glanced back at her and saw she'd gone back to clutching the reins like her life depended on it. Caleb knew that if Indy spooked and she maintained a hold like that, the animal was likely as not to drag her. But he kept that thought to himself. It would only scare her right now. Instead, he faced forward and clicked his tongue, easing Indiana forward along the fence line. Each step was slow and easy, bordering on languid. Were he the one in the saddle, he'd be bored out of his mind. The second glimpse he sneaked of Alexandra, however, told a different story. She had a mix of fear and undeniable thrill painted across her countenance. Such rapt excitement struck Caleb as a little funny, given that they were moving about as fast as a turtle with a broken leg. But he felt a swell of pride on her behalf. The three of them walked on down to the paddock gate. It was locked, as per Caleb's usual instructions, and he had to briefly throw the lead over the rail while he opened it. He felt Alexandra's eyes on him the whole time, right up until he had the rope securely in his hand again. "If you're worried about Indiana taking off on you," he said, "don't be. He's nearly asleep on his feet." The sentiment was meant to be comforting and lighthearted, and it was also true. Indiana's eyelids drooped lower and lower, especially as he stood there in the sunlight. "I'll take your word for it." She made an attempt to match his casual tone, barely masking the tense edge on each of her words. Caleb swung the gate out, led her through, and locked it behind him. Indy's hooves left loose, shallow imprints in the dry ground. Their tiny caravan began to make loops around the empty field following the fence. The smell of the fast-growing grass hung in the air. Alexandra didn't say a word. Every time Caleb checked on her, she was deep in concentration, heels down, eyes forward. "How you doing?" he asked at a long last. They were on their 15th revolution, and the steady cadence of Indiana's gait had bored into the background of Caleb's mind. He could have walked her round and round in his sleep. "Oh." Her eyes went wide. She glanced at him as if she was just remembering he existed. I think I'm good." A wide grin gradually expanded across her mouth and up into her cheeks. "I'm good. You look it," Caleb said. He drew Indy to a halt on the far side of the paddock. Feeling brave today? She paled a little, but a second later, he saw her puff up, determined. Alexandra nodded. I think so. That answer was all Caleb needed to hear. He moved his hand under the gelding's chin and unclipped the lead. There, you're on your own. To illustrate the point, he took a few steps back, holding up his hands. Alexandra swallowed hard. She adjusted her hands on the reins, squeezed tight, and loosened up, just like he'd said. This is terrifying, she admitted. I feel like I'm going to fall. You won't. Caleb pointed at her left stirrup. Put your heel into him. Not a lot, just a tiny little bit. He'll feel it, and he'll go. She did not want to do that. It was written all over her face. A pang of sympathy passed through Caleb's chest, so strong that he nearly went right back and picked up the lead. But he was also a practical man who believed the best way to learn was to simply do. Go on, he urged gently. Nudge him right there in the ribs. Alexandra bit her lip, turning her heel inward into Indiana's flank. The horse's ears twitched. He shook his head in mild irritation and resumed plodding forward. She gasped. Did you see that? The girl's fear was all but drowned out by the sudden whirlwind of her exhilaration. She even went so far as to twist around in the saddle until she realized what she was doing. A short yelp leapt from her throat. Settle down, Miss Clarke, Caleb said evenly, fighting his urge to grin. She scrabbled to reinstate her grasp on the reins. You're doing fine, he called after her. Indiana kept up his lackadaisical stroll, black and white tail swishing back and forth. He displayed little interest in either Caleb or his rider. The handsome black and gray dappled gelding was more than content just to walk in lazy circles. Once or twice, he stopped to make a snack of some of the dainty flowers poking through the grass, and Caleb had to tell Alexandra to goad him forward. I feel a little sorry for the poor thing, Alexandra said after one of these impromptu breaks. I think he'd rather be napping. Walking at her side, Caleb shrugged. Maybe so, but he needs the exercise. He came to us from a riding school, and we didn't have any students here till you came along. I wouldn't say I'm a student, she protested. Not just yet anyway. She leaned forward very gingerly and gave Indy's neck a tentative pat. Still, he's been sweet on me so far. I reckon lots of young men would be, Caleb remarked. She rolled her sage-green eyes. That's rich, Mr. Turner. You better watch yourself. But she laughed too, and some of the tightness was gone from her voice. I think I'm mighty safe, Caleb replied, as long as you're up there. Without thinking, Alexandra kicked playfully out at him, her foot still in the stirrup. Indiana stirred to action. She yelped. Caleb, I don't know how to stop. Pull the reins, Caleb called. Indy was hardly clipping along. Caleb could have caught up at a brisk walk, and he kept pace with the horse just in case. Straight back, he added. Tell him you want him to slow down. Alexandra did as she was told, and Indy eased to a halt once more. She laid a hand over her heart. See, that wasn't so bad. Caleb leaned on Indiana's withers. I'll have you out in the fields in no time. Ha! She let out her breath. That's quite enough excitement for me this afternoon. I'd appreciate it if you would help me get down. Obligingly, Caleb guided Indiana back to the fence and showed her how to dismount. She did so with an impressive amount of grace for a self-proclaimed novice. On solid ground, she looked much happier and better able to see her brand-new accomplishment for what it was. It seemed so silly to say it out loud, but I honestly didn't expect to go anywhere near a horse, and if you had told me I was going to, I might have packed up and caught the next train home." She shook her head, laughing a little. "I can't speak so well for Indy, but I know I'm glad you haven't cut and run," Caleb said matter-of-factly. He rubbed the horse's neck. "Mark my words, in a month or two, you and this fine young gentleman will be the best of friends." Alexandra gazed up into his face with a look of muted wonder. "I've never met someone as full of such peculiar optimism as you," she remarked. "You must be a man of faith, Mr. Turner." "In a way, I guess I am." Caleb took her hand and put the lead in it, closing her fingers around the rope. "What do you say you walk your friend home?" "On my own?" She raised her eyebrows. "I'll be there too, most of the way." He motioned with his head toward the barn and the shed across the courtyard. "I'd like to check in with Thomas about the plow." Alexandra's face was doubtful, but she agreed. At first, Indiana balked at her attempts to bring him out of the paddock. She didn't blame him for wanting to stay the afternoon in the field, half asleep and munching lazily on flowers. "Come on, you horse," she huffed, pulling the lead slack. Indiana stuck out his chin, whickering. He stomped one of his front hoofs. A small plume of dust rose from the impact. Alexandra froze. She cast Caleb a fearful, questioning glance. Again, the rancher suppressed a grin. "Indy's not a bull, Alexandra. He's nothing more than a finicky trail horse. He's not gonna charge you." He placed his hand over hers and made that clicking sound with his tongue, like this. Alexandra hesitated. The moment she mimicked the sound, Indiana reluctantly relaxed his obstinate hold. He came and pressed his nose into her hand as they waited for Caleb to open the gate. "Don't you go trying to apologize." She pulled her hand away. The gelding was not that large as far as horses went, but she still found a way to act as though she'd somehow be crushed underneath that considerable weight. As Caleb turned around to beckon Alexandra forward, he saw her already moving, Indiana firmly secured at her side. She practically marched across to the barn, radiating purpose. Caleb trotted to catch up so that he might help her tie Indy up and get the saddle off. "That was something I've never done before, but also frustrating," she told him while they worked. "I don't think I can do this again anytime soon." "I bet money that you would," he responded calmly. The saddle was slung across his forearm to be taken to the rack in the other room. Alexandra shot him a defiant look, her chin lifted. "You say that with such certainty that it is getting on my nerves, Caleb," she said. But her green eyes sparkled even in the dimmer, cooler interior of the barn. Particles of dust and chaff swirled in the angled sunbeams. She had an uncanny ability to make the most mundane of scenes into a thing of beauty. He did not voice these private thoughts. Instead, he handed her a curry brush. "I'll let you take it from here," he said. Chapter 13. Alexandra thought about that first very tame horseback ride for days. She had felt so vulnerable and yet so oddly powerful in that worn leather saddle. The reins threaded through her fingers. The strength of that thrill frightened as much as it excited her, and she made the prudent decision to stay grounded for a while. But thoughts of her excursion stayed with her in everything she did. She imagined fitting her foot in the stirrup as she washed dishes in the kitchen after dinner. She recalled the smooth braid of the rope lead in her hands while she watered the plants on the back porch. Whenever Priscilla asked what she was thinking, it was all the girl could do not to sigh dreamily. "Not much," was her standard reply. If pressed, She might say she was tired, or still getting used to the early ranching hours. Priscilla made it clear that she thought Alexandra's daydreams had everything to do with Caleb. And they did, in a way. Indiana was his horse, after all. But truly, what Alexandra wanted was to get up there and ride again, if only she could conquer her nerves. A few times she had ventured down toward Indiana's stall, just to say hello, she convinced herself. Just to see if the gelding with the long toasted eyelashes remembered her. Then she'd get near to the door, and more often than not, she'd catch sight of his silky dark coat and white-flecked rump. That little glimpse was all it took to make her stomach knot up a dozen times over. Without Caleb's stoic support by her side, Alexandra's courage fled. She'd retreat to do her grooming, embarrassed. As her duties in the barn gradually expanded, she made the rounds for chores with one eye always trained toward Indiana's stall. Once, she managed to walk all the way over there without faltering, only to find the box empty. This went on for close to a fortnight before Caleb finally said something. "I bet he misses you." The very notion riddled Alexandra with guilt. "He does not," she retorted to spare her feelings. "He just wants apples and carrots from whoever will give in." "That's true," Caleb agreed. "But we were talking the other day, he and I. He asked me why you haven't come around." "Stop." She gave the rancher a pointed glare. "I've tried. I just can't get my feet to finish walking over there, and you've been too busy to escort me." "I seem to have some free time right about now." Caleb offered his hand as usual. "Let's go see how he's doing together." Alexandra grumbled. She went somewhat grudgingly, knowing that the confidence she wore in Caleb's presence was at least half borrowed. As they approached the stall, Indiana hung his fine-boned head over the door, his ears swiveled forward. "Hi, Indiana," Alexandra said sheepishly. She put out her hand, palm forward. "I didn't bring anything with me. I'm sorry." Indy responded by pressing his muzzle into her hand, not for treats, but for affection. She blinked and hesitantly scratched a path from his velvety nose up to the white star between his eyes. The anxiety that had plagued her for 2 weeks melted away. "Yep," Caleb said. "He missed you." "Don't be ridiculous." Alexandra smiled in spite of herself. To be a horse's favorite person was a brand new experience. She had to admit it warmed her up inside. After that second meeting, mere days passed before she found herself astride Indiana's back again, heading at the same glacial pace around and around the paddock. Each lap built up Alexandra's comfort a little more. By the time the better part of an hour had worn away, she wondered what exactly had taken her so long to get back to where she was. Caleb began to teach her how to steer, using the reins to guide Indiana's head. They moved away from the fence for the first time, and for the first time there was more than 5 or 10 feet between Alexandra and Caleb. That distance, however short, did concern her, but she tried hard not to let it show. He stayed by the railing, nonchalant as ever, hat down over his eyes, chewing on a long stalk of grass. Every so often he'd nod or offer an encouraging comment. "Don't look at me," he said. "Indy's the one you're working with. Focus on him." Easier said than done. Alexandra kept her eyes aiming forward and slightly down so that she could see the horse's constantly pivoting ears. They were walking at a more normal pace now, a gait that made Indy's hips sway beneath the saddle. The sensation was not unpleasant, like being rocked by gentle waves, and Alexandra was beginning to get the hang of horseback riding on an incredibly basic level. She'd have been hard-pressed to name the pattern of her horse's coloring, or all the pieces of tack that helped him bear her weight. But at least she was able to stay upright without falling off. "Hey!" The shout pierced through the tranquil stillness settling over the fields. Both Caleb and Alexandra turned unconsciously toward its source as another cry rang out. "We gotta run away." The next 10 seconds happened so fast that afterward, Alexandra barely remembered a thing. She saw a flash of movement streak past the barn, a wild, thrashing shape. 3 ranch hands came behind it in quick succession, hollering and kicking up dust. They weren't quite fast enough. The renegade yearling made it to the gate before they had the smallest chance of securing it. Alexandra watched the young horse wheel on its front legs, back hooves lashing out. A spark jumped between the yearling's shoes and the heavy chain on the gate. The impact of metal on metal let loose a loud, harsh tone. Alexandra had just enough time to flinch, and then the next thing she knew, the world was turning upside down. Alexandra. Stunned, she opened her eyes. The wide blue expanse of the big Montana sky spread out above her, clear and cloudless. For a moment or two, she felt no pain at all, and she figured she must have fallen asleep in the paddock. Then she heard Caleb speaking down from over her head. "Stay right there, Miss Clarke. Don't move a muscle until I get you all sorted out." He talked as calmly as ever, but his blue-brown eyes were shaded by alarm. "I fell," Alexandra murmured. Her first instinct was to try and sit up in order to assess the situation. He did not let that happen. "Didn't listen to a word I said," he chastised her lightly. "We need to make sure nothing broke just now, so you stay put." She relented and allowed him to continue his cursory examination. "Tell me if anything hurts." "Not really." She rolled her eyes as far as she could manage. "Where's Indiana?" "Right over there." Caleb pointed to a spot outside of her field of vision. "That clang only spooked him hard enough for you to take your tumble. Of course, he's fine and dandy now." In fact, if Alexandra listened hard enough, she thought she could make out the contented crunching of a grazing horse nearby. Presently, Caleb allowed her to regain a sitting position, at which time she became aware at last of the dull ache in her right shoulder. She touched the area and winced. "Let me see," he said right away. The skin on her upper arm was hot. It was already swelling too. She had to clench her teeth as he rolled up the sleeve of her dress, even though Caleb worked carefully. "Sorry, hon," he said. "I don't mean to pain you." She glanced at him. He had never called her anything besides some variation of her name before. "It's all right," she told him. "This is nobody's fault." Caleb grimaced. "We'll see about that," he muttered. But as it turned out, Alexandra had sustained no major wounds. Her injured arm amounted to nothing worse than a deep, nasty bruise that purpled while she looked at it in the mirror later on. Caleb walked her to the safety of the fence line and gave her instructions to go into the house and be tended to by Priscilla. Alexandra chose to stay and watch him go back out for Indy. Sure enough, the gelding with the dappled rump stood patiently waiting for Caleb to come and collect him. Not a single sign of fright or stress colored Indiana's movements. "Hey," Caleb called to her. "What are you doing still hanging around, little miss? Get on inside to Priscilla. That arm ought to be wrapped." "I didn't know they studied medicine in rancher school," Alexandra answered. Nonetheless, she turned around and went. He hadn't needed to show such tender concern, especially once it became clear that she was fine. The least she could do was make the poor man's life a little easier. Inside the ranch house, Priscilla fussed over the unfortunate Virginia girl whose burgeoning trust in horses landed her with a goose egg the size of her home state just below the cap of her shoulder. The housekeeper threw on 2 kettles of water, one for first aid and one for tea. She chattered away as Alexandra sat at the kitchen table with one sleeve rolled all the way up. They were both waiting for Caleb to show up. He never did. Finally, Priscilla huffed. The nerve of that boy, my word. She sent Alexandra up to bed armed with a hot water bottle and an extra pillow or 2 with which to prop up the hurt appendage. Alexandra kept an eye and an ear out for Caleb her whole way up the stairs, but she didn't hear a thing on the 2nd floor. No boot steps making their way down the hall, no deep, soft drawl outside her door, and no knock. Nestled down in the coziness of her bed, Alexandra gazed out the window. Caleb wasn't there, and the more she thought about it, the less she could blame him for disappearing. Were she the one in his shoes, she'd be utterly mortified. Maybe he was just waiting for things to settle down before he decided to show his handsome face at the house. Of course, she'd already forgiven him. As she had pointed out earlier, there was really no error to forgive in the first place. She knew horses were prone to spooking. It was one of the reasons she had never ridden one before. Chapter 14. Everything was his damn fault. That sentiment echoed in Caleb's mind nonstop on the walk with Indiana back to his stall. He heard it in his thoughts while he removed the saddle, the girth, the blanket, and the bridle. He listened to it repeat with every stroke of the brush on Indy's hide. He should have known better. She was scared, and she had told him so. A sensible man wouldn't have let her out of arm's reach for a second, no matter how gentle the horse, because things could always happen. Lord knew he'd been on the receiving end of a hard fall or 3 out of nowhere. He had more bruises and scars from his lifetime on horseback than he could count. Alexandra didn't want any part of that particular pedigree. It was his job to ensure that her fears stayed far away. And yet, he let them creep in close enough to snatch her off the back of that handsome, sweet-hearted gelding and dump her in the paddock dirt. It was enough to make Caleb want to ball up his fists and shout into the endless blue sky. She was supposed to be his second chance at proving he was worth something. Instead, it was all mucked up now. The right thing to do was to finish putting Indiana away and then go over to the ranch house and check on her, a display of thoughtfulness to dilute the sting of his careless mistake. But the part of Caleb that experienced pride most intensely also filled him with his strongest sense of shame in years. No way could he walk in there and face her. The very idea struck him as far beyond conceivable. If Alexandra didn't give him the cold shoulder, Priscilla was liable to throw him out on his ear like he deserved. Neither one of those outcomes was something he thought he could bear. That was why he ended up locating the rambunctious yearling that had set the whole mess off. He sat down at the top of the fence and watched 3 strong, burly men try in vain to coax that black spitfire into taking the bit. The horse was a real devil, bucking and stamping, showing the whites of its eyes nearly all the way around. All 3 of the unfortunate handlers narrowly avoided catching a hoof to the stomach, chest, or the groin. They were so absorbed in their task that they didn't even notice their boss had shown up. Everett Alderman, the youngest of the trio, only spotted him in the midst of whirling around to reposition. His mouth dropped open. "Boss?" Caleb waved him off and hopped down inside the paddock. "I'm just here to provide an extra set of hands." anything to keep his mind from dwelling incessantly on the sight of Alexandra hitting the ground. "We appreciate it," Everett said. "As you can see." The yearling reared back, pawing fiercely at the air. Caleb's expression hardened. "This one and I have a score to settle." With Caleb's help, the newly formed foursome managed to wrangle the wild beast into a bridle, though it very nearly cost a couple of fingers to get it done. Then Everett jumped up bareback, and the others watched him seesaw around the enclosure, whooping up a storm. Caleb stood back a bit and put his hands in his pockets. If he had just let anyone know that he was planning to take Alexandra out on Indy, she wouldn't be sitting in the ranch house kitchen getting her arm patched up. She'd be one step closer to conquering her phobia instead of the 2 steps back that he was sure she must have taken. "Hey, boss." One of the other men approached as Everett spun in the background. He was older than the kid on the horse, with a drooping, jowly hound's face. He cleared his throat and clasped his hands at his belt buckle. Caleb nodded his acknowledgement. "Silas?" he said. Silas was like Tommy Caskell, an institution on the ranch. "Listen, I'm real sorry about what happened. Everett was holding him, but it's not his fault. You know as well as I do that damn Colt's had the spirit of the devil in him since the day he came out." A vague smirk crossed Caleb's face. "That I do. There was a strange, wicked blood running in that creature's veins that none of them were able to master. I don't blame Everett," Caleb added. "He'll be a real fine cowboy someday." "How's the lady?" Silas changed the subject, and Caleb practically winced. He kept an eye on the dancing horse in the middle of the paddock. Everett's arm, raised for balance, waved in the air. "She's a little banged up, but she's gonna be fine." A deep sigh rushed from Caleb's lungs. "I'm just sorry I didn't manage to stop it is all." Silas patted his shoulder. "Get that from your daddy, you do," he said. "Always holding yourselves to a damn near impossible standard." His grip tightened into a squeeze for a moment. "It's a hard way to live, Caleb. I hope you know that." "Yeah." Caleb looked down at his hands grasping the edge of the fence rail. "I suppose I do." He swung his legs over to the opposite side of the fence. "See to it that Everett doesn't scramble his brains all right?" Silas nodded knowingly. "Will do." Whenever Caleb had too much weighing heavy on his mind, his go-to solution was to take a long, meandering walk through the land that had been his father's and was now rightfully his. He could almost feel it healing him, setting his body and soul back right where they were supposed to be. Most times anyway. This time, he just felt frustrated. He had been feet away when his presence mattered most. And now he was falling victim to his own foolish pride. Surely Alexandra considered him selfish for not coming to see if she was really all right. He already expected to get more than an earful from Priscilla. If she wasn't waiting up downstairs when he got back, she'd be ready to go the next morning. She would probably be up early just to make sure she got a shot at him. That woman had a way of keeping him humble, but he dreaded facing Alexandra even more. Caleb scuffed his toes in the dirt as he moseyed along, racking his brain for the least destructive words to say that might serve to smooth things over. Nothing sounded right. It was all half-baked excuses. She was too smart, and she deserved more than those. Caleb chewed the inside of his lip, furrowing his brow. The notion occurred to him that he should be honest more than anything. Rehearsed in his head, his speech sounded awful. Could he reasonably expect her to understand that he needed time to think about his last engagement and precisely why it failed? or that he was afraid showing Alexandra too much failure would simply give her a reason to bail. The small, pessimistic voice in his head whispered that she had already thought of 1,000 reasons. She was just biding her time, waiting for that last straw. It was hard to think he hadn't handed it over on a silver platter. Caleb didn't go back to the ranch house until late at night, and he slunk back in like a guilty fox coming home empty-handed. The entire first floor was dark, save for the lantern in the kitchen window. Priscilla had left that one burning for him. She might have been upset, but she knew he would find his way back eventually. Caleb extinguished the flame and picked his way up the stairs in pitch blackness. The lack of light didn't matter. He knew the old house like the back of his hand. That night, every stair beneath his feet creaked louder than it ever had. Every floorboard seemed to be coming loose and wavering under his weight. He crept down the hall towards a door he knew was there, but first he paused in front of Alexandra's. He thought about knocking so intensely that he raised his hand to the wood without thinking. By the time he came to, it was nearly too close to take back. He pulled his hand away, restraining it with the other. Standing in the deep shadows of midnight, he listened for a sign that she might be awake. Caleb received none, and after a minute more of lingering, he moved on to the embrace of his own bed. Even there, he'd find little rest. His dreams were cruel and stressful, montages of driving Alexandra back to the train station and standing by as she was swallowed into the belly of the steam-powered beast. Zeke was there too sometimes, smiling that crooked, gap-toothed grin, the blood pooling in the pockets of his gums. If he looked Zeke head-on in the face, Caleb might be forced to admit that he really looked like one of the family. They had the same bone structure and the same dark brow. The main difference was that Zeke's smile always ran cold. He never stopped thinking of himself and how to get a leg up on those he perceived as weaker than him. And he'd had his eye on Caleb for years, watching, waiting, a predator in the long grass. Caleb woke before his usual time, sweating and half uncovered. He was not a superstitious man, but even to him, these dreams of Zeke's revenge looked like omens. That morning, he was slow to get moving and put his clothes on, and he made a conscious choice not to study his reflection. He had a feeling he might not like what he saw there. The feeling lingered as he stepped out into the hall and down in the direction of the stairs. He half expected to see Alexandra's trunks all packed and ready to be loaded into the cart. No, all was as it should be on the surface. Caleb proceeded to walk softly down the steps and into the spacious kitchen. The coffee had not been moved, nor had the pot. Priscilla had shored up the stove coals like clockwork the night before. The only thing out of place was a slip of white paper resting on the kitchen table. There were words on it, written in a practiced hand he didn't immediately recognize. Then he read it, and he knew who it was from. "Let's have a picnic," it said, "you and me." At the bottom, she had drawn a tiny heart, if not an outright symbol of love, a sure indication of her continued tolerance. Caleb grinned, alone in the gloomy kitchen, holding that slip of paper in his hand. Not once in his life before had he been so acutely aware of the myriad blessings bestowed upon him. Chapter 15. Caleb made himself scarce in the days following the unfortunate incident in the paddock. Other than the slowly fading pain in her arm and shoulder, Alexandra spent surprisingly little time thinking about what had happened. Of course, her initial conclusion was to blame the horse, but the more she considered it, the more she realized Indiana was just acting out of instinct. He hadn't gone on to stomp her to death, and he didn't seem to dislike her in the aftermath. Alexandra came away from it all feeling that she might as well try to be more forgiving in the face of her lingering uncertainty over horseback riding. Caleb had gone to such lengths to coax her into the saddle that it would be a shame not to follow through. Or perhaps she just wanted to impress him, which would be difficult to do now that she was only seeing him once a day if she was lucky. She often caught passing glimpses of his tall, lean figure striding to and from the barns or riding across the fields, but there was never an opportunity to stop him and talk. Men could be so frustrating. Yet, Alexandra resisted the mighty urge to vent her mild irritation to Priscilla or anyone else. Instead, she allowed Caleb the space he needed. Eventually, she hoped he'd come back to her, and their relationship would be that much better for her willingness to wait him out. She still spent a week of evenings pretending to do other things. Mending the wear on his clothes was especially hard, as the work just made her thoughts turn naturally to Caleb. Some of the shirts she had seen him wear, and she imagined him in them again. Gosh, he was a handsome man. She blushed, all by herself in the big, homey living room, her needle weaved in and out automatically. Every so often, she tossed a casual glance toward the kitchen. At the current hour, it was empty, the sun long since set. Alexandra sighed quietly. She had left a little note on the table, but the morning after, it was gone. But Caleb hadn't mentioned it at all in the few times she'd seen him since then, nor had he approached her to talk about her invitation. Maybe he was nervous. If that was the case, it would be sort of funny and very endearing, rather than embarrassing for both of them. Alexandra decided to believe he needed time to get over her fall. He'd let her know when he was ready. At long last, her patience paid off. That Saturday, she began in earnest to plant seedlings for the garden in the back. Alexandra had meant to till the land herself, but her shoulder injury made such activity all but impossible. Priscilla had promptly gathered a couple of willing ranch hands. Now, Alexandra knelt in the neat rows, lovingly tucking her tiny plants into blankets of earth. She enjoyed gardening at her father's home in Virginia. It was the one thing she had missed. The old man had always found any type of outdoor task both menial and dreadfully boring. It was Alexandra who cared for his gardens, his lawn, and his poor, neglected orchard. She hated to think what was happening to all of that now that she was gone. But that was the price she had to pay, and she was more than willing. "What are you doing out here, pretty lady?" The low, familiar drawl caught her off guard. She nearly dropped the seedling in her hand as she twisted around to look at the figure casting his shadow over her. "Didn't mean to startle you," he said. "That's just fine." She tamped the soil down around the slender green stalk and stood up, brushing her hands off on the work apron over her dress. All of a sudden, the fine spring sun was 100 times hotter. "I was beginning to think you lived out in those fields." Caleb looked briefly chagrined. "I'm sorry," he told her. "I've been out there trying to get the right words straight in my head. Didn't know how to talk to you about your, adventure with Indy." "Oh, Caleb, that was days ago." Alexandra grinned, touching his arm. "I hope you're not still worrying about it." He shrugged. "Let me take a look at your shoulder." Alexandra gave him a knowing glance. "It's fine, Caleb. Priscilla already made me promise to have the doctor in Maybelle check up on it soon." He hesitated just long enough for her to notice. She watched him choose his words carefully. Once, he opened his mouth to say something and thought better of it. "You'll like Maybelle," he stated finally. "It's a place." "And I won't go past it," she reminded him gently. He chuckled. "Not unless you'd like to leave. The train station's the only real structure that away for a pretty long trek." "We've established that I'm not going anywhere," Alexandra said. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, debating whether or not to ask him about the note. "Oh, hey." He slipped a hand into his pocket and pulled out a slightly crumpled bit of paper. "I meant to tell you I saw this the other day." "And?" she prompted. Her heart sped up in her chest. "It's a good idea," he said. "Makes me wish I had a little more free time so we could have that picnic sooner." Relieved, Alexandra laughed. "It would be better to wait until my shoulder's all healed up anyway, so you don't have to carry everything." "I wouldn't dream of carrying a thing even if you were a dozen times stronger than me," Caleb said. She folded her arms. "Honestly, Caleb." He chose to change the subject, glancing up toward the blazing blue sky. "How about this weekend, then? I'll take the whole Sunday afternoon off." "That sounds perfect to me." Alexandra felt the ever-present blush creep up into her cheeks. She faked a cough as an excuse to look away. "I'm sure I'll be in tip-top shape." "I hope so." Caleb's features were dimmed by a passing shadow. His gaze lingered on her for a moment. "I really do apologize for that, Alexandra. I should have been more attentive." She waved him off. "You couldn't have known. Even I understand that horses kick sometimes. You're lucky he hit the fence and not one of your cowboys." "Right." Caleb stuffed his hands in his pockets. "Forgive me for saying, but I thought you'd be more, I don't know, shaken up, I guess." "Did you?" Alexandra pulled up the hem of her skirt a bit and knelt back down, carefully loosening another seedling from its temporary planter. She cradled the fragile tangle of roots in her palm. "Well, yeah." He picked up an empty pail, turned it over, and sat down on it, resting his arms on his knees. "You got scared if a mare so much as sneezed." "Don't say it like that," Alexandra laughed. "It makes me sound like such a child." She put the plant in its small hollow and scooped some earth over the hole. "I can't deny it, though. I've always been under the impression that they were dangerous creatures." "Your dad taught you that, I bet," Caleb murmured. Alexandra paused. She turned her head to eye him closely. He might have. She waited, curious to see his reaction. He was possibly the first person outside of her family to bring her father up in conversation. Most others knew not to. In the next moment, Caleb appeared to realize he may have crossed a line. He cleared his throat and leaned back. "That wasn't my place to say." But he did not apologize. Alexandra was fine with that. "My father is a topic for another time," she replied delicately. "At our picnic, perhaps." She said this mostly to mollify him. In reality, there was no desire to speak of the old man in Virginia ever again, not if she could help it. And by changing the subject, a companionable peace was restored to the ranch. The next morning, Alexandra performed her usual grooming duties before setting off to Mabel in the wagon. She had a driver with her, as well as a shawl around her shoulders to ward off the dewy morning cool. The driver did not make conversation on the road, which was just dandy for her. She held her hands in her lap, watching the Montana scenery roll on by. By the time the wagon rolled into Maybelle proper, the settlement had been awake for a while. Its streets, while not exactly bustling, were lively enough, and it didn't take long for Alexandra to spot the centers of activity in town. The door of the post office swung open and shut like clockwork. A host of boots and ladies' shoes crossing back and forth over the weathered wood planks. Likewise, The bell above the entrance to the general store rang steadily in her ear. That was where she hopped down, and after arranging when to be collected by the driver, she headed inside. Again, the bell tinkled out a little song. Alexandra stopped just inside the threshold to peer around, her nose filled with the distinctive scent of feed. "Welcome," sang a cheery voice from the back of the room. A young woman stood with her hands on the store counter, bright brown eyes locked onto Alexandra's. Her long dark hair was pulled into a neat bun at the nape of her neck. She wore no bonnet. "Let me know if I can be of any help." Actually, yes. Alexandra moved down the aisle, taking brief stock of the store's wares. The shelves held mostly pantry goods. Along the simple paneled wall, she spotted the source of the earthy smell, a stack of feed bags several feet high. "I'm looking for the doctor." As Alexandra moved closer, the store girl's expression changed from friendliness to mild bemusement. She cocked her head to the side. Her cocoa eyes sharpened a little. "You're new in town," she said. It wasn't a question. Yes. Alexandra pressed her lips together, suddenly nervous. She hadn't considered how the arrival of a strange face might be taken by the locals. "I just arrived a week or two ago." The girl looked her up and down. "We've been hearing stirrings to that effect," she said. Then the clouds parted from her face, and she extended a hand across the counter. "My name's Cherie. Anything you need, I've got it here, and if I don't, then you don't need it." Alexandra blinked. Cherie was grinning now, showing teeth that stood out like pearls against her tanned skin. She shook the offered hand. "Thank you. I'll remember that." "Don't you forget it." Cherie's eyes flicked up and to the left. "Now, you said you needed the doctor?" She gestured along with her directions. "Out the door, take a left, then walk until you see the well in the square. Doc Mitchell lives right behind it." "Thanks again," Alexandra said. She glanced around once more, thinking she should have asked Priscilla if there was anything they needed at the ranch. "Have a good day." "You too, darling." Cherie smiled big for the second time. "And you tell Caleb I said hello, won't you? He's been sending his boy in for feed instead of coming himself, and Everett always asks for the wrong thing." Her laughter was loud and boisterous, ringing through the store. "I will." Alexandra had a smile on her face as she slipped through the door. The young woman's joy was infectious. She followed Cherie's directions into the very middle of Maybelle. Snippets of conversation floated on the breeze. The well sat off to the side under its own faded roof, the bucket line wrapped loosely at the top. Alexandra aimed for the small cottage, resting in the shade of two huge trees just behind. The sign above the cottage door identified its inhabitant as Rutherford Mitchell, Doctor of Medicine. Alexandra climbed the few shallow steps and knocked. "Just a moment," someone called. A few moments passed, and then a flurry of footsteps rushed to the door. "Is it an emergency?" the doctor inquired as he yanked open the portal. He was out of breath, adjusting the spectacles on his nose. No. Alexandra held up her hands. "If I've disturbed you, I'm terribly sorry. I can come back later." Dr. Mitchell was a short man, and he looked up at her through his round lenses, squinting. "Nonsense," he said. He stepped back. "Do come in, my dear. Do come in. I've been expecting you." Chapter 16. Talking to Alexandra lifted such a weight from his shoulders that Caleb castigated himself for waiting so long. He was a full-grown adult, a scant couple of years from 30, and he ought to behave like one, especially if he was fixing to make the gorgeous green-eyed girl his wife. He had been thinking about that too lately, how to go about making the wedding happen. Every day, even the ones he'd spent stubbornly not communicating with her, Caleb grew increasingly sure that his ranch was where Alexandra Clarke belonged. Of course, he had known it in his heart since the first day. Hell, he'd known it since the first instant he laid eyes on her. Then she smiled, and he was done for. All his life, he had never been a match for a smart, pretty woman. They just had to glance his way, and he was more or less a goner. That was a lesson Eliza had taught him, and one he thought he'd learned pretty damn well. How many times had he sworn never to fall for a woman's charms again? But loneliness and the fear of aging alone had crept into his thoughts at night. The big bed in the master bedroom had begun to feel a little bit like a tomb. Soon enough, his ad was running in print all the way back east. Caleb made an effort to seem like he didn't care either way about the responses he might get, but he still dropped by the post office regularly. To his surprise, it was often flooded with letters for him, some rather shockingly blunt, and others written on scented parchment, their envelopes marked by wax seals. The one belonging to Miss Alexandra Clarke of Virginia fell somewhere in between those two extremes. She wrote on good quality paper, her penmanship elegant and practiced. Even then, at the beginning of their association, her primary concern appeared to be leaving Virginia behind. "I care not about money, nor your station, nor your looks," she had written, "though I may say a handsome face would count highly in your favor. What I want most of all is a man who is brave enough to stand on his own 2 feet. That last sentence stuck with Caleb for a long time as he sorted through the mountain of missives. The kitchen table spent a fortnight or more entirely covered in letters while he juggled his quest for a wife with the ongoing ranch work. It was as though he could hear Alexandra's voice through the paper. In the end, she was the only one to whom he furnished a reply. Priscilla had thought it too rash to simply dispose of all the others, but Caleb's mind had been made up. He was set on this Virginia woman, and if it wasn't meant to be, well, then maybe he would settle for the bachelor life. But Alexandra had sent back another answer and another. She wrote with a quick wit and an open sweetness that only further reinforced Caleb's strange feeling that he knew her already. The hard part was waiting to see if she felt the same. Now, some weeks later, she had come to share his life. In a lot of ways, thanks to his cousin's untimely intrusion, she had been thrown in far deeper than he wanted. Despite her stalwart reassurances, he still worried that it was all too much. Several times throughout that next day, Caleb found himself stopping to look down the road out toward Maybelle, wondering where she was and what she was doing. He didn't know for sure if she'd recognize Zeke on sight. That was something he should have asked her. He knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that she wouldn't recognize Eliza. She'd never even seen her. Caleb peeled his gaze away from the road and forced his feet to walk him on about his business. Too late to agonize over all that now. Zeke knew better than to make too much trouble so soon after his last infraction, and Alexandra was sure to let Caleb know should she encounter anything strange. Caleb let out his breath, pausing on the front porch with his hand against the door. He pushed it open and went in. "Hello, dear." For a very brief instant, Caleb mistook the bright, sing-song voice for Alexandra's, and he was flooded with relief that she had come home early. Then he noticed Priscilla's round, ruddy face smiling at him from the kitchen doorway. "Come in for lunch, I bet," she said cheerfully. You're just in time." "Sure." Caleb started up the stairs. "I'll be right back down." "Take your time," the housekeeper called. He blessed her for it. There was something in his room that he needed to find, and it was going to take some digging. Caleb's bedroom door was always locked tight if he wasn't in it. On Sundays, he left it open so that Priscilla could get in and clean, but there was one other door on the inside that remained closed. About 3 years prior, he'd made a solemn, dramatic vow that it would never be ajar again, and yet the time seemed to finally have come. He crossed to the big old writing desk under the window and pulled out the top drawer. It was peculiarly shallow until he dislodged the false bottom. The secret compartment only held one object, a small, plain key. Caleb picked it up and turned toward the closet door. It was odd, the way memories threatened to overrun his mind as he stood in front of that simple slab of wood. The shape of the key pressed cold into his palm. He remembered how he had taken all of his clothes out and put them into the bureau standing against the opposite wall. Then he'd filled the bottom of the closet with everything that reminded him of Eliza, locked the door, and tossed the key into the secret desk drawer. As far as he was concerned, all of that stuff could stay exactly where it was, with no one the wiser, and he'd be perfectly happy. But it wasn't fair to Alexandra not to know her enemies, if that was what they insisted on being. It was certainly possible that Eliza had nothing to do with Zeke's harebrained schemes, but Caleb knew better than to believe in her innocence. He'd done that once before. Shaking his head, he stepped up to the closet and fit the key into the lock. It turned more easily than he had expected, and all of a sudden, the door was swinging outward. Cobwebs stretched down from the corner of the doorframe, their ragged edges hanging abandoned. Even the spiders had long since left it all behind. Caleb knelt amid the jumble of things thrown haphazardly into the bottom of the space. His emotions cooled by the passage of time, he thought that he could have taken better care of all these things. They represented a whole era of his life, after all, one he was finally somewhat prepared to face. The closet held more things than he remembered, from shirts of his that Eliza liked to see him wear, to the teacup she'd always used on the afternoons she spent sitting on the porch or in the living room in front of a roaring fire. The painted rim had a chip in it now. He set it aside. A teacup wasn't what he was searching for. He had a much more concrete keepsake, one that he'd had done when he thought the life they were building would be much more than ephemeral. And after minutes of sorting through shards of a past more recent than he wanted to admit, Caleb found it. The silver frame was starting to tarnish. He could still feel the pattern of delicate inlay that had been carved into the cover. When he flipped it open, a puff of dust blew out. Underneath lay the tintype of Caleb and Eliza together. She sat in one of the chairs from the kitchen table, and he stood behind with his hand on her shoulder. They were both smiling, their fingers touched. The Caleb in the picture was so trusting and naive. In a matter of weeks, he would be told that his love affair had been hollow for a long time, and that he had been replaced by someone he knew very well. Those scars took a long time to heal. Caleb closed the tintype with a snap and put it in his pocket. The silver rectangle was heavy on his leg. Try as he might, he couldn't forget it was there. Nonetheless, he returned Priscilla's smile as she sat him down at the very same table, maybe in the very same chair. No sign of Alexandra. She'd be gone until afternoon, most likely. He hoped Doc Mitchell would confirm her staunch belief that the shoulder injury was nothing to worry about. That would be one less burden on his mind. He spent the rest of the day with that tintype burning a hole in his pocket. It was the only recollection of Eliza Marsh that he was allowing himself to keep, and only temporarily. If he was lucky, the moment Alexandra gazed at that picture, she would eclipse Eliza once and for all, like the moon shifting its way in front of the sun. Caleb was still thinking about the picture as he made his way back to the house hours later, dusty and tired. His eyes roved aimlessly over the grass, not focusing on anything in particular. Then they picked out a pretty silhouette perched on one of the porch chairs. He picked up his pace. As he rounded the base of the steps, Alexandra smiled. Her green eyes caught the waning rays of the sun. "Hi there, cowboy." "That'd mean more if we had more cows," Caleb said. He sat down in the empty seat beside her, scooting it closer. She reached over and brushed a streak of dry dirt from his sleeve. "Horseman doesn't have quite the same ring," she told him, winking. "How'd you find Doc Mitchell?" There was no point in acting like her appointment with the doctor wasn't all that was on his mind at the moment. He decided to get the news, good or bad, out of the way. Alexandra shrugged. "He's a nice old man," she said absently, "very talkative." Her voice trailed off and her eyes went far away. Caleb got the distinct impression that something was being left unsaid, but he chose not to press her. In a moment she was back, and so was her smile. "He said I'd be back to normal in another week or so." "Glad to hear that." Caleb sat back in his chair, rocking it gently. A tranquil silence fell, during which he stole glances a few feet over at her. That faraway look had returned to her face, enhanced by the reflection of the sunset sky on her skin. What was she thinking about? Caleb had half a mind to ask, until he realized that it didn't matter if she wasn't choosing to tell him. He had learned the hard way that women operated on their own time, by their own set of rules. It was best to just let it be until she felt like talking. In the meantime, however, he knew of a conversation they needed to have. "I got something to show you." He leaned forward, withdrawing the tintype. "Thought this was something you ought to see." Chapter 17. Earlier in town, Alexandra had followed the doctor into his little house, through the living room and the sparse kitchen, to a small back room containing an examination table and a stool. Various medical instruments lay scattered on counters along the walls, and the single window had drapes drawn all the way over for privacy. The effect of the muted light could best be described as cave-like until Dr. Mitchell went over and let in some of the sun. "No need for these drastic measures at the moment," he said, chuckling merrily. "Now, let's get the bookkeeping over with, shall we?" "Yes, of course." Alexandra watched the doctor sit down on the stool while she stood awkwardly in front of him, her hands clasped at her waist. She had assumed she was in for little more than a cursory assessment. The mention of bookkeeping made her nervous. Dr. Mitchell pulled open a leather-bound ledger that was nearly as wide as him. He sharpened the point of a pencil and glanced at her above the circlets of his glasses. "Don't look so apprehensive, my dear. I simply like to keep a record of all new patients for my own sake. It's come in handy quite a few times." Alexandra let her shoulders relax, though her hands stayed tightly clasped. "Whatever you like, doctor. Let's see here." Mitchell's mustache twitched as he set the pencil to the page. "You'd be Miss Alexandra Clarke, wouldn't you?" He gave her a knowing smile. "Come from the ranch up the road?" Alexandra blinked. "How did you know?" A vision of Ezekiel Abrams flashed in her mind's eye. She could just see that nasty man spreading all kinds of rumors about her arrival. Maybelle's a small town, and small towns do talk. Dr. Mitchell scribbled in his ledger as he spoke. Besides, young Caleb's been alone at Turner Ranch for quite some time now. He waggled his eyebrows. Alone in the biblical sense, that is. The young woman blushed fiercely. Nothing about Rutherford Mitchell's mien came across as threatening or invasive. Actually, he was quite the opposite. The heels of his small feet bounced off the floor in rhythm with one another, and his elfin face was constantly alight. "We're hardly married yet," Alexandra said with a laugh that she hoped sounded natural. Truthfully, they weren't even betrothed. She tucked her still bare left ring finger into the folds of her skirt, in case the nosy little man had a mind to check. That sort of talk seems highly presumptive. Yes, Dr. Mitchell waved her concerns away. It won't stop the whole town from looking forward to the wedding, though. He frowned abruptly. Well, maybe not the whole town. Then he cleared his throat. What ails you today, Miss Clarke? He looked her up and down, setting the ledger aside. A week ago, I fell off a horse and hurt my shoulder, she said. The details were kept vague. Mitchell didn't press for more. He just nodded sagely. Wily creatures, those horses, but undeniably useful. He rolled up her sleeve, taking as much care as possible to avoid agitating the swollen purple bruise that had taken up residence just below her shoulder joint. It was a bad fall, Alexandra added by way of explanation. She still could not lift her arm above chin level, and it often felt stiff and sore all the way down to her forearm. This last detail was what had finally made Priscilla urge her to see Dr. Mitchell just in case. Yes, indeed. Dr. Mitchell frowned slightly. You're quite lucky not to have broken the arm, I think. She grimaced. Thank goodness Caleb hadn't known that. His guilt over the accident would surely have compounded if he was aware of how serious it might have been. Would you say it has gotten better or worse? The doctor asked. His nimble fingers prodded very lightly around the edge of the bruise. The skin was slightly stretched and warm. Better, Alexandra said, which was true. She had been forced to keep that arm immobilized for the first few days, and constantly wrapped in bandages. There was no blood, at least. Good. Mitchell took her arm in his hands and began to extend it slowly. You just let me know when we've reached your limit. Alexandra was able to demonstrate her current range of motion with minimal wincing. She let out her breath at the end. That wasn't so bad. The muscle in her arm and shoulder ached, but not unbearably. She hoped he wasn't about to tell her to wear a sling. You're a very brave young lady. The doctor smiled, adjusting his glasses. He hefted his ledger up and scribbled down some more notes. Well, I have to say it looks all right to me. Do keep a good eye on it, and if anything changes, let me know. Alexandra nodded. Yes, sir. She fixed her sleeve as he closed the book and walked out ahead of her. At the door, she paused. Priscilla instructed me to inform you that if you stop by Turner Ranch at your convenience, she'd be happy to broker a deal with you in exchange for this visit. Rutherford Mitchell laughed, light sparkling off his glasses. Think nothing of it, my dear. We'll call it an introductory appointment. Complimentary, of course. He showed her onto the front stoop, and just before he closed the door, his beaming smile faded. Miss Clarke, before you go. Yes? Alexandra raised her eyebrows, puzzled. The change in his demeanor was like a heavy cloud passing across the sun. He beckoned for her to lean closer, raising up onto the tips of his toes so he could lower his voice. Between you and me, Eliza Abrams comes into town on Tuesdays and Thursdays most often. You might do well to make yourself scarce those days." A chill ran down Alexandra's spine, but she refused to show it. "Is she looking for me?" she whispered. The doctor hesitated, obviously uncomfortable. He shifted from foot to foot. "She's a very jealous woman, and I'm sure she knows about you." After that, he backed quickly into his little cottage and shut the door, leaving Alexandra standing on the stoop. A moment later, the curtains in the front window parted, and he gave her an apologetic little wave. "Goodbye, Dr. Mitchell," she called, waving back. But her stomach churned as she made her way past the well and across the modest square. It wasn't a surprise to be told that Caleb's former beloved was likely aware of her existence. The lady was married to Zeke Abrams, after all. Zeke would have been the first to tell his wife of any new person in his cousin's close circle, particularly another woman. What Alexandra wasn't sure about was Eliza's reaction to this news. Cold indifference seemed the best-case scenario, but Dr. Mitchell's warning made the opposite end of the spectrum seem much more likely. Alexandra retraced her steps toward the general store. Her senses heightened to the pleasant hubbub milling around her. She kept looking over her shoulder, scrutinizing every face she glimpsed. Not that she'd know what Eliza looked like in any case. Her original plan was to walk around Maybelle prior to going home, just to familiarize herself with the town and perhaps some of its people. Now, however, the ominous advice from the good doctor left her so discomfited and strange that she decided just to get out of there as soon as she could. She headed directly for the same spot in front of the general store where the wagon had dropped her off and where her driver had promised to come and retrieve her. A few benches sat in the shade of the store overhang, and Alexandra sat on one, although she couldn't relax. Her back stayed ramrod straight, keen, sage eyes always moving over the changeable crowd. To her left, the door kept jingling open and closed. More than a couple of passers-by shot her quizzical glances, and some stopped to ask if she needed help. She politely declined each one, anxious to keep up her vigil. The hyperactive thoughts in her brain told her that any second could be the one in which Eliza arrived to wreak whatever vengeance she was planning. No distractions would be tolerated. The wagon might as well have taken a decade to roll up beside the store. Its young driver was scarcely on his feet before Alexandra hopped into the back and asked him firmly to get on the road. He too looked at her oddly, but he obliged her request, even spurring on the horses a touch faster than usual. Alexandra took one last glance over her shoulder as Maybelle receded behind the wagon's back wheels. Through the ever-present thin haze of dust, the cozy settlement appeared no different than it had a few hours ago, and yet she felt deeply that something had changed. And she swore she could almost see the Abrams property, marked by that twisted dead tree just on the other side. The knowledge that Ezekiel and his wife were there, going about their daily lives not 3 miles from Turner Ranch, sent another shiver through her body. "Are you cold, miss?" the driver asked, half turning in his seat. "I can lend you my coat." "That's very kind of you, but I'm just fine." Alexandra smiled as convincingly as she was able to muster. Must have been a passing breeze. The driver, unconvinced, simply agreed and turned back to the road. She noticed that the wheels began to turn yet faster, the rutted surface of the road zipping along underneath. The 2 miles promptly disappeared, and soon Alexandra stood on the porch of the ranch house, watching the wagon be wheeled into the shed. Various ranch hands moved back and forth in the vicinity of the barn. She could pick out their ambling shapes easily in the unrelenting sun. Like Caleb, they all wore wide-brimmed hats, but she didn't see him among the group. For a minute or two, she fiddled with the notion of walking across the courtyard to pick their brains. They had to know something about Eliza, didn't they? Certainly, at least Tom Caskell would. He was, as far as she surmised, the oldest of the lot. Oh, the stories she'd bet Tommy could tell. But he was also a tactful, considerate man, meaning he'd probably not tell those tales to her. Or, at least, not the ones she wanted to know. And deep down, Alexandra understood that she ought to be asking Caleb directly, though the ensuing conversation promised to be like pulling teeth. It was one that belonged solely between the two of them. To that end, Alexandra waited, puttering around the house in its fledgling back garden. She was quite proud of those little seedlings struggling their way up toward the light. They were, in a way, like her, just trying to make a path to a bright and prosperous future. Caleb was still the key, for sure. She looked at him and saw the man who would one day be her husband, tending to the land they were learning to share. Of that outcome, she was absolutely certain. But they still had obstacles to surmount, and laundry to air. Alexandra was determined to go through it all together. She was out on the porch again when she spotted him coming up the path, and even though there was still rocky road ahead, he made her smile on sight. Chapter 18. He pulled out the tintype, holding it flat in his palm. Alexandra's brow furrowed slightly as she leaned closer to look at it. Caleb used his thumb to flip it open. The photograph stared up at them, a frozen frame of a time that was at once forever and not so long ago. A hush settled over the porch. Alexandra's eyes fixed on Eliza's, and though Caleb tried to read into her expression, she remained inscrutable. The soft line of her lips pressed thin. "That's her," she said without needing to be told. He supposed there were some things women just knew.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
"It sure is," he told her. She reached for the silver frame, which he gladly passed into her hands. He could still feel its cold shadow on his skin. "I had that done after I asked her to marry me." Alexandra hadn't taken her eyes away from the picture, but after a moment or two, her expression softened and she said, "You look very handsome. She looks mean." He chuckled. "Well, I came to find out a few months later that she was—" He sat back in his chair. "I don't mean to be pushing her on you, and I apologize if it feels like that's the case. I think you ought to know about her, is all." He paused. "Or maybe I want to be the one to tell you about her, so she doesn't get the pleasure of telling you herself." "I see." Alexandra finally closed the tintype frame, although she held on to it. She seemed to be looking for the right words to say, settling at last on, "Thank you. I appreciate your honesty." Style S. Text Align left. Caleb watched her evenly. "Something about it seems to be bothering you." He noted that she clutched the photograph tightly, as if she didn't know what else to do with her hands. It was the same way she'd held the grooming brush in the beginning. She was nervous. Alexandra didn't speak for a while. She rocked her chair slowly. The creaking of its rockers filled the silence. Then she said, "Dr. Mitchell recognized me today." Caleb frowned. "He might have seen us when we drove through Maybelle on the way from the train station," he said. But even as he spoke, he knew that scenario wasn't likely. The road wasn't very visible from Doc Mitchell's house, and the doctor hardly ever went out without a purpose. She shook her head a little. He said that folks in Maybelle have been talking and that they know about me. Her face was calm, but the tightness in her voice betrayed her true feelings. Do you think Zeke is spreading rumors? Caleb sensed that the question was perfunctory. Whatever he thought, she was almost sure she knew what was going on. And he had to admit she might be right. Even in his better days, Zeke had never been known for having a clear and level head. What Caleb did not know was what had been said, or whether anyone believed it. He might be, Caleb ventured carefully. Her shoulders slumped, and he added, but Zeke's word doesn't mean squat around here. He hasn't got much in the way of friends. Except for Eliza, Alexandra said glumly. She opened the tintype again and gazed at the image within. It's hard to believe she would have left you for him, if you don't mind me saying so. I don't mind, Caleb laughed. It was pretty hard for me to fathom, too, at the time. I hope she told you herself that she was leaving. The tintype frame closed gently, and instead of giving it back to him, she placed it on the small table between their chairs. And I hope she was kind to you after. She did let me know. I guess I can give her that much. It was a concession Caleb had made dozens of times in his own mind over the last 3 years, as he'd wrestled with all his unresolved emotions. We haven't spoken since then, which is about as close to kindness as I suspect we would have gotten anyway. I'm sorry, Alexandra said. She became quiet again. The 2 rocking chairs swayed together on the porch, Caleb's discarded tintype catching the late afternoon light. Dr. Mitchell told me the days she comes into town, he warned me she's jealous. Caleb smiled wryly. That wouldn't surprise me. She was always kind of confrontational when I was with her, to me and to anyone who looked at either of us the wrong way. It'd be like her to want something back just because it stopped belonging to her. He spoke this last sentence aloud without thinking. The next time he glanced at Alexandra, she was staring at the wooden planks of the porch floor, brows knitted, slender hands clasped tightly in her lap. She'd been trying to mask her worry all along, but now it was written large across her countenance. Dr. Mitchell suggested I stay out of town when she's there, Alexandra murmured. She reached up and tucked a loose strand of her thick, dark hair behind her ear. I suppose that's a good idea. Chagrined, Caleb stood up and walked the few steps to stand directly in front of her. He knelt, offering his hand. She took it hesitantly. Listen, honey, you're never going to hear me deny that Eliza's the toughest part of my past. I'm an honest man, and I don't believe in running from what's true, but I don't want you letting her, or whatever anybody tells you about her, tell you how you have to live your life. Now, Doc Mitchell's a good man. He's never done me wrong. He's just trying to look out for you. She took a deep breath. All right. Her hand squeezed his. And if you want to go into town any day, you go. If you happen to see Eliza Abrams there, don't let her scare you. She might not even pay you any mind. He squeezed her hand back, pulled his chair closer, and sat down again, their arms nearly touching. It's a silly thing to concern myself about, isn't it? Alexandra asked with a soft laugh. As if I should give her the chance to make determinations about who I am and where I belong. I'm here because you asked me to come. That's all that matters. Right. Caleb reached over and took her hand once more, holding it securely in his own. She smiled at him, and I haven't regretted it for a second. You're a braver person than I'd be, he admitted. Then he lifted the back of her hand to his lips and kissed her fingers gently. The rest of the week passed slowly, despite the fact that Caleb and his men had a lot of work to do. Calving and foaling season was coming up fast, and they were expecting 100 or so new head of cattle for the spring. He spent his time fixing fences, cutting the wild grass in somewhat neglected pastures, readying an empty barn for the new cows, and thinking about what Alexandra had told him. He wondered if he hadn't been too bold in the advice he'd given. On the one hand, he wanted to be annoyed with the doc for frightening her. On the other, now that he thought about it, Eliza could well be a concern. In all his careful planning, he had not allowed himself to consider the possibility that she'd have a reaction at all. That struck him as a significant oversight. Eliza hadn't always been a jealous, possessive woman, but the moment she thought she'd gotten her hands on the guarantee of a well-cared-for future, she would have done anything to keep it. And since her future husband was the source of all her assets, she guarded him like a dragon guards its hoard. He couldn't so much as walk past another woman without being chastised. No matter what he said or how he tried to calm her, Eliza's paranoia grew. All the promises in the world hadn't been enough to convince her that his eye had never strayed, nor was every girl within 50 miles out to steal him from her. They had fights out on that cozy porch. The door of the farmhouse saw a lot of slamming. Thank the Lord she had never moved in. He would have spent the better part of his marriage in the spare room. But then, who was to say that she wouldn't turn all of that well-tested ire on his new woman? Surely by now, Eliza understood that she'd made a bad trade as far as her men were concerned. Zeke's land was poor, his estate run into the ground. Where Caleb produced, his cousin only consumed. Not to mention, Alexandra was a few years younger than Eliza, and, in Caleb's opinion, more beautiful. He knew Eliza well enough to predict that as soon as she saw Alexandra for herself, her vanity and pride might flare into full force. Would she do anything about it? Could she? Caleb didn't know, but he thought about it a lot in the days leading up to the weekend. Ironically, for the first time in years, he couldn't get his first betrothed off his mind. That is, unless Alexandra was in his field of view. She had the curious effect of erasing all his extraneous thoughts, putting his cares to bed. Her smile and her pretty green eyes were the only things he really saw. Everything else dimmed in comparison. A plan was beginning to form in Caleb's head. Not a big one. It was more of a formality at this point. But he wanted to do something to solidify the relationship he and Alexandra were building once and for all, to let her know how glad he was that she planned to stay. And he thought he knew the perfect time and place. There was just one other thing he needed. The next day, he kept eyes on the farmhouse until he was sure that Alexandra had left. Then he went in search of Priscilla, whom he found collecting linens off the beds upstairs. "Oh," she put her hand over her heart as she turned around. "My Caleb, you scared the daylights out of me." He chuckled. "I'm sorry, Priscilla. I just wanted to know if you might do me a favor." She hefted a bundle of linens under her arm. "Why, of course, dear. Come on out to the back with me, and we'll talk about it." Caleb helped her to lug the washing out to the back landing overlooking Alexandra's garden. "How can I help?" she asked as she sat down in front of the metal washtub and rolled up her sleeves. Caleb cleared his throat. "I'd like to get a ring for Alexandra." He watched the older woman's face light up even brighter than usual, and before she could say anything, he added, "And I don't know a thing about jewelry." He reached into his pocket. "If I gave you some money, do you think—" "Caleb, of course. I'd be honored." Priscilla beamed. The next free minute I get, I'll head right into town and take care of that for you." She leaned forward and hugged him around the middle. "I'm so happy for you, dear. You deserve this." "Thank you," Caleb said. "I sure hope I do." Chapter 19. Alexandra threw herself into chores around the farm, tending to her garden and grooming horses. She had to admit that when Caleb wasn't around, she was a bit lonely on the ranch. She hadn't quite developed a rapport with any of the other men, and Priscilla's maternal affection could sometimes be overbearing. The beauty and quiet solitude of Turner Ranch soothed her soul most days. However, as the weather began to warm toward the baking heat of summer, she spent more of her time closer to the house, out of the sun. Her chores often made her thoughts turn back to her father's house in Virginia, where she'd been little better than a maid. Turner Ranch treated her much better, of course, but those memories made Alexandra long for something other than dusting, sweeping, or hanging laundry. She preferred the barn and the pastures, places that did not remind her of growing up under the thumb of a spiteful tyrant. She had always known that someday she would have to tell Caleb about her relationship with her father, and Alexandra had put it off for as long as she could manage. At last, she sensed her time was up. That day was drawing near. He had divulged a lot about Eliza. It was her turn to give up a secret. Such an exchange was only fair, especially to a man who was as good and sweet as Caleb. Still, the prospect of discussing her father made Alexandra's stomach turn. She had thought, perhaps naively, that by choosing to leave her family home behind, she'd be leaving her family as well. The weeks at Turner Ranch had taught her that a clean break was often easier desired than achieved. The old man continued to haunt her. If she closed her eyes, she saw his grim visage clear as day, and she heard that stern, booming voice telling her she was born to amount to nothing. He had always wanted her to believe, as strongly as he did, that she was worthless, and that she only existed in the shadow of her siblings. For a shamefully long time his tactics had worked. Alexandra, the youngest of his children, tried to resign herself to being constantly forgotten or abused, tossed around by the whims of her superiors. She tried to smile instead of cry or lash out. She tried to be a good girl and know her place. Total obedience proved to be a struggle. As she grew older, Alexandra started to comprehend the reason for the rift between her and her siblings. She had once thought that her father hated her because she had been born to him later in his life, and she had the audacity to be a girl. The fact that there was no mother to guide her through life seemed back then to be nothing more than a coincidence, a fact that she accepted readily as unfortunate but true. Some little girls did not get the privilege of a mother's love, and that was just life. Later, however, there were whisperings brought on by the fact that Alexandra Clarke looked nothing like her willowy blonde brothers and sisters. She was smaller than all of them and differently shaped. Her body had gentle curves instead of angles, and the light gossamer hair she had in infancy gradually darkened to match the night sky. Not even her eyes matched the pale, delicate blue of her brothers and sisters. Everyone who saw her knew, and yet nobody deigned to tell her. She was shunted into the darkest, dustiest corners and instructed to knock down the cobwebs or scrub the floors. Her place at the family table disappeared. On outings, she was invariably left behind. It wasn't until the months before she left Virginia that Alexandra discovered the truth beyond her own suspicious inklings. In the attic of the old rambling house, she found a box amid piles of forgotten junk. It was the size of a small trunk, and it bore no markings. The rusted lock on the front had long since broken open. When Alexandra lifted the lid, she had found what looked like abandoned keepsakes: a woman's hairbrush, a few pages of music that had been ruined by years in improper storage, and a pair of infant shoes, among other things. Bemused by the existence of these items, she had dug down into the bottom of the trunk. There, Alexandra had located 2 more items: her own certificate of birth and a painting of a mother and a newborn baby. Both mother and child had the same striking green eyes. More than that, Alexandra saw her own grown-up face in that of the young painted woman, whose sadness poured from the card-sized canvas. She flipped it over in search of a date and found none. Then she turned to the birth certificate. In the space where her parentage was listed, she saw her father's name. The rest had been scratched out with heavy dark ink. That moment marked a turning point for Alexandra. Her fear and the resulting reluctant respect toward her father evaporated, replaced by fiery, all-consuming anger. She took up the altered document and the little painting and marched straight down to the old man's office. She was always to knock before she entered. This time she did not. The thing she recalled most clearly about the encounter was her rage, how it coursed through her as if it were her blood. She'd thrown the documents onto his desk in front of him, holding on to the painting in case he tried to snatch it away. "Look, Father, look what I've found." Just for a split second, his implacable composure broke wide open. She saw his face go slack and pale. Then he rose up out of his seat, shaking with fury and pointing a finger in her face. "You," he shouted, "where did you get that?" The first thing he did was rush around the desk. Alexandra braced herself against an attack. But he sped to the door instead, slamming it so hard the walls of the office trembled. "Where did you get that?" he repeated. She could see the veins in his neck. "It doesn't matter, does it?" she replied. He was between her and her only means of escape. She had no choice but to hold her ground. Her father made a disgusted sound. "What do you want then, you insolent wench? I suppose I ought not to be surprised that my own progeny demands her silence be bought. I'd be proud of you for once if you weren't so despicable." "I don't want anything from you," Alexandra had said. "I don't care if you tell the world your youngest daughter is dead." She swallowed hard, staring the man in the eyes she had not inherited. "I just want to know who she is." He had burst out laughing. "Typical. The one thing you ask for is the one thing you will never have." And with that, he'd returned to his desk, picked up Alexandra's birth certificate and ripped it up. She'd watched him drop the pieces into his waste paper basket. "Get out," he had ordered as he sank back into his chair, "and never show your face in here again." She expected to be thrown out and properly disowned within a day, but the news never came. The house was full of stony silence for weeks, but that was nothing new. She'd gotten accustomed to being ignored, and it was almost a relief not to be hectored constantly. But Alexandra was still heartbroken. The one answer she had sought was well and truly denied. At first, she counted herself lucky that he hadn't confiscated the painting, but it too disappeared within the week, surreptitiously stolen from her precious few belongings. Looking back on it, Alexandra thought the theft of the painting was the transgression she hadn't been able to forgive. The young woman's face was so similar to hers that, in a sense, she could look at it whenever she wanted to. But it wasn't the same. The old man would have known that. Maybe he was enraged that proof of that particular mistake still existed. Maybe he simply didn't want Alexandra to feel any sort of connection within his home. Maybe he thought having a keepsake of her mother's would give her the strength to start rebelling, and so he took it away. Little had he known, he was already too late. From that moment, Alexandra resolved to abandon her life and start a new one by any means possible. She scrounged up pennies for the newspaper and burned every issue when she was through reading. She racked her brain for ways to save money or ways to make her own. Initially, it had seemed hopeless. Clarke was too well recognized a family name for her neighbors not to know her, and she had been so fearful of reports making their way back to her father's ears. The last thing she needed was for him to lock her in the cellar and starve her to death. He could say she died of consumption. Who would know? She had to leave. Desperate, she had turned past the work ads in the next paper, onto the personal section in the very back. The men advertising for wives to move out west were no secret. They weren't even really taboo. She'd heard half a dozen stories of girls not far from her who had gotten on trains to the frontier and never been seen again. Alexandra had thought such a journey was her last resort, but the more she considered it, the more ideal it sounded. A new place where no one knew any part of her name, and a man who wasn't her father. She'd decided that was all she needed, and the rest had followed as easily as night and day. Now she sat in the quiet, cool tack room of Caleb's big barn, polishing saddles with a rag. Hardly glamorous work, but 100 times better than the alternative. She didn't miss her father. In fact, she'd never missed a person less. Nonetheless, those memories were recent, and they held on to her like the claws of a demon, emerging in her secret fears, and in the dreams that sometimes plagued her nights. Perhaps, she thought, the secret to expunging the old man's black spirit was simply to look it in the eyes and speak its name aloud. It would hurt, yes, but no worse than it had probably hurt Caleb to talk to her about Eliza. No worse than it would hurt to live the rest of her years with the scar upon her heart. Besides, Caleb was patient. If she faltered at the last minute, she knew he'd understand. He would look at her with those gorgeous hazel eyes and drawl, "That's fine, Miss Clarke. Take your time." Alexandra felt a smile slip onto her lips as she put the newly polished saddle away and took down another one. Each stroke of the rag felt like wiping away a lifetime's worth of dirt and grime from her soul. That scared little girl who had lost everything was gone, melted away with the rest of her past. Alexandra made a promise to herself that from then on, she was only looking forward. There was, after all, a future there now, and she let herself hope that it was bright. Chapter 20. The weekend began with heavy clouds hanging low over the ranch, dousing it in pale, watery light. Caleb spent Friday and Saturday watching the sky and waiting for the rain to come. A squall blew through on Saturday night, and he was all but convinced the Sunday picnic would have to be postponed. And that meant the ring sitting in a box inside the secret compartment in his desk might be put off as well. He hadn't stopped thinking about it since Priscilla brought it back from town and slipped it to him in the kitchen. It was agonizing to imagine waiting longer than he already had. Caleb felt like a man on the edge of an impossibly high precipice with no way to see the bottom and no going back. All he could do at this point was grit his teeth and jump. Hopefully, the pretty Virginia girl with the sea-green eyes would be waiting to break his fall. Caleb somehow managed to veil his nerves through Saturday night, and when he woke up Sunday morning, the sky, though dark, was clear as a bell. He stepped out onto the porch to watch the brilliant sunrise flare into the sky, and he tried to think of how to phrase his marriage proposal. What had he said to Eliza? He couldn't remember, which was probably for the best. The most he could recall was her face in the moment, the way her eyes had lit up as soon as she realized what he was asking. He had felt like he was standing on top of the world back then. This time, he wanted to feel even better. Lazy Sundays were a rarity in Caleb's busy rancher life. He didn't really know what to do with himself all morning. He ended up in the kitchen, slowly nursing his third cup of coffee, until he wasn't sure if his heart was beating more from anticipation or caffeine. Alexandra made an appearance around 10 o'clock. She smiled when she saw him sitting at the kitchen table, staring into the dregs in the bottom of his mug. "Oh, hello, Mr. Turner," she said playfully, resting her hand on the doorframe. "I didn't think I'd be seeing you till later." A mock frown creased her brow. "Surely you haven't forgotten our lunch appointment." "I took the whole day off just like I promised," he told her. "Turns out I'm not so good at finding something to do that isn't work." The ranch had long ago subsumed any casual hobbies he might have had. He spent half of his morning going out and double-checking everything he'd done yesterday. Alexandra gave him a look. "I bring you out to help me in the garden, but relaxation is a skill worth learning." She walked to the table and gently fixed his collar and the cuffs of his sleeves. "You even get dressed in a hurry." Nervousness colored Caleb's every action, and it would until he had her answer either way. Given the talks they'd already had about her longevity on the ranch, it seemed ridiculous to worry, but he couldn't help it. He'd had boundless optimism about Eliza. "Yeah, I guess I do," was all he said in answer, a half smile curving his lip. "In a hurry, while in the dark?" She laughed. "You've either been a rancher too long or a bachelor." Then she winked, picked up her watering pitcher from the kitchen counter, and headed toward the back porch. "See you later, Mr. Cowboy." The back door opened and closed, and Caleb realized he was grinning like a fool on his own at the table. What a woman she was, and how lucky he was to find her. He patted his empty pocket where the ring was going to be in a few hours, suddenly confident that this was about to be the best day of his life so far. The rest of the morning and early afternoon crept along at the pace of warm molasses. The only saving grace to Caleb's sanity was the fact that the low-hanging clouds from before were nowhere to be seen. Instead, the eye of the sun beamed down from a wide blue ribbon of sky. He could feel it on his neck and shoulders as he walked back toward their designated picnic spot. The fragrant grass had been mown down to a more manageable length, which meant that some of the glorious seasonal flora had been sacrificed. But small blooms still dotted the field, little bursts of color amid the greenery. A mighty pretty scene, if he did say so himself. He thought he would be early, but he spotted a gingham cloth spread out in the shade of his favorite tree, a basket anchoring one corner. Alexandra sat with her skirts tucked primly beneath her. The gentle breeze ruffled the fringe of her bonnet as she picked some of the flowers at the edge of the blanket. Caleb. She saw him coming from the other side of the fence, and her smile outshone the sun. He vaulted easily over the rail and crossed to her. "I was hoping I'd run into you." Alexandra giggled. "You're early." "So are you." He sat down, and she reached over to open the basket. "You want to know something funny?" "What?" The smile hadn't left her face. "I've never been on a picnic before." He leaned back on his hands, tilting his face up into the sunlight. "Been months since the last time I just sat out here, minding my own business. I should do it more often." "Well, maybe we will," Alexandra laid out the food. "You'll have to tell me what you like to eat for next time. I realized halfway through making lunch that I don't know." "You made this yourself?" he asked. She laughed. "They're just sandwiches, Caleb, but I appreciate the acknowledgement." He picked one up and took a bite. On any other day, it would have been a cold chicken sandwich, like he'd had 100 times while working in the fields. On this particular day, it seemed like manna from the heavens, just because Alexandra was the one who made it. "It's delicious," he said. "I think you could match Priscilla." Alexandra raised her eyebrows. "Don't tell her that," she said, subconsciously lowering her voice as if the housekeeper could be listening in. "I had a hard enough time convincing her to let me in the kitchen just to put these together." She shook her head. "I keep telling her one of these days she's going to have to stop treating me like a guest." "She'll do that when you start treating her like you're the boss," Caleb replied. Alexandra wrinkled her nose. "Good point. That feels strange. She's more like a mother figure, isn't she?" "She's been around that long." Caleb took another bite, chewed and swallowed. "She'd never say so, but I think she was starting to worry I'd never get a wife." "Did she like Eliza?" Alexandra spoke very carefully, averting her eyes. "Priscilla liked her well enough in the beginning, as far as I know." Caleb furrowed his brow as he thought. "Of course, not as much as I did, and not at all after she left. If you want to see that woman get mad you mention Eliza's name, I imagine she'd still get all worked up about it." He shrugged. "She never warned me off of her, if that's what you're asking. She'd consider that too bold." "Do you wish she had?" Caleb paused, last bite of his sandwich in hand. He sat back again, considering the question. "I don't know that I would have taken her seriously at the time," he admitted. "It's hard to say so, but I was a fool for that girl, right up until the end." Alexandra tutted gently. "I don't think that makes you a fool, Caleb. It just makes you a little soft-hearted." She reached into the basket and pulled out another sandwich for him. "I happen to like that about you very much." "That's awful nice of you to say." He glanced at her, sidelong, wondering if this was the right moment. The ring box waited patiently in his pocket. "So, I was thinking." She spoke before he had the chance to say anything, and he quickly decided not to interrupt her. The ring could wait all afternoon if it needed to. "I'm listening." A small, hesitant smile touched her lips. "My shoulder's been feeling a lot better lately. I think I'd like to give writing another try." For some reason, Caleb was surprised. He knew he shouldn't be. She had shown remarkable poise about the whole incident, and she had already proven her strength of character. But his lingering guilt had told him he must have ruined horses forever for her. "Are you sure?" he asked, unable to help himself. "You don't have to if you don't want to." "No, of course I want to," she insisted. "They're not as scary as I thought. Honestly, I don't know why I ever thought that to begin with." Caleb hesitated, holding his words on the tip of his tongue. There was something he wanted to say, something he understood from experience, but he didn't want it to push her away, especially not in this instant, on this day. Still, he was an honest man, and he wasn't always the best at hiding his thoughts. "Well," he rubbed his jaw, "fear is learned, at least some of it. I bet someone taught you to be afraid of them, and it just stuck, whether you knew it was happening or not." Alexandra sat quietly for a minute, apparently absorbing his words. She nibbled the end of her sandwich half as she thought. "You're right," she said at last. "My father never liked horses." She frowned. He never liked any animals, but he hated horses the most. He didn't trust them. The feeling was probably mutual, Caleb remarked. No, not probably. I guarantee it was. She smiled wryly. I have a dim memory of him coming into the house with his breeches all dirty and ripped, just in the darkest, most foul mood. It wasn't that unusual then, but now that I think about it, I'm sure he must have been thrown. Let me guess. And then he had the poor thing shot. She grimaced. Knowing father, yes. Caleb shook his head. Men like that, who lack the integrity to take full ownership of their own mistakes, irked him to no end. He was starting to understand why she so vehemently dismissed the idea of going home, even in the face of Zeke and Eliza. I'd be happy to teach you in any case, he said, tactfully steering the subject back around. And I'm sure Indy would love another chance to make your acquaintance. He glanced at her. And I'm not sure it's my place to say something like this, but I'm proud of you for getting back in the saddle. The first fall isn't an easy thing to get past. Alexandra blushed. I'm just trying to be the best rancher's wife I can be. Just like that, Caleb saw the moment arrive. That reminds me, he said. There's a question I've been meaning to ask you. He slipped his hand into his pocket, closing his fingers around the neat little box. Then he reached for her hand. You look so... Her voice cut off abruptly as realization dawned in her sage eyes. Alexandra Clarke, will you marry me? Chapter 21. She could barely hear anything over the sound of her heartbeat thrumming in her ears. Caleb had a box in the hand that wasn't holding hers, and as Alexandra watched breathlessly, he removed a ring. He waited then, and she realized she hadn't given him an answer. Yes, she managed. Her cheeks hurt from smiling so widely. Unbidden tears prickled in the corners of her eyes. The strength of her own emotional response caught her off guard. Before corresponding with Caleb, and then actually meeting him on that dusty train platform not so long ago, she couldn't have imagined the way his proposal would make her feel. But now he slipped the ring onto her finger, and she was the happiest she had ever been. All of the hard choices she had made, all of the risks she had taken to get to Montana, were paying off in a major way. There were still hints of rough water ahead. Who knew where Zeke and Eliza were, or if they were out of the picture for good? Nonetheless, Alexandra was more than determined to weather the storm alongside her new husband. Caleb gave her hand back, and she opened up her fingers to look at her engagement band. It was simple white gold, bearing a single perfect pearl in lieu of a diamond in the center. I love this, she said, wiping away the few tears that had sneaked their way onto her cheeks. Then, because she could never resist the opportunity to tease him a little, she added, I never would have known you had an eye for jewelry. He chuckled. I don't, and I know it. I may have asked Priscilla for help. I thought she was giving me some extra big smiles this week. Alexandra took a deep breath and let it out slowly, allowing her feelings to settle down. She held in her exuberance for all of about 10 seconds before it bubbled back to the surface, and she was grinning again. I'm so excited. That's good, darling, he said. I'm glad. Alexandra loved how that intimate little pet name sounded in his frontier drawl. She gazed into his eyes, admiring yet again the bright ring of blue around his tawny irises. It seemed, beyond belief, that this soft-spoken, strong, compassionate man had just asked her to share her life with him. Even in those moments of bliss, she sensed her father's voice in the back of her head, speaking to her through the seeds he'd planted through years of abuse. That voice tried to tell her she wasn't good enough. that she would never measure up to the woman Caleb thought she was. Alexandra silenced it by putting her arms around the man she was going to marry and holding on tight. Caleb smelled like sweet hay, coffee, and the wild outdoors. "You're gonna be happy here," he murmured in her ear. "I'll make sure of it." "I'm already happy," she said. When she glanced up, his face was only inches from hers. She could see the dark stubble spread across his jaw. He'd slept in instead of shaving that morning. Then he was looking at her too, and an ungovernable impulse seized her directly by the heart. She leaned up and brushed her lips against his. It was just a quick little peck, but it was sweet and very heartfelt. A thrill ran through her whole body as she pulled away. "How about that?" Caleb said. His eyes were gentle and warm. Her cheeks reddened daintily. "Something for you to hold on to until the wedding day." He winked. "I'll do that." The days felt lighter after Caleb proposed. No matter what she was doing, Alexandra was highly aware of the gold circlet around her left ring finger. She played with it all the time, running her thumb over and over the perfect pearl. During her chores, she kept it secure in a pocket that had been carefully checked for holes, but she was always sure to slip it back on. And the ring wasn't the only thing on her mind. She had a wedding to plan for, with which she quickly realized she had no help. Her few weeks at the ranch had not been socially demanding, and aside from her single trip to town, Alexandra had not had opportunities to meet people, let alone befriend them. The only two women she really knew in Montana were Priscilla and Cherie, the latter of whom she'd met a grand total of one time. There were some women, certainly, who had the ability to reach out to any acquaintance, old or new, and ask for guidance. Alexandra did not think she was one of those women. At least by Priscilla, however, her new symbol of betrothal did not go unnoticed. The younger woman suspected that Priscilla had been watching her hand like a hawk since the day she'd bought the ring. The congratulatory embrace she offered was deep and maternal, the closest thing to a mother's warmth Alexandra had ever experienced. Alexandra was grateful, to be sure. It felt good to be cared about and celebrated, and she'd never been one for fanfare in any case. But the more she considered her upcoming nuptials, the lonelier she felt. Now, more than any other time in her life, she wished for her mother to share unconditionally in her happiness and impart words of wisdom about her marriage. But no amount of wishing could bring that into her life, a hard truth she had already learned many times over. Like every tough day prior, Alexandra allowed herself a scant few moments of wallowing every now and then, usually in bed after the day was over or before it was to start. Then she'd get up, wash her face, comb her hair, and smile at herself in the looking glass until her mood showed signs of lifting. All it really took was a second to remember that she was getting married to a man she was growing to adore. The one thing she was still missing was the ability to try riding again. Her injured shoulder continued to improve, but it still ached whenever she lifted it too high or strained too much. Despite her revised opinion of horses in general, Alexandra refused to put herself at any kind of disadvantage. Thus, she waited, enjoying the simplicity of the mundane and fending off the boredom that kept threatening to creep up while the bulk of her duties involved cleaning as she dreamed about her wedding. The moment she got to spend with Caleb brightened her day. He was conscientious about stopping in to see her on his way from one task to the next. When he asked if she would go into town and deliver his feed order to Cherie at the general store, Alexandra jumped at the chance. Blissful, newly engaged cabin fever was still cabin fever. She was itching for a temporary change of scenery and something new to do. In all her eagerness to run the errand, she forgot to note the day of the week. The wagon trundled into town without incident, dropping its passenger in front of the general store. Alexandra went in wearing her customary bright smile. "Hey there!" Cherie's voice rang through the store like birdsong, drawing Alexandra straight back to the counter. Alexandra produced the order slip Caleb had given her and slid it across. "Good afternoon, Miss Cherie," she said cheerfully. "It's very nice to see you again." Cherie took the slip, gave it a once-over, and smiled back. "I must say it's just fine to see you too, Alexandra." Her quick, dark eyes flitted back and forth, and a knowing small smile formed at the corner of her mouth. "I see someone's ranchman made it official." Alexandra blushed. She looked down at her ring and tucked her left hand behind a fold of her skirt. But her smile widened. "He did," she said, almost whispering. "I'm so happy, but—" She stopped herself right after that word fell from her lips. Cherie had already latched onto it. "But," she prompted as she entered the details of Caleb's order into a ledger, "isn't that what you came out here for?" "Well, yes." Sheepishness colored Alexandra's tone. "Right," Cherie said encouragingly. "So congratulations." "Thank you." Alexandra hesitated. She felt very awkward and a little stupid to be bearing so much of what she considered personal to this bare acquaintance. Yet at the same time, there was a modicum of relief. "The thing is," she sighed, "I have no idea how to have a wedding." Cherie blinked. "Oh," she said. Then, "Oh," a wave of sympathy washed over her dark features. "You poor dear." She came around the counter to give Alexandra her second warm hug that week. "You're all alone out here. Of course you are. I should have known." She stood back, her hands on Alexandra's arms. "Do forgive my rudeness." Alexandra was happy to oblige. She was just glad the point of her struggles had been adequately conveyed without her having to say it out loud. There was something uniquely mortifying about that sort of public admission. "I'm sure it will be fine," she said apologetically. "I appreciate your kindness very much." "If you ever need help," Cherie volunteered, "with anything, you know where to find me." She drew herself up a bit. As the proprietor of the only general store in a small but bustling settlement such as Maybelle, I like to think I know a thing or two about how to throw a good party. Alexandra laughed. "I'm not sure we're going to throw any kind of party," she said. Caleb hardly struck her as the type, and she had no one to invite. "But I won't forget your generosity." "Anytime, dear. I love a good romance." Cherie winked and turned her attention back to the order slip. "I'll have this out to the ranch by the end of the day today, all right." She glanced toward the back of the store. "Although, if Isaac doesn't show his face soon, it might be tomorrow morning." "That's okay." Alexandra took her receipt and tucked it safely away. "Thanks again. Remember what I said." Cherie waved as Alexandra headed for the door. "If there's anything I can do for you, just let me know." Alexandra stepped out of the general store feeling marginally better, or at least less alone. She hadn't really been aware of how much she had clung to Caleb, and it was nice to be exercising a little independence. The idea of throwing an actual wedding celebration stuck in her head because it seemed ludicrous at first, even if Caleb could no doubt afford it. Still, there was a part of her that had always dreamed of the sorts of fairy tale happy endings she never thought she would get. Having escaped the tyranny under her father's roof, Alexandra had a certain instinct to grab at all the things she'd been told she would never have, just for the satisfaction of proving him wrong. She thought she knew what Caleb would say, though. She could practically see him laughing and shaking his head. "We can do that," he said in her mind, "if you want Eliza to show up." Alexandra strolled leisurely down the street, thinking about what she would do if Caleb's former love interest showed up to her wedding. The fantasy was both stressful and cathartic in a strange way. In real life, she was sure it would be absolutely terrible. The last thing either of them needed was for someone to barge in and object to their vows. But she was getting ahead of herself. The date hadn't even been decided yet. Alexandra chuckled at her own ridiculousness as she looked around for any sign of the wagon. She was so absorbed in her search that she didn't notice the figure approaching from the side. "Excuse me." The voice was smooth and ostensibly friendly, but it held a hidden sharpness that set Alexandra on edge even before she turned to look at the stranger. "Are you Alexandra Clarke?" Startled by the fact that she had been addressed at all, it would have taken Alexandra a moment to find her voice under the best of circumstances. As it was, she found herself completely at a loss for words. Standing in front of her on the main street of Maybelle was none other than Eliza Abrams. This version of her was living and breathing in full color, her large, cold eyes fixed intently on Alexandra's face. "That's me," Alexandra said. The words came out much more meekly than she wanted them to. Eliza smiled thinly. "Good." Chapter 22. The success of Caleb's proposal, albeit all but guaranteed, had him walking on air for days afterward. The whole world intensified, colors, sounds, and feelings alike. Everything was just a touch more vivid, and it made all the difference. Tommy Casca was the first to notice. "What happened, boss?" he asked as they were hitching up the plow. "I've never seen you grinning like a fool this early in the morning." The very first rays of light were barely touching the front of the shed. "I asked Alexandra if she'd be my wife," Caleb told him, still smiling. "And she said yes." "No kidding." Tommy sprang up and clapped Caleb on the back, shaking his hand in an iron grip. "Good for you, young man. She's a sweetheart, that one." Caleb nodded his thanks. "That she is. I thought she was going to faint when I put the ring on her." Tommy laughed approvingly. "That means you did a good thing, son." "I'm happy for you." He knelt back down to finish securing the plow blade. "You know what they say, second time's the charm." "They don't say that, but I'll take it." Caleb adjusted the straps on the plow harness across Frost, the horse's broad blue-gray chest. He patted the animal affectionately. "Everett said the front gate's been creaking something awful lately. I think I'll go on down there and see what I can do about it." "Sure thing," Tommy replied. "Frost and I have got the plow covered. Don't go blind from the stars in your eyes now." Very funny. Caleb touched the brim of his hat and went back into the shed to collect his tools. With the toolbox in hand, he ambled down the lane toward the road, soaking in the clear morning. The rain clouds hadn't shown their faces since the weekend, and he didn't miss them. The rutted lane winding down from the house had all but completely dried from the spate of rainy weather, save for a few dark spots of mud along the sides. Caleb paused to kick some dry dirt over the worst ones to help them along. He took note of the fringes of wildflowers blooming shyly in the grass. Maybe on his way back, he'd pick some for Alexandra, just to see that pretty smile illuminate her face. She was already unearthing the remains of the romantic in him. He was still too guarded to go as far as believing the sun quite rose and set on his wife-to-be, but she sure did help it. Again and again, he counted the many blessings he had received over such a short time. He even whistled a snippet of song as he walked. But the tone of his mood dimmed drastically as soon as he came within eyeshot of the gate. There was something sitting up near the top, covering up a section of the bars. He kept his eye on it until he was close enough to reach up and grab what he now recognized as a creased sheet of parchment, driven through by a single thick nail. The nail had been pounded so hard into his gate that it was bent at an angle, its head scarred by force. Caleb couldn't wrench it out with his bare hands, so he just ripped the paper through and left it for the moment. Some instinct told him exactly what he was going to find when he turned the sheet over. A short missive, crudely written in smeared ink and signed with a distinctive, almost unreadable signature. Ezekiel Abrams. Caleb scowled. It was remarkable, really, how that damn dog always seemed to know the worst time to show up again. He'd been gone for a fortnight, maybe longer, and all of a sudden he was back and announcing his presence. Caleb resisted the powerful urge to simply ball up the note and toss it away. Instead, he folded it, put it in the toolbox, and went to work fixing the rusty hinges Everett had reported. If nothing else, his walk down to the road hadn't been in vain. Those hinges really did scream like a wounded animal whenever the gate so much as twitched. Maybe that was why his snake of a cousin had resorted to pinning threats to the gate rather than walking through it. The man was a coward through and through. Caleb kept the bent nail, which had required a pry bar and a lot of elbow grease to lever out of the gate. It had a mean point on the end. That, too, he dropped into the toolbox, next to the note that had carried it. Briefly, he considered looking at the letter, but he knew that if it wasn't a threat, it was likely a challenge. He didn't have time for any of that malarkey at the moment. He was going to be married to a woman who made him forget about the one Zeke had stolen, and he didn't want anything to besmirch his happiness. The note made him mad, sure, but he could let it roll off his back for the time being. It made its presence known, though, insidiously, slipping into his thoughts as Caleb attempted to go about the rest of his day. He even left it in with the tools, sitting in a corner of the shed for hours. By the time he came back to the box, it had not slipped from his memory. He uttered an oath under his breath. Then he yanked the toolbox open and brusquely snatched the wrinkled sheet of parchment off the top. Caleb climbed into the hayloft to read it in privacy. He leaned his back on the wall and stretched out. "Might as well get comfortable," he muttered. Zeke's letter was characteristic of its author, rude, aggressive, poorly written, and in places barely comprehensible. Caleb had to squint and turn the paper this way and that to make out letters from smears of ink or try to follow the meandering line of clearly drunken penmanship. The paper smelled faintly of strong alcohol, the kind that erased whole nights from the minds of men, and judging by the looks of things, Zeke had been a few drinks deep when he'd gotten this latest idea into his head. The gist of the letter, as best Caleb could determine, was an out-and-out demand for the deed to the Turner estate, as well as an acknowledgement that his father had been the superior brother. Caleb laughed out loud as he deciphered the words. The second part was so petty, and the first, no way in hell was that ever going to work. If Zeke had been sober, or even partially sober, he would have known it was futile. That meant that he was either still drunk when he delivered his ultimatum, or he was mad enough to do it whether or not it was a bad idea. Both scenarios were impressive, in a sad, profoundly irritating kind of way. And Caleb knew Alexandra would not be happy. That was the worst part about it for him, too. She had finally gotten to a place where she felt safe, happy, and cared for on the ranch. She had worried about Zeke reemerging for at least a week after that first day. The fact that the rat dared to intrude upon her contentment really rankled Caleb. The second time he went to fold up the letter, he noticed something that had escaped him before, an addendum penned on the reverse side. Here was the threat he had first expected. He read it aloud as well. "If you choose not to agree to my terms, I'll be forced to make sure you can't have no children to push me out of inheriting the ranch." The cool annoyance simmering below the surface flared briefly into hot anger. "You son of a—" He scowled, fingers clenching into a fist around the parchment. For a second, he almost threw the paper down and ground it into the hay. "This is evidence," he muttered, and straightened the parchment out again, smearing the ink from his damp palms in the process. He tossed it in with his tools once again and rubbed his hand on his jeans, feeling disgust at even touching the wording. Zeke's threats were fairly empty, of that Caleb was sure. But this was also the first time in their long feud that he had gone to such lengths to voice his displeasure. Typically, their confrontations always happen in town, face to face, none of this covert sneaking around. He didn't like not knowing where Zeke was at all times. Nor did he like knowing he'd sent Alexandra to town. Had she seen the note? Had it gone unnoticed? There was no way to know. In the event that she hadn't seen it when she left, Zeke Abrams could be prowling around his land in a drunken stupor, possibly working his way toward violence. Caleb came down from the loft and lit out across his property, embarking on yet another thorough search of the grounds. He rounded up some of his men to help, and together they combed every inch of land on horseback or on foot. Zeke was not found either dead, passed out in a fog of alcohol, or alive and kicking, but they did recover a few more letters. These messages were mostly identical to the first, though some were even less readable. He had clearly been on some kind of bender when he wrote them. The thought was hardly comforting. Zeke was a notoriously mean drunk. Caleb put on a face of nonchalance that masked his burgeoning anger more than anything else. He was not afraid of Zeke the way others in Maybelle sometimes were. He gathered all the letters together, and after reading each one to make sure, he went to his shed and put them under his tools, which he considered was the safest place. Standing up to his full height, he gazed out down the dirt lane, watching for a shadowy flash of movement or a familiar lumbering silhouette. Nothing. The grass swayed idly back and forth. The only voice was the whispering of the breeze. Caleb stood there for a long time, just watching. He went back out for the third time and replaced most of his locks. Tommy Caskill caught up to him on his way back and asked, "You want us to run a patrol, boss? Day and night we can do it. All you gotta do is say the word." The offer was tempting, but Caleb didn't want to scare Alexandra. Somewhat reluctantly, he shook his head. "Not yet, Tommy. We'll wait until he smokes himself out. You know Zeke's a damn fool. It's bound to happen." "All right," Tommy said grimly. "But I'm serious, Caleb. You got that pretty girl to look out for. Just give me a reason, and I'll make sure no Abrams ever comes this far again." "Relax, Tommy." Caleb patted his ranch hand's beefy shoulder. "We're not in hot water yet." He walked back to the tools to get the letters, but found every last one of them torn to shreds. Caleb looked everywhere, knowing it had to be Zeke, which meant he was on his property. He may have even heard him say they were evidence. With no luck finding him, he went back to the house. Caleb couldn't help thinking that things had changed between him and his cousin. He no longer knew for sure what to expect, and he did not like that at all. Chapter 23. Alexandra took a step back, away from the street, but Eliza was undeterred. She was taller than Alexandra by a good 5 or 6 inches, and the sharp angles of her face made her huge pale eyes stand out above her cheekbones. The way she scrutinized her opponent was reminiscent of a predator stalking prey, determining weaknesses prior to the killing blow. The thin smile on her lips chilled to the bone. "How do you like Turner Ranch?" she asked. Her great eyes narrowed. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Alexandra kept her mouth shut. She didn't want to let her guard down. There was something vaguely threatening about the way Eliza was moving to loom over her. She found the woman's icy irises empty and deeply unsettling. "Oh, come now," Eliza cajoled, her tone cloying. "I'm certain you must know me, at least by name. The look on your face told me everything I needed to know." She halted her approach, and for a minute or so, the two young women eyed each other warily on the side of the road. "What do you want?" Alexandra asked at last. She kept her ears open for the saving clatter of the wagon and the heavy clop of the draft horse's hooves. She had already decided that if the opportunity presented itself, she'd just make a break and hightail it out of Maybelle. But Eliza seemed to sense her plan. She blocked her way into the road, effectively sealing her off from any kind of rescue. Alexandra held her ground, refusing to back down in spite of the way her heart hammered in her chest. This woman was not going to bully her way to an advantage. "I want to know what he said to you," Eliza demanded. Each word that erupted from her mouth carried a vicious edge. She spat her sentences at Alexandra's feet. "Did he tell you how dearly he loved me, how desperately he wanted the wedding we never had?" She pouted her lips mockingly. Such a sweet, sensitive boy, that Caleb Turner. Alexandra furrowed her brow. "Why would you leave a man who adored you so?" It was a real question. She could not begin to imagine turning her back on him, not after all the kindness he had already shown. Eliza scoffed. "You must be joking, little girl." She smirked. "That's not the kind of man I wanted. I needed a partner, someone to whom I could feel equal, not a coward who claimed he'd fight my battles for me as he was running from his own." "That's not the Caleb Turner I know," Alexandra fired back. "I haven't seen a side of him that isn't compassionate and brave." Eliza rolled her eerie eyes. "I could be sick," she sneered. "I suppose you would say that, wouldn't you? How nice it is that you found your knight in shining armor and you're his little damsel in distress. But I'm telling you, Caleb isn't worth the land he lives on. You would do well not to get tangled up with him, girl." Through clenched teeth, Alexandra said, "It's too late for that." She didn't flash her engagement ring, but she hadn't thought to hide it either. Eliza's sharp gaze quickly picked it out. "Well, well," she chortled smugly. "That was fast. He must really be itching to fill the void I left behind," she sighed. "It's sad in all honesty. I tried to tell him so many times that he didn't need a woman to idolize. But there was no talking Caleb out of his idyllic vision of the perfect frontier family." Not much of what she was saying made sense to Alexandra. "I don't understand," she admitted. "I know that you're the one who left, and I know you left him for his cousin." She refrained from voicing her opinions on Zeke, so as not to incite more of Eliza's wrath. There is no way for Caleb to be in the wrong here. Eliza made a disgusted sound. "Ugh, I've heard his tired sob story. I'm the one who deserted him. I'm the one who broke his heart. She shrugged. Maybe it's true that I was never in love, or at least not in love like he was. But what was I expected to do after finding out the truth? Look, I've met your husband, Alexandra said, and if you think he's aware of any sort of truth, I'm afraid you must be sorely mistaken. Eliza snickered. Rich of you to judge any man by his outer facade. Ezekiel is simply a victim of circumstance, wrong by fate. Your precious Caleb is nothing more than a cheap impostor. She took another step forward. The difference between you and me is that I was able to see it. Alexandra had no rebuttal, not because she agreed with anything Eliza had said, but simply because she couldn't find words to reply. Everything she had heard thus far sounded borderline insane. What she wanted to do most of all was jump in the wagon and go home fast. Unfortunately, there was still no sign of horse or driver. She took a deep breath. I'm sorry for you, Eliza, she said, that you have let your mind become poisoned against a person who tried to give you everything he had. The best strategy at this point seemed to be to try and diffuse the situation before it had a chance to escalate further. The other woman turned up her nose. He would have given me nothing except for whatever he chose to allow, she declared. Make no mistake, he'll do the same to you. He sees you only in terms of what you're worth to him, another one of his possessions. And what? You decided you were better off with a violent, leering, lecherous oath? Alexandra had originally wanted to avoid the juvenile practice of name-calling, but as the encounter dragged on, her fight response only heightened. She had a fierce desire to protect Caleb from the unabashed slander of his name and the assassination of his character. For her part, Eliza brushed off the insults to her husband as easily as if they hadn't been said at all. She wasn't particularly indignant, nor was she that eager to jump to Zeke's defense. Evidently, no one in her life was exempt from her oppressive coldness. Ezekiel is more than he seems, she said plainly. I'll admit that he doesn't cut the most impressive figure in a room, but he commands the attention and respect he needs. The methods he employs to do so are not my concern. Alexandra was appalled. Eliza didn't care that her husband was sneaking around his cousin's home, hiding in the hayloft and trying to fight. In fact, it was starting to look like she encouraged some of these activities, if not all. I find your perspective reprehensible, she stated flatly. It is frankly remarkable that it took so long for Caleb to realize he's better off without your influence in his life. What a silly little girl you are, Eliza purred. Pretty enough, but so naive. Perhaps that's why he likes you. You're a matching set of fools. She made a half turn away and glanced back over one slender shoulder. I would be careful if I were you, Alexandra Clarke. If you're not already sleeping with one eye open, I would start. With that, she was gone almost in an instant, melted into the afternoon crowd. Alexandra went in as opposite a direction as she could, searching for the wayward wagon. She found it parked alongside the general store, the driver half asleep with his feet up on the lip of the bench. He jumped awake as she climbed up in the back. We should go now, she told him curtly. Yes, ma'am, he said. 0 questions later, the wagon was on its way down the road toward the ranch, and Alexandra felt the tension lifting from her chest. She leaned back and let out a long breath. I'm sorry for ordering you around like that. It was kind of an emergency. Oh, the kid raised a curious eyebrow. Alexandra pursed her lips. I met Eliza. The youth whistled. How did that go? He asked hesitantly. About as well as you'd expect. They made the rest of the trip home in pensive silence. Alexandra was still thinking as she disembarked in the gravel courtyard and made her way back to the farmhouse. She was back just in time to help Priscilla cook dinner, and that distracted her pleasantly for a while. But she recalled Eliza's face the moment she laid eyes on Caleb. He smiled at her, but he must have seen some trouble in her face, because his warmth quickly grew into concern. While Priscilla set the kitchen table, he managed to pull Alexandra aside onto the staircase. "Tough day," was all he said. He brushed her ever-present stray lock of hair back behind her ear. She glanced up at him. "Let's talk about it later. I'm starving." A shadow of doubt crossed Caleb's face. He knew something was being left unsaid. Alexandra skirted the issue by squeezing his hand and leading him back to the table. Her touch and a warm meal were enough to mollify him for the moment. After the food was gone, she put Caleb to work washing dishes, which he did without complaint. While he worked at the basin, Alexandra escaped into the living room and curled up on the sofa with her needlepoint. She prepared for the inevitability that he would ask her again about her day. The last of the dishes washed and dried. He joined her on the sofa, his arms slung across the back. "So," he said again, "tough day?" Alexandra used her needlepoint to stall for time, pretending to concentrate hard on each stitch. She did 2 whole rows before she responded to his question. "I placed your feed order. Cherie says it'll be here tomorrow morning." "That's fine," he said, and there was no getting by him. He had caught a glimpse of a larger, darker issue, and now he wasn't letting go until it had been pulled into the light. "And," she bit her lip, "I ran into Eliza." She cut her eyes sideways at him when she said it, and she saw the muscles of his neck and jaw tense up. "What do you mean you ran into her?" he asked, as casually as he could possibly manage. "I guess it was more like she ran into me," Alexandra said. "She came up to me on the street and asked who I was." "Huh." Caleb ran a hand through his hair. "Did she go on to give you a hard time?" She thought about lying to spare his feelings, but ultimately decided against it. Caleb was a man who was deserving of the whole truth, always. "A little," she said grudgingly. "I think she mostly liked to hear herself talk." "Sounds about right," he muttered. "I reckon she told you a lot of unflattering things about me." "Some," Alexandra conceded. She was only lying to make herself feel better. The man she described is not the one I know, and certainly not the one I agreed to marry. "That's kind of you to say." Caleb squeezed her shoulders gently. "I'll spend the rest of my life making sure it stays true." Chapter 24. The news of Eliza instigating a confrontation with Alexandra came as a nasty shock to Caleb. He had no trouble believing Zeke would engage in those types of cruel hijinks just for fun. But Eliza had distanced herself all this time. Why now? What did she hope to gain by attacking Alexandra in such a manner? Okay, he had to admit her biggest detractor had always been her propensity for wicked spite, hand in hand with the pronounced mean streak in her blood. When Eliza was mad, even during the good times, she hadn't a single pleasant thing to say, and she made sure everyone knew it. She was a woman who understood how to pick a person apart, piece by piece. Caleb would know. She'd spent the latter parts of their relationship practicing on him. He suspected that ease of manipulation was Zeke's highest factor of appeal. And if it was true that Eliza had grown bold and greedy enough to try and corner Alexandra herself, Caleb was forced to admit that a larger problem might be brewing. What it was exactly, he couldn't say. It wasn't foolhardy to think Zeke might be planning some sort of hostile takeover, and that he deployed Eliza to use as a distraction, or to try and glean valuable information from an unsuspecting Alexandra. Zeke wasn't especially clever, but he knew enough about battle tactics to get by. Not only that, Caleb expected him to fight dirty. Their family feud had not festered this long out of an abundance of honor on both sides. "You didn't see Zeke, did you?" he asked. Alexandra shook her head no. "I didn't ask," she said rather contritely. "The thought did occur to me that he could be around, but I wasn't about to give her an excuse to get him involved. I'm sorry." "No, don't apologize. It's better that he wasn't there, as far as I'm concerned." Caleb shifted to pull the shredded letters from his pockets. Without them intact, he would be asking Alexandra for an enormous pact of trust, to take his account of their contents, some of which had to do directly with her, at face value. She watched him set the scattered pieces with mild curiosity. Her silver needle worked deftly in and out of the needlepoint frame. She hardly had to look at it. Caleb sighed. "I'm going to tell you something, and I don't want it to scare you." She turned to him, puzzled, and he continued on before he could lose his nerve. "Zeke broke into the ranch again." Some of the color drained from her cheeks. "You're sure? Positive? How do you know?" He recognized the stilted, hurrying phrases of her anxiety. It pained him to give her truthful answers, and yet he persisted. She deserved at least this much transparency. He left notes on most of the gates. It was Caleb's turn to roll his eyes in exasperation. Drunker than a skunk he must have been. They looked like they were written by a kid. He pointed out a bit of writing on one side of a scrap. Alexandra set her needlepoint aside, gingerly taking the pieces as if they were covered in something vile. She frowned as she tried to find matching pieces so she could read Zeke's messages. "These stink like whiskey." They sure do. Caleb had smelled it as soon as he unfolded the sheets. Upon closer examination, he saw a few that even bore large spill stains right in the middle. "Use that stain to match them. That's a mess even for Zeke," he mused. "He must be pretty broken up after our fight." She squinted, her frown deepening. "I can barely read this. Is he saying he wants your ranch?" "It's our ranch now," Caleb corrected her casually. "And, yes, he thinks his daddy should have gotten it instead of mine from their old man. Sounds like he's worked himself up good about it." "Trespassing isn't going to resolve that issue in any way," Alexandra said. She sifted through the small pile of tattered parchment slips. "Do they all say the same thing?" "More or less. There's something in there about making sure I won't have any way to muck up his inheritance more than I already have." He took her hand. "I don't think it means much, but I want you to be careful, all right? No more going to Maybelle by yourself, especially since you've already seen Eliza once. There's no telling what the two of them might have planned." Alexandra nodded solemnly. She touched the side of his face. "Whatever you say, Caleb. I know I can count on you to keep me out of harm's way. I hate to make Priscilla do all the running around on her own, but maybe it can't be helped right now." Caleb shrugged. "Or you go together when I am busy. I just don't want you by yourself anywhere they can get to you. I never would have taken Eliza for a real dangerous woman before, but she's been full of surprises in the past. Would be stupid to assume anything about her has changed since then. She makes me sick." Alexandra wielded her needle more aggressively than usual as she spoke, stabbing at her frame for emphasis. "The way she used you is honestly unforgivable. And to think she actually considers Zeke an adequate replacement. I never heard such foolishness in my life." Caleb laughed. She was something else, this woman of his. For the first time since Eliza left him, he had the ability to put his loss into perspective. Losing Eliza had eventually brought Alexandra into his life. Alexandra, who was 100 times better than her predecessor had ever been. In some twisted way, Caleb supposed he ought to be thanking Eliza for that broken heart. She had given Alexandra something to mend. "I'm glad you're here," he told Alexandra, "in case I haven't said it lately, or I forget to say it enough times in the future. I'll probably never be able to let you know how grateful I am that you answered that crazy ad." "Well, we're even then, because I'm grateful you wrote it." She let out a small, happy sigh. "I never imagined my life could be this good. I was always told I'd never measure up." Again, she was stabbing at her needlepoint. "Would you be offended if I told you Frontier Bride was sort of my last-ditch plan?" "I'd be surprised if it was anyone's first choice, to tell you the truth," he replied. "I don't think most of the men who put those out there wake up in the morning with that intention." Prior to throwing in his own lot, Caleb had heard stories in passing of other young men who'd sent off for wives, and the results hadn't been promising, to say the least. He was fairly sure that of the marriages that had survived more than a month or two, the majority were unhappy for everyone involved. "My father laughed at me," Alexandra said abruptly. The tips of her normally delicate fingers were white with the force of her grip on the needle. She had to pause a moment or two before she could continue. "He couldn't believe there was anyone out there dumb enough to marry me." "Joke's on him," Caleb said. Then, realizing how that sounded, he amended his statement. "I meant to imply that he was wrong about you, not that I'm the village idiot, although depending on whom you ask, that might be a matter of debate." The consternation on Alexandra's face broke into a smile. She swatted him lightly. He put all the shredded letters in his pocket again and caressed her hair. She looked at him seriously and said, "Stop it. You're at least smart enough to keep this place afloat. That's no small feat." "I've got a lot of help," he said, "and there have been more than a few times I've thought about selling it off and starting over somewhere brand new, maybe even moving east again. It was lonesome out here for a while. Maybell's growing, but it's no boom town." "Not to mention Zeke's on the other side of it," Alexandra added. He found it interesting that she hardly ever talked about Eliza, unless the conversation warranted it directly. It was as if she hated to acknowledge the woman's presence at all, an aversion Caleb could respect. He had taken months to be able to hear her name without wincing, let alone say it himself. Zeke wasn't a real problem until recently, Caleb scowled. It could be a coincidence, I suppose. He didn't really think it was. He thought his cousin had discovered that he intended to marry, and that knowledge kicked Zeke's paranoid desperation into high gear. Either Zeke had known or Eliza had told him that once Caleb married and started a family, it would be that much harder for the Abrams side of the family to get their hands on his property. And maybe Eliza did bear a grudge against Alexandra. That was hard to say for sure. Caleb didn't know the first thing about Eliza anymore. "Maybe we ought to get the sheriff involved," Alexandra suggested tentatively. "He'd be mad, but it would give him an incentive to leave us alone." Caleb rubbed the back of his neck. "That's easier said than done." She gave him a look. "What on earth is easier than that?" she asked, half smiling. I've seen the sheriff's office in town, Caleb. You could just walk in and tell him what's happening. Yes, Caleb conceded. The thing is, he might refuse to listen, or he might ask me for some form of persuasion, and I'm not equipped to be making deals like that. She turned to face him on the sofa. None of that makes any sense. Caleb scratched his head. The short of it is, our family is well known around these parts, so much so that the family rivalry is fairly infamous, and nobody is really impartial. The sheriff could get himself in some hot water if he were seen taking sides. There are no sides, Alexandra said. She threaded her needle with a different color. Zeke is wrong. And if his dad was anything like him, his dad was wrong too. Seems simple when you say it like that, Caleb agreed. But despite drinking himself into a stupor most nights, picking fights in the tavern, and generally acting like a born nuisance, he's got a few friends. They'd raise hell if they thought something fishy was going on. It's not fishy, Alexandra said. He's committing crimes, and you are asking the lawmen for help. She had a look on her face like she couldn't believe anyone would have trouble understanding the concept. To be clear, I agree with every word you're saying, but it's tough for some to grasp when they're so committed to thinking one way. He'd refuse unless I paid him off, is what I think. And I'm not going to do that. Alexandra huffed a little, but she didn't argue. These politics are maddening, she grumbled. They were in Virginia, too. I couldn't take 2 steps without someone mentioning my father or my siblings. The needle stabbed into the frame. Caleb paused, then threw caution to the wind. Do you want to talk about it? At first, she offered no response. At length, however, she let out an annoyed little growl and said, Sure, it's about time, isn't it? Chapter 25. Don't let me push you, Caleb said. Seeing him back off almost immediately made Alexandra a little bit frustrated because it made her remember some of the derogatory characteristics Eliza had listed. Briefly, she wanted him to be firmer, to stand his ground and hold her accountable. But it didn't take long to snap herself out of that mindset. Caleb was just trying to be considerate and take her feelings into account. She forced her sour attitude down, skimming it over with a veneer of calm rationality. It's okay, she said. I think you should know this anyway. There's no rush, but it doesn't feel good to have secrets, especially since there's a wedding in the future. They shared a tender look. He kissed her hand. I appreciate that, darling, he said. You know you can tell me anything at any time, and I won't judge a hair on your pretty head. Take it slow if you want to. We've got a lot of time. She took his advice to heart, and at the end of the evening, she hadn't reached the final showdown in the office, that last true burning of the bridge between father and daughter. Nor had she outlined the old man's disdain for her in any kind of granular detail. All of that was left for Caleb to glean from between the lines. She trusted him to draw his own conclusions. Besides, she knew that it might be a long time before she could speak of her father freely. The old man was far away from her, but he wasn't dead. Whenever she mentioned him, an irrational sliver of her brain wondered if he'd find a way to track her down and drag her back into his house. She couldn't even say for certain if her marriage to Caleb would actually make a difference. Caleb listened quietly to the painful retelling of her childhood and teenage years. She didn't always let him hold her hand, as needlework provided an excellent distraction to keep her mind from focusing too much on those memories. But he remained steadfast by her side, never questioning or prodding too hard. When the tears inevitably leaked from the corners of her eyes, he gave her his handkerchief, which left dusty smudges on her face and gave them both something to laugh about. The moment of lightness broke the tension in the room's atmosphere. Alexandra began to breathe easier. By the time the two of them climbed the stairs in the direction of their respective bedrooms, Alexandra felt like a weight had been lifted from her chest. She wasn't exactly brand new yet, but some of the burden she'd been lugging around her whole life had finally disappeared. Caleb lingered with her in the hallway in front of her door for a little while. Neither wanted to say goodnight just yet, although they knew they'd see each other again bright and early in the morning. Eventually, a yawn sneaked out, forcing Alexandra to admit defeat. "Thank you for listening tonight," she told Caleb. "It means a lot to me." He leaned down and pressed his lips lightly to her forehead. "Sleep well, Alexandra." She unlocked her door, slipped through, and waited on the other side for the sound of Caleb's footsteps to fade. She heard his door open and close, and then she went to get ready for sleep, knowing that her mind might not let that happen. Soon, she lay in bed, eyes wide open, staring out the window. There was just too much to think about. Caleb's calm reaction to the discussion of her father had eased her concerns some, but she still had Zeke and Eliza to worry about. The torn-up letters from Zeke had not scared her as much as encountering him in person, their threat undermined by the safety Caleb made her feel. At a distance, Zeke had seemed like little more than the town drunk acting out his latest binge. Given time to reflect on what they could mean for her future, however, Alexandra recalled that Caleb had been disturbed enough to ask her not to go anywhere off the ranch alone, and that made her shiver under the warm coverlet. She'd allowed herself to become slightly complacent in her total assurance that Caleb could handle anything wrong. He had told her with such confidence that he wouldn't let anything happen to her, and she didn't think she was wrong to have believed him. But Eliza's icy stare wouldn't leave her be, which, Alexandra thought bitterly, was exactly the way she probably wanted it. But even though she had succeeded in leaving an impression, Alexandra refused to be intimidated into backing down. Clearly, Caleb wasn't the only one who needed to know that she was here to stay. Not that she was about to go out and fight Eliza like a brawler in the streets. That would have been an excellent way to get herself run out of town and simultaneously give Eliza half of what she wanted in the first place. No, Alexandra was simply going to turn the other cheek for as long as Eliza let her. Eliza was the kind of woman who demanded a reaction to everything she did, and so she would get none. How long the strategy would last, Alexandra didn't know, but she resented Eliza's brazen approach, as well as the fact that she'd been able to walk away proud and unpunished. She obviously considered Alexandra to be beneath her, a stupid little girl who had fallen for Caleb's charms. To her, Alexandra posed no threat, simply a fly to be swatted out of the way of her more important goals. And that was why Caleb's conviction that the sheriff wouldn't help was so frustrating. There could be no harm in at least bringing the situation to his attention, family problem or not. As the chief local law enforcement officer, it was his responsibility to keep his constituents safe and happy. Besides, Caleb had more money than anyone else in Maybelle, as far as she could tell. In Alexandra's experience, money equaled clout. Caleb's financial influence alone should be enough to motivate the sheriff to come to their aid. Then she realized how she was thinking and winced. He had told her explicitly that he wasn't about to offer any kind of bribe, and she certainly didn't want him to do that. But the longer she spent wallowing in the depths of late-night apprehension as the moon spun through the sky, the more she wondered what other options they really had. The morning saw Alexandra waking up refreshed and thinking a little clearer. She stayed in bed for a few extra minutes to get herself mentally together and ready to face the day. All of her worries from the night before still floated around the back of her mind, but they were quieter now and less urgent. A new day always brought a new perspective, and she had never been more grateful. Nonetheless, as she dressed, she resolved to bring up the idea of contacting the sheriff one more time. Maybe Caleb was wrong and the bribe wasn't going to be necessary. Maybe Caleb was the one who had wildly overthought that scenario. After splashing some shockingly cold water on her face, Alexandra pulled in a deep breath and marched out that door. She descended the stairs with confidence and grace, fully prepared to negotiate with Caleb for a solution to their problems that both of them would accept. She would agree once more not to go anywhere alone, and he would take their issues into town. Then her plan was thwarted. Caleb wasn't anywhere on the first floor. She checked the kitchen, the living room, the washroom, and even the back porch with the garden, to no avail. When she asked Priscilla if she'd talked to Caleb, the housekeeper shrugged. "I haven't seen hide nor hair of him, honey. Sometimes he'll get up even earlier than usual and go out to do Lord knows what in the fields. Could be there was some trouble with a cow in the night. That happens a fair amount coming up to birthing season." Alexandra sighed. All right. She was disappointed at having to wait, as she figured Caleb would only grow more stubborn as time passed. But he wasn't even in the barn or shed when she walked across the courtyard, and none of the ranch hands present could give her a guess as to his whereabouts. Not until she happened upon Everett in the gravel yard. He was holding a sleek black yearling that Alexandra immediately recognized as the same one that had caused her accident some few weeks ago. Everett knew it too. As soon as he saw her, he tightened his grip, grabbing with his other hand firmly up near the horse's bit. "Don't worry, ma'am. I got him." The creature was strikingly beautiful, though he still looked a little distressed. His ears were restless, and she could see a sliver of white around the tops of his great dark eyes. Every now and then, he tugged insistently against Everett's grasp. "Is he okay?" Alexandra asked. "Oh, yeah." A grin stretched across Everett's freckled face. "Might not look like it from where you're standing, but he's made a lot of progress since, well," he cleared his throat. "He'll be good real soon. There's just kind of an attitude problem that we have to work out." As if to emphasize the point, the yearling tossed his head, swaying Everett roughly to the side. "Hey, cut it out," the boy implored. "There is a lady present." Alexandra smiled. "You haven't seen Caleb, have you?" She was expecting a negative answer, but instead, the boy's expression lit up. "Yeah." He hooked his arm under the horse's head, placing the palm of his hand flat on the top of its muzzle. "I've been pulling long days trying to get this troublemaker in shape, so I was at the barn when he came out. I guess that must have been a couple hours ago now." Alexandra sighed again, this time with relief. Finally, someone who knew where he'd been. "Did he say anything to you?" "Well, I asked him why he was up so early, and he just said he couldn't sleep, so he figured he'd get a head start on today." Everett shrugged. "It's not that unusual. Caleb works just as hard as the rest of us, if not harder. That's why we like him so much." He paused, recalling. "He told me I was doing a good job, and then he said something about the fences before he left. It didn't seem like anything to worry about. Turner Ranch had miles and miles of fencing on its grounds, and Caleb was always doing something with one stretch of fence or another. The ones closest to the house were newer, but further back, some had started to fall apart from age and weather. She assumed that was probably where he was, trying to beat the onset of the day's heat. "Thanks, Everett," she said to the young ranch hand. "Good luck with your friend there. I'm sure you're right about him." "Any time, ma'am." Everett freed a hand to wave and turned the yearling toward the paddock, guiding its spirited steps with a steady, patient hand. Alexandra watched them go, then returned to the dim coolness of the barn. She started in the direction of the tack room, changed her mind, and made her way down the aisle instead, stopping in front of Indiana's stall. "Good morning," she called softly, leaning her hands on top of the door. He popped his head up, ears forward. She reached out gingerly to brush his double-toned forelock out of his eyes. Right away, he began searching her empty palms for treats. Alexandra giggled. "Hi there. I'm sorry I haven't been by to see you since I fell off. I know it wasn't your fault." She stroked his velvety nose. "I hope we can still be friends." Chapter 26. The gates were broken again. Caleb stewed about it as he trudged through the damp, dewy pre-dawn, heading for the very last gate at the back of the property. He knew for a fact that they had not been broken the day before, or at least not every single one, but someone had come in the night and cut off every single lock. "Someone my ass," he muttered out loud. It was never just someone, was it? It was always Zeke, and Caleb was done letting the guy get away with it. The problem, however, was a deceptively difficult one to solve. Turner Ranch operated more like a family than a business, and Caleb did not like to have more staff than he needed at any given time. Occasionally, he'd take on temporary workers during busy seasons. But he also liked to know his ranch hands personally, and he liked to be able to trust them. The nature of a frontier settlement like Maybelle meant that there were always a handful of transients in town looking for work. They were very seldom men that Caleb wanted to be working on his ranch, handling his animals and his tools. And he valued the work of his senior men too much to waste their time asking them to babysit the seasonal cowboys. But now he needed to change his business model. The rough and tumble wanderers in the bar and on the streets of Maybelle might try to steal. However, they certainly would not have a problem dealing with an unwelcome intruder like Zeke, especially if he paid them well. Zeke had nothing to bargain with, nothing to make them look the other way, and Caleb could afford the cost of beefing up his security. On the other hand, allowing strange men onto his property for the sake of keeping Zeke out felt like adding to the problem. How could he expect to protect Alexandra from both his cousin and a bunch of unpredictable hired goons? He had no way of knowing that they'd respect the boundaries he'd set, and the last thing he wanted to do was shoot himself in the foot in an attempt to make things better. Caleb rubbed his face with the handkerchief in his pocket, wiping away drops of perspiration. He could see the last gate now, and like the others, it swung freely, its old hinges creaking. The broken chain hung like a dead animal. There was no lock, even in the grass around the base of the fence posts. What Caleb did find was another note, similar to the others, but it only contained 2 words, "Ha, ha." In a momentary burst of anger, Caleb crumpled the parchment in his fist. Then he spread it out again, flattened the wrinkles against his thigh, folded it more neatly, and stuck it into the same pocket as the handkerchief. Just in case he happened to need them, he would keep them in a safe place. Then he folded his arms and stared glumly at the broken chain. Some of its links showed signs of rust. Otherwise, it had been good and solid. The marks of whatever Zeke had used to break it were evident on the open end trailing in the grass. Caleb picked it up, "That damn snake," he grumbled, "took my lock and everything." He didn't have the means to make his own. He was no blacksmith nor locksmith, and it was far too early to have it done. He wrapped the loose end of the chain around the fence post tightly, knotting it 2 or 3 times over. For now, it was the best he could do. Caleb walked the back perimeter of his lot just for good measure, keeping a sharp eye peeled for anything else that might be amiss. He found what looked to be muddy boot prints along a section of damp soil and a few flattened patches of grass, but that was all. Unfortunately, the furthest grounds of Turner Ranch didn't see much traffic, unless one of the better pastures was out. Zeke knew that. He'd even criticized Caleb for it in days past, accusing him of letting good money go to waste. "That's a hell of a lot of capital you're missing out on," he'd slurred as he sucked down deep swigs from a bottle. "If that were my place, I'd be using every square inch." Caleb reached the back corner of the ranch lands and turned to make the long journey back toward the house. Repeatedly outfoxed by a fat, clumsy bear was a feeling he'd rather leave behind. In a way, he was lucky that things hadn't escalated out of control before now, or that Zeke hadn't outright robbed him. Perhaps Zeke had assumed the sheriff would be involved too, and maybe the fact that he hadn't been caught just served to make him bolder. Suddenly, it was shamefully clear that he hadn't been doing enough. Despite his promises to his new betrothed, and despite his confidence in his own ability to keep Zeke at bay, his cousin kept weaseling his way into places he wasn't supposed to be. It was only a matter of time before Caleb's problems would outgrow broken locks and trespassing. Caleb shoved his hands into his pockets and groaned. Slowing his pace significantly, he cut back toward the fence line in order to buy some more time to think. No matter how he tried to slice it, he was between a rock and a hard place. He couldn't quite bring himself to call Zeke a threat, but Zeke had demonstrated how small the gap between intrusion and violence really was. Bolstered by his ease to trespass, would Zeke return for another fight? Caleb dreaded the thought of explaining that to Alexandra. All the negative things Eliza had told her would only be reinforced. She might give back the ring, and above all else, endangering Alexandra or his relationship with her was the one thing he could not abide. That gorgeous, green-eyed Virginia woman was his whole future. She didn't know it, but she had saved him by giving him the hope he had lost. The least he could do was rescue her from the web of danger in which she'd inadvertently become ensnared. Caleb balled his hands into fists, shaking his head. In his left pocket, his handkerchief rested along with the note, spurring him to finally swallow his pride. He'd go to the sheriff like she wanted. He still refused to engage in any illegal tomfoolery, and if any unusual compensation was requested, he'd just come back to the ranch and think of something else. But Alexandra was right that it wouldn't hurt to let him know, unless he was in league with Zeke somehow. Caleb didn't allow that possibility to come into consideration. Zeke and the law had never really been on the same side, and it was clear that hadn't changed over time. By the time he reached the barn, Caleb was back to striding confidently, hands free at his sides, even smiling at the ranch hands he passed on his way to collect his horse. He looked around for Alexandra as he walked through the barn doors, but he didn't see her until he went into the tack room for a saddle and other things. She was putting her brushes back into the bins. "Morning, pretty lady." She glanced over her shoulder and smiled sweetly. "There you are, you rascal. I was wondering where you'd run off to." He retrieved his saddle from the racks and pulled it down, hefting it over his arm. Took an early morning walk, he said nonchalantly. At the last minute, he decided not to tell her about the broken locks or the mocking note just yet. Depending on what answers he got from the law, he could formulate a plan and come to her with that to lessen the blow of bad news. "How did you sleep?" she asked. "Could have been better," he admitted. He had tossed and turned all night until he just gave up. "Don't worry about me. I'll take a nap in the afternoon." "I don't believe you've ever taken a nap in your life, Caleb Turner," she answered, but her tone was soft. "Take care of yourself today, cowboy. I want to marry a healthy, strapping man." He laughed. She had a way of brightening his mood quicker than anyone he'd ever known. "I'll keep that in mind," he said. "Sorry, honey, but I've got some things that need doing. I'll see you later." "You sure will," she said. She swept out of the tack room after that, leaving behind a faint floral scent. He wondered if she was a vision his heart had dreamed up. Then she was gone, and he was back to business. He tacked up his horse on his own and rode out without much fanfare. No one asked him where he was going. They barely looked up from their work. He noticed Everett still working with the black yearling in the paddock and made a mental note to give the kid some kind of bonus. After that, as he wound down the lane to the road, Caleb's thoughts turned more solidly to the task at hand. He had to figure out what to say to old Sheriff Linkletter that wouldn't make the man throw him out on his ear. Like most everything else in his life, Alexandra seemed to be the key. She was a newcomer, and she had nothing to do with the bitter Turner-Abrams feud. He wished he had a picture of her sweet, honest face. It was a face that could turn the hardest of hearts, Caleb was sure. In lieu of a photograph, Caleb would have to play up the wife angle, maybe mention her difficult past in as little detail as he could manage. He needed Linkletter to know that the scope of this conflict was expanding after decades of insular infighting, and he hoped the sheriff could have some compassion for the life Caleb wanted to build. That bright future he'd chased for so long wavered just out of reach, teetering on the edge of a very sharp cliff. Caleb needed to save it at all costs. If he lost his second chance, he had no idea what would follow. Chapter 27. She felt much better after seeing Caleb in the barn, though he did look tired, and she was sorry he hadn't slept well. He had also seemed to be in a little bit of a hurry. Usually, he was happy to delay for a few minutes and talk to her. Alexandra vowed not to be overly suspicious. He had 100 things to do around the ranch every day. It was possible that he just wanted to get all his work done early so that he really could squeeze in an afternoon nap. But she turned back toward the front of the barn anyway after he left, just to watch him go. She had expected him to hang a left toward empty pastures or go out to where the cows had been sent to graze an hour ago. Instead, he went straight for the road into Maybelle. Alexandra frowned, puzzled. Wouldn't he have told her if that was where he intended to go? She shook her head to clear it. Caleb was a grown man whom she trusted implicitly and who trusted her to help him build something better than what they were both leaving behind. If he wanted to go into town, he could feel free to do that. A little voice whispered in the back of her head. But what if he was going to confront Zeke? His restless night, like hers, had doubtless been full of rumination, and he had left just now with the air of a man on a mission. She bit her lip. The joyous feelings of a few minutes ago had all but evaporated. Her stomach tied itself into knots as she walked the rest of the way to the house. The old rocking chair welcomed her into its arms for a brief, soothing embrace. She sat there, until the gentle creaking of the floorboards washed away her misgivings. With her eyes closed, breathing in the sweet, fresh smell of mid-spring, she could almost forget it all. Then she opened them slowly, as if she wanted to swallow the view. Across the way, horses were being led into the pasture. Their expertly brushed coats gleamed in the light. A surge of unexpected pride swelled through Alexandra's chest. Those beautiful horses were her accomplishment, no matter how small or subtle the detail. She had put hours of learning into the final product, and to see it out in the world was supremely gratifying. She smiled as they spread out across the grass, bending their long necks down to graze. Third in line, a distinctive black and gray dappled roan trotted through the gate. Indiana moved with great grace among his companions, head high and proud. Alexandra kept her eyes on him. He was beginning to feel like her horse. He crossed to a suitably empty patch of field and slowed to a halt along the fence. Flowers poked through the fence rails, which he cropped and chewed. Then he picked his head back up and looked straight at the porch. Alexandra's smile widened. How he had known she was observing him, she didn't know, but something about the interaction touched her. She had only started to notice in recent weeks the depth of a horse's gaze. Feelings swirled beneath the placid surface of those eyes. She waved. Indiana flicked his tail, still chewing. The tiny heads of flowers bobbed up and down where they protruded from his muzzle. When she left the porch, a few minutes after that, it was with the subconscious knowledge that an understanding had been reached. Maybe not with every horse in Caleb's barn, but at least with the one who mattered most. It was easy to lose herself in household tasks for a little while. Where the boredom had been a frustration mere days ago, Alexandra chose now to see it as a void, easily filled with meaningless business. There were no extraneous worries to be had about scrubbing floors or pruning dead leaves from her plants in the garden. She concentrated only on making the farmhouse a spotless sanctuary, hoping the effort would also cleanse her troubled spirit. Around noon, she stopped for lunch, and as she descended the stairs, she heard Priscilla welcoming a guest at the front door. "Cherie, my dear," the housekeeper was saying, "what brings you by today? Caleb isn't running his store tab too long, I hope." Caleb's practically the only man in town who doesn't have a tab. Cherie's melodic voice rang into the hall, colored by the smile she always wore. "No, I'm here to see his lovely wife, if that's all right." Alexandra blushed and smiled. It was the first time she had ever been referred to as Caleb's wife, and she liked the sound of it. Priscilla laughed. "Sweetest little thing, isn't she? I think she must be upstairs. She's been cleaning up a storm this morning." Then her voice began moving closer to the stairwell. "Let me see if I can find her." As quietly as possible, Alexandra backpedaled up toward the second landing to make it look like she hadn't been listening in. She managed to pretend to just be coming down when Priscilla looked up from the foot of the stairs. "There you are, my girl. Right on time." Priscilla motioned for Cherie to come into view. "You've got your very first visitor here. Why don't you make yourselves comfortable in the sitting room, and I'll fix you something." She shooed the two younger women in the direction of the living room and bustled off to the kitchen. Alexandra and Cherie looked at each other. "Lovely lady, that Priscilla," Cherie remarked cheerfully. "I'm sure she's helping you feel at home." She stepped aside to let Alexandra pass. "After you." They settled at opposite ends of the sofa, and for a minute or two, the silence was just shy of awkward. Alexandra cleared her throat, putting on a polite, even enthusiastic smile. "It's wonderful of you to stop by," she said. I hope you haven't gone too far out of your way." She certainly had not expected guests, and she hoped her tone didn't betray that. It was not an unpleasant surprise by any means. Cherie glanced back towards the kitchen. When she spoke, she lowered her voice just a bit. "I heard what happened when you came into town. I wanted to make sure you were all right." Alexandra blinked. "You heard about Eliza?" She wasn't aware that anyone had even been paying attention, but in retrospect, it would have been difficult not to. Eliza's approach was public and bold, the hallmark of a woman with extreme conviction. Cherie nodded earnestly. "I wasn't joking about news traveling fast." She cast another look at the kitchen. Priscilla was singing as she cooked, blissfully unaware of their conversation. Plus, the townsfolk loved to talk about that woman. You probably weren't even home before they started. Not the most popular, is she? Alexandra didn't consider herself a petty person, yet she couldn't help the twinge of satisfaction. Cherie rolled her eyes. "Are you kidding me? 4 or 5 years ago, Caleb Turner was the most eligible bachelor for at least 100 miles. He could have chosen any girl in Maybelle, and he chose her after she married Zeke, and Caleb stopped coming to town entirely. It didn't take years to figure out what had happened, and nobody wanted anything to do with her then." Try as she might, Alexandra couldn't quite picture Caleb as the world's most eligible bachelor, despite his undeniable good looks. He was too shy and quiet. He'd been unwilling to put himself out further than an ad in the paper and a bundle of letters she still had in the bottom of her now empty trunks. The mental image of him flirting up a storm made her giggle. She covered her mouth. Cherie smirked. "It's the truth," she said, reading Alexandra's mind. He was a real ladies' man in those days. Of course, his father had just left him the whole ranch, so that helped a good deal. I don't think there was a woman around who wouldn't have accepted a proposal from him. "He's awfully hard to resist," Alexandra admitted. She resisted the urge to show her ring again, for fear of seeming too self-obsessed. "I'll take your word for that," Cherie answered. "It was a miracle when we started seeing him out again, even if only for a little while. Lots of us thought he might just give the ranch up and move away." Alexandra flashed back to Caleb, telling her how he considered doing just that. She sighed softly, weighed down by sympathy for his plight. Why did he choose to marry Eliza? Was she different too? Not really. Cherie's voice was dry. She put on a good front for a while, but she was always too interested in his affairs, specifically how much the ranch was worth and how it could be worth more. She started pushing him to change the way he wanted to do business. Alexandra frowned. I can't believe he let her do that. He was in love. Cherie spoke matter-of-factly, shrugging her shoulders. He didn't want to believe she was capable of doing any wrong, I guess. She shook her head. That stubbornness worked against him. There were some who thought he turned too blind an eye. Alexandra shifted in her seat. She liked Cherie, and she had been flattered by her concern, but it was difficult to hear negative opinions, past or present, about the man she had pledged to marry. Maybe Eliza was an excellent liar, she said, a little defensively. She obviously thought she could manipulate him for her benefit. She did, Cherie confirmed. If she was content to play it slow until the marriage was official, it might have worked out for her. I'm not saying Caleb is stupid, 'cause I know he isn't. He just let her get away with murder for the oldest reason in the book. He showed me a picture of her. Alexandra sort of wished she had the tintype for Cherie to look at too, as if there might be something else to be discovered by a fresh set of eyes. Someone who knew Eliza beyond her ice-cold stare could perhaps inform Alexandra more about what she was possibly facing. Pictures don't do her justice, Cherie said grimly, as I am sure you've since discovered. She can glare a grown man into oblivion. Yes, Alexandra paused, wondering whether or not to voice her next question out loud. She turned the white gold ring on her left hand. Do you think she means me harm? That I can't say. Cherie reached over and touched Alexandra's arm. But I came here today to let you know you're not alone. I know Caleb will fight tooth and nail to protect you, and so will most of Maybelle in whatever way we can. The declaration of support didn't offer as much comfort as Alexandra knew it was meant to. She didn't like the implication that more help would be needed, or that her ordeal wasn't close to an end. Every new sliver of information she learned told her more about the cruel nature of her opponents. Eliza and Zeke were serious trouble. Alexandra clasped her hands tightly together to keep from wringing them. I wish Caleb were home. Cherie scooted closer and slung her arm across Alexandra's shoulders. I heard he came into town real early. Didn't see him myself, but my sources say he was keen on seeing the sheriff. Alexandra glanced at her. Oh, a faint spark of hope kindled in her chest. I hope that's the case. He didn't seem to like my suggestion that the sheriff ought to be involved. Girls, Priscilla's sing-song call beckoned from the kitchen. Lunch is almost ready. Cherie grabbed Alexandra's hand. Try not to worry, she urged. These are tough days, but you're a tough woman. He wouldn't have given you this if he didn't think you were worth it. She touched the pearl crowning Alexandra's ring. Alexandra took a deep breath. She managed to smile and squeeze the shopkeeper's hand. Thank you, Cherie. I think I needed to hear that. Cherie grinned. I know. She stood up. Now, let's go see about that food. I'm starving. Chapter 28. Caleb slowed his pace as he approached town. Mabel was just waking up, and a conspicuous arrival like a bat out of hell would surely be noticed and remarked upon. The last thing he really needed was for more of his personal business to be aired on a public forum. He guided his horse into an easy saunter down the main street, with the intention of looking like any other local arriving early to do business. But Caleb had forgotten how infrequently he made trips into the settlement as of late. The moment the scattered passers-by realized who he was, they stopped to watch him go by. He could feel their eyes following him. In his peripheral vision, he saw some exchange whispers behind raised hands. Time had made him used to such theatrics, and he brushed them off. All his focus had to go toward the conversation he'd come there to have. That was between him and Sheriff Linkletter only. Besides, people were going to talk regardless of how much they did or didn't know. Caleb had learned years ago that Maybelle's highly active rumor mill was far beyond his control. He sat straighter in the saddle and faced directly forward, breezing past the slowly multiplying onlookers at the side of the road. Nobody called to him, a small mercy for which he was grateful. They seemed to appreciate, if nothing else, that he was there for a clear purpose. The lawman's office sat at the end of the main street, right at the edge of Maybelle's outer limit. The suspicion was that its locale was part of a strategy to keep as close an eye on the Abrams estate as was humanly possible. In fact, the gnarled tree that marked the entrance to Zeke's land could be seen from the front door of Linkletter's building. Caleb hitched his horse to one of the outside posts. He scratched its nose and walked up the rickety wooden plank stairs to an uncovered porch that was bowed in the middle from the weight of lawmen and criminals alike. A bell with a pull rope hung up outside the closed door. He was supposed to ring it, according to the sign posted below. Caleb simply tried the knob, found it unlocked, and went in. He'd known Sheriff Linkletter for most of his life, and he much preferred a more direct approach. It was still a little too early for all of Linkletter's staff to be in. The small reception desk stood empty in the front room, its surface dust-free and neat as a pin. Behind its empty chair, Caleb saw the door that led to Linkletter's inner sanctum. This one stood slightly ajar. Keeping his eyes on that door, the rancher stepped up to the desk. There was another bell there, which he did ring. "Morning, Harold," he called nonchalantly, leaning a hand on the desk. A beat of silence was followed by the scrape of a chair across the floor and heavy footsteps approaching Linkletter's door. "Oh, it's you." The sheriff's heavy salt and pepper mustache twitched into what might have been something like a smile. "Been a while since you showed your face around here, boy." He lumbered the rest of the way out of the office and closed the door behind him. "That it has," Caleb agreed. "I need to talk to you about something." "Tread careful, Turner," the big man warned. Not a good sign, though it was one Caleb expected. "I wouldn't be treading anywhere at all if I had another option." "I don't doubt that, but it still doesn't make me happy to see you." Sighing, Linkletter held up his hands and gestured for Caleb to continue. Caleb had wrestled with how to present the situation in the most favorable light. He'd considered every conceivable angle and ultimately decided that the unadulterated truth was the best option. At least then, the sheriff couldn't fault him for honesty, no matter what the reaction. To that end, he gave a frank account of his experiences with Zeke over the last few weeks, beginning with the fight in the barn and ending with the latest spate of broken locks and notes on the gates. He took special pains to appear indignant yet reasonable. Linkletter needed no extra bias against his case. "Uh-huh." The sheriff crossed his arms over his chest. "Now, here's the million-dollar question. Have you seen him doing any of this stuff with your own two eyes, or is it purely speculation based on a personal belief?" His raised eyebrow and skeptical tone suggested his thoughts on the matter. But Caleb was prepared. He pulled out some of the shredded notes he had recovered and laid them on the receptionist's empty desk. The writing had smeared on some, but Zeke's inebriated scrawling was visible and identifiable. The notes even still faintly reeked of cheap spirits. Grunting, Sheriff Linkletter moved forward and picked up a piece of a note, dangling it in front of eyes that narrowed. A slow smile spread over his lips before a deep laugh rumbled from him. He finally shook his head. "You call this proof? For all I know, you ripped these up, got 'em all smelly, and jotted something down." "And why would I do that?" Caleb replied. "You know as well as I do that I have no real reason to be threatened by Zeke. I've been whooping him since we were kids." "Well, I suggest you stake out your place and whoop him again." Linkletter tossed the strip back on the desk. "Eventually, he'll learn his lesson." He resumed his vaguely impatient post in front of his door. Caleb took off his hat and ran a hand through his hair. "Harold, I'm engaged to be married. I'm going to have a wife there soon, and then I'm going to have kids. We all know for a fact that Zeke's not going to like that." He pointed to the batch of torn pieces. "He said so himself." "I'd like to help you, son." Linkletter massaged his temple as if to ward off a splitting headache. "Believe me, I would, but all he's done so far is break your locks and vandalize your gates, and you can't say it was him for sure." The ends of his mustache tugged downward. "It's not what you want to hear, but the heart of this mess is a family dispute. You know my stance on those." The worst-case scenario he had presented to Alexandra was actually coming true. Caleb struggled to contain the wave of anger surging up from his stomach. With all due respect, Sheriff, he's broken a whole mess of laws. That's your jurisdiction. It would be if there was more than this to go on. Linkletter swept his arm out, indicating the desk. Unless I get some hard proof or an eyewitness account, I'm not going to alienate Zeke and his supporters here in town, because if your hunch is wrong, then that undermines my authority in a pretty serious way. I can't afford the risk. You're telling me you're gonna do nothing, Caleb said flatly. He was ashamed that he had let himself be convinced something might come of this endeavor. Now that he was here, it was painfully obvious that old Linkletter was the same he'd been for decades. Harold Linkletter was always notoriously reluctant to mediate the dispute among the Turner-Abrams clan. In his younger years, his ambitions had outstripped his morals, and he shied away from conflicts that burned too hot. When the arguments between Caleb's father and his uncle spiraled out of control, Linkletter washed his hands of the whole thing. He preferred to remain a neutral party at all costs. Picking a side back then ran the risk of jeopardizing his career. Maybelle was supposed to flourish under his watchful eye, and he couldn't have part of the town turned against him based on a single decision. As it turned out, the town's growth came slower than expected. There was no rich gold vein running straight through Maybelle, just an expanse of empty wilderness. By the time Linkletter's aspirations for something more had run their course, he was an institution. Leaving the place lawless and unsupervised wasn't an option. Thus, Harold Linkletter had stayed. And despite the fact that those early days were far behind him now, he apparently intended to maintain his stance on the matter until such time as Caleb was able to present proof of a specific criminal act undoubtedly committed by Zeke. He would receive no help. "I'm sorry, Caleb," Linkletter drawled. "That's just the way things are." He put his hand on his office doorknob. "If anything changes, you come back here and I'll see what I can do." Caleb shook his head. "I'm taking things into my own hands if I need to," he answered. "I've got people depending on me, Harold. I can't let them down." Linkletter eyed him implacably. "I wish you the best of luck," he said. Then the door opened and closed, and he was gone, reduced once more to disembodied footsteps and the squeak of a chair. Caleb didn't realize his jaw and fists were clenched until he had to relax both to climb into the saddle. The small throng that had amassed to witness his arrival was more or less dispersed. Caleb spurred his horse along, turning some of his boiling frustration into speed. He didn't look back as he cleared Maybelle's limits. He didn't even notice the pretty emerald fields rolling out to a soft, hazy horizon. On a normal day, he would have taken this ride easy so he could sit back and admire the land he'd chosen to call home. Today, he was too busy trying to figure out how to tell Alexandra that they were on their own. The ranch came up quicker than he expected. He dismounted in a daze, his head spinning. His wife-to-be was somewhere on these grounds, fully expecting him to return with answers, and he had none to give her. Would there be backlash in the form of anger or bitter recriminations? He didn't know. Her commitment had been steadfast thus far, and she wore the engagement ring proudly. Still, it was with trepidation that he walked across the gravel yard toward the farmhouse. This time, the porch was empty. Chapter 29. Alexandra and Cherise sat talking at the table for a long time after the plates were cleared. As long as Priscilla was within earshot, Eliza's name wasn't mentioned once. It felt amazing to sit together and laugh with a new friend about nothing more than Cherie's experiences running the store or Alexandra's horse adventures. "I was kicked by a horse when I was a little girl," Cherie said. "It was a foal and it fell down afterward, but I understand the fear," Alexandra snorted. "When you put it like that, it seems so much more reasonable." "No, really. I think it's natural to be somewhat afraid of animals that are as big as we are." Cherie thought for a moment. "Hey, what if Caleb did get you a foal? It might help if you raised it from the start." She held out her hands. "The little ones are cute." "Well, they're all cute now," Alexandra said. "I've conquered that part, at least." She paused, mulling over the suggestion. "But that is an interesting idea." A little smile worked its way across her face. "The question is whether or not he'd agree." Cherie rolled her brown eyes. "Of course he'd agree. You wouldn't have to ask him twice. Give it a little time, and you probably wouldn't need to ask once." "All right," Alexandra's smile widened into a grin. "I'll ask him about it tonight. It would be good for her to have a more stimulating project than watering plants and washing windows. Her garden was well on its way to thriving, but green shoots and leaves weren't very engaging. The sun had started its mid-afternoon descent toward the horizon by the time Alexandra escorted Cherie to the front door. She gave her new storekeeper friend a hug and watched her step through onto the porch. Cherie's attention immediately went to the pathway between the house and the barn. She gave Alexandra a look. "Caleb's home. I'll see you soon. Stop by the store anytime." Her voice lowered. "And if you run into her again, let me know. I can hide you in the back." Then she flitted down the steps, waving at Caleb as she passed him. He stopped briefly, clearly puzzled by her presence. Then his eyes found Alexandra on the inside of the front door, and he smiled a greeting. It wasn't enough to mask the bare uneasiness in his face. Alexandra let him come inside instead of stepping out to meet him. The closer he got, the more worried he seemed, until she was almost dreading whatever words might come out of his mouth. She automatically inspected him for signs of a fight, but saw no bruises, scrapes, or blood. "Hi there," she ventured cautiously. "I guess you weren't joking about that afternoon nap." "I could sure use one," Caleb answered. He sat down on the sofa, arms on his knees, head hung low. Alexandra darted off to get him a cup of water. "Here," she said. "Drink this first." She touched his cheeks and forehead, feeling for a fever. "I'm fine, darling." Caleb took her hand and kissed it. He patted the cushion next to him. She sat. "I went into Maybelle this morning, wanted to talk to the sheriff." She watched him take a long draw of water. "Thank you for that, Caleb. It makes me feel much better." "Well," he made a face. "It's like I said, he'd rather keep his nose out of it." Alexandra opened her mouth to say something indignant, and he stopped her. "I know. You're not going to tell me anything I didn't already say." He wasn't having it. "I swear I tried." She deflated, staring at the floor between their feet. There was no reason to doubt Caleb, especially not after Cherie had said she thought he was going to see the sheriff as well. But she couldn't believe his prediction had been right. "How can he justify that?" she asked. "He's breaking in and leaving threats behind." A lump was beginning to form in her throat. She forced it back. The time for tears and self-pity had passed. She wanted to make room for anger and action. "The proof we have isn't strong enough for his liking." Caleb's words had a disdainful tint. "He told me we'd have to see him ourselves, or find someone who did. And something tells me he wouldn't believe it if we brought a whole army to back us up." He grimaced. I said I'm taking it into my own hands. Somehow, Alexandra didn't find that so comforting either. She recalled her very first memory of Zeke, gap-toothed and bloody on the barn floor. She had misgivings about that kind of frontier justice. Like as not, it would end up with one or both of them dead. Caleb got up, pulling his hat down over his eyes. I gotta get back out there. Got a lot of work to do before it gets dark. She grabbed his hand. Caleb, don't do anything rash. He brushed the backs of his fingers against her cheek. I'll do what I have to do to keep you safe, Alexandra. It's up to Zeke how far he wants to push it. There was a set to his jaw that hadn't been there before. Steely determination filled his eyes. Alexandra knew she couldn't stop him. She followed him to the door, where he turned around and pressed his lips gently to her forehead. I'll be back before sundown, he said. Don't go anywhere except the house or the barn. She sighed. All right. The light-hearted hours of conversation with Cherie were lifetimes away. She didn't even think to mention the foal. And don't look so sad, he said. I'm not clipping your wings forever, just until this all blows over. He headed for the shed before she had a chance to answer, but halfway down the path, he stopped to blow her a kiss. Alexandra smiled in spite of the new weight on her shoulders. She shut the door and stood there, unsure of what to do next. Her motivation for cleaning had been sapped, along with most of the energy she had minutes ago. She had no desire to go back upstairs and pick up where she left off. Nor did she want to mope around, although an alarming sense of futility was creeping in. The sheriff's intervention had been her last hope for a normal resolution, at least in a way that wasn't dangerous or messy. She tried to shake it off, but the fog wouldn't budge. Restless, Alexandra's thoughts turned back to the foal she didn't have yet. The more she thought about it, the more it appealed to her. She also knew that foaling season was soon to be upon the ranch. In fact, there were a few heavily pregnant mares she'd seen in passing. She wondered if bonding with a foal was anything like mothers were said to bond with unborn children. If she established a good rapport with the mother, would the baby like her too after it was born? These were undoubtedly silly questions to be concerned about, but they kept her mind off the plague of anxiety bubbling just below the surface. Thinking about baby horses meant she wasn't obsessing over the meaning of Caleb's words, where he was, or what he was doing. The barn was empty except for a lanky, youthful figure that she recognized right away. For once, Everett wasn't on the other end of the lead from his temperamental yearling charge. He was sitting on a hay bale under the loft, wolfing down a sandwich. He scrambled to his feet as soon as he saw her, clamping his mouth shut. Then he realized he couldn't talk with his mouth full, so he just saluted her sheepishly with his free hand. Alexandra chuckled. "Take your time, Everett. I didn't mean to interrupt your break." He turned his face away while he chewed and swallowed. "No, ma'am. I was just about to get back to work. If you're looking for Caleb." The boy stopped, looking every which way. "Actually, I have some questions about foals," Alexandra said, a little embarrassed. Everett raised his eyebrows. "About foals?" He glanced down the broad center aisle of the barn and back at her. "Don't tell me you haven't ever seen a foal." Alexandra gave him a look. "I have seen them, but not especially up close." She had always thought the mothers would get territorial and lash out. He grinned. "Do you want to?" Without allowing her space to answer, he took off toward the back of the barn, motioning for her to follow. Alexandra didn't have time to think about it. She went after him simply out of instinct. The back of the barn was a mostly foreign area to her. She'd never been farther than Indiana's stall. Tucked into a corner along the rear wall, She found a stall that was double the size of the others. Everett stood in front of it, waiting for her. "The birthing stall," he explained. She peeked over the door and saw the rounded shape of a horse lying amid a thick bed of clean straw. Her head was angled down toward something nestled against the side of her body. Alexandra looked closer and gasped. "He was born early," Everett said. "Caleb wasn't sure he was going to survive, but he's been doing as well as we can expect. Hopefully, he can keep up with the rest of the babies when they get here in a month." "He is adorable," Alexandra said softly. She could just pick out the slender, pointed shape of the foal's muzzle and a hint of long legs folded underneath its frame. The vision solidified her heart's desire for a foal of her own that she might raise. "Yeah," Everett agreed. "I think he'll be a good one when he's all grown. That won't be for a while, though." Alexandra lingered for a long time around the birthing stall, looking in at the small creature that had caused so many stirrings in her chest. The likelihood that this foal would be the one to become hers was very small, she knew. But she couldn't keep herself from forming some sort of attachment even in those few minutes of observation. After Everett returned to his duties, Alexandra chose to stay for a few minutes more. The foal was asleep when she finally left, all tucked in by its mother. She wanted to cry. How could she have spent so long in mortal terror of animals who started out so sweet? The instant the clouds had lifted on their life, she was going to ask Caleb for a foal, and then she was going to get back in the saddle and learn to ride properly. Alexandra was tired of being cowed and pushed down by the whims of those around her. If she couldn't control the storm surrounding her upcoming marriage to the man of her dreams, she'd still keep her eyes fixed intently on the future she knew she deserved. Chapter 30. Caleb wasn't sure how much a sprawling ranch like his could really be fortified, but he intended to find out. The first thing he did was seek out Tommy Caskill and tell him what he needed to get done. Tommy's face grew somber as he listened. That's a tough task. He scratched the side of his chin, thinking, "We've got a lot of land to cover here." "I know," Caleb said rather morosely. "It's my fault. I should have been more—" He shrugged. Vigilant. The gravity of the situation was starting to sink in at long last, along with a healthy dose of shame. "Don't get on that train, my friend." Tommy clapped a big hand on his shoulder. "What's done is done, even if it could have been done better. All we can do now is figure out a way to make it all work out." Revelation dawned on his face. "And I may have what we need." Tommy ducked into the shed, moving all the way to the back. There was something large underneath a heavy cloth, sitting in the shadows. Spiders had spun cobwebs all over the top, which the ranch hand knocked off with the handle of a rake. At first, Caleb was confused. Then he remembered a conversation they'd had nearly a year ago regarding a way to block off new pastures without branding new wooden fencing. Tommy had heard of a new innovation, and after some shopping around, had acquired a gigantic roll of barbed wire. The wire promptly sat unused in the back of the shed, its barbs deemed too dangerous for the newest crop of foals. The pieces of Tommy's idea clicked into place in Caleb's mind. It appeared that their investment was finally finding its purpose. Tommy handed him a thick pair of gloves. "Put these on. You'll need them." Then he stepped up and pulled the cloth away. Caleb noticed tiny twisted spikes of sharp wire pulling at the material, leaving tears in their wake. The bale of wire was huge and dense, thickly bundled and bristling with metal thorns. The two men stood studying it, hands on hips. Will we need it all? Caleb wondered aloud. We might as well use it all as long as we have it. Tommy's brow furrowed. It's the idea of getting it out of here that troubles me. Caleb had been thinking about that as well. He looked over his shoulder, down the length of the shed to the open entrance. Gingerly, he tested his gloves by grabbing a bit of the barbed wire. The glove stuck. He bet it would be in tatters by the time they were finished, but its hold was good enough. Pull it through the shed, he declared. We'll cut it where we need. Whatever you say, boss. Tommy dashed out to call for nearby assistance, and they formed a line of wire handlers, pulling the silver strand all the way out to the yard. Caleb walked to the end and watched it coil snake-like on the ground. He told them when to cut it, and then he took up the individual lengths and bound them carefully up to be transported all over the farm. The barbs were small but fiercely sharp, their toothy points biting through the palms of the gloves. Minimalistic and effective, especially for an impromptu solution. No way could any man find his way through a maze of the stuff unscathed, let alone an angry drunken one. The work was tedious, but Caleb and his men kept at it. They treated the unspooling and the cutting the same way they went through baling seasons with acres of hay. Several times the barbs slid through muck, mud, and manure, but it couldn't be helped. Sweat dripped from Caleb's brow and blood from his hands. The gloves only lasted so long, but the pain hardly even registered. He was too focused on doing what needed to be done. He was well aware that infection would more than likely set in if he didn't clean it right away. Each man took a section of wire and went to string it up all along the fences at the perimeter of the ranch. Caleb and Tommy watched them all fan out before picking up what was left and setting to work on the barriers inside. The wire was stiff from its newness and the months in storage. By the time he was finished, Caleb's gloves bore the rips he'd predicted. He looked down at his hands and laughed grimly. Zeke would love to know that he had pushed his cousin to such dire measures. If they were lucky, he'd find out firsthand sooner or later. Caleb carefully removed the gloves from his hands and used them to wrap the worst of the cuts on his palms and fingers. Alexandra was going to have a fit when she saw him, he was sure. On the bright side, they'd have some quality time together while she inevitably cleaned and patched him up. But first, he returned to the shed to wait for the others to report their jobs done. One by one, his posse came back to tell him they had accomplished their job. Almost all had spots of blood somewhere on them, and they were all dirty and sweaty, but they were also grinning. That hurt, one ranch hand declared, showing off his nicked-up hands. But damn if it wasn't fun somehow. Thank you, boys. I owe you one. Use Doc's special balm so your hands don't get infected. Caleb would have to think of something better than a little extra cash to reward his men for their loyalty. Perhaps they didn't know how tough times were, but they were standing by him nonetheless. And if nothing else, that was an advantage he felt sure he'd always have over Zeke. Night fell on a ranch christened with man-made thorns, every post and rail bristling in the darkness. Caleb partly wanted to stay up and listen for the downfall of an intruder. However, he did not want to leave the house and its occupants unattended for long. Night would be Zeke's boldest time. He had to keep his guard up. The compromise Caleb made with himself was to walk some of the borders of his property one last time before turning in. He moved quickly, his eye on the fence line. One hand rested on the butt of his gun in its holster. He wasn't planning to use the weapon as anything other than a threat, but Zeke didn't know that. He traced a partial outline of his land. and headed back toward the lights winking in the windows of the farmhouse. It bothered him that there were corners he had missed, but he made the decision to trust the thoroughness of his ranch hands. Staying out all night wouldn't help as much as he wanted to believe. Caleb was only one man, and he needed everyone to keep their wits about them. Halfway to the house, his sharply attuned ears caught an odd, heavy rustling in the brush along the wooden posts. A stick snapped. He saw the wall of barbed wire oscillate, followed by a slurred oath. "Son of a—" Caleb drew his gun. He knew that voice. With the safety still firmly in place, he made his approach. Zeke knelt in the grass, hunched over and clutching his right arm at the wrist. The light from Caleb's lantern splashed over him, revealing a laceration sliced into his palm. He swayed toward the source of illumination, squinting. "What the hell is this?" Zeke demanded. His breath reeked of cheap spirits. There was another cut across his cheek, as if he'd attempted to stick his head between the rails. "Since when is this place a damn fort?" He hiccuped and wiped his mouth with the side of his hand. "Since you keep trying to get in where you don't belong," Caleb answered evenly. He raised the lantern higher so he could study Zeke's eyes. They were dull and glazed by alcohol. He was barely kneeling straight. "Figured I'd catch you in here sooner or later. I just thought it would be later." Zeke glared. In his effort to regain his feet, he steadied himself with a hand against the wire, jerked it back, and fell again. Caleb didn't move to help him. His cousin floundered on dry ground, swearing the air blue. "Listen, runt," he finally growled. Both hands were crimson now, the ground around him flecked with blood from his wounds. "It doesn't matter what you do. I'm not letting up until you give me what I want." Zeke spoke with enough force to cause him to rock unsteadily on his knees. Spittle gathered at the corners of his mouth. "And I can be a real big pain if I want to be." His smile was crooked and dark, marred by the spaces left during their last meeting. Despite his crippling intoxication, an air of menace lingered over him. An unsettling, malicious gleam lit his eye. Caleb tightened his grip on the gun. "I'm listening," he muttered grudgingly. If it was at all possible that the two of them could come to an agreement without first coming to blows, he was willing at least to hear Zeke out. His desire for petty vengeance was not as great as his desire for peace. "Get rid of that wifey of yours," Zeke snarled. "I'm not saying I'm going to kill you, but when you die, I'm the one who gets the ranch, you hear? This place is mine, not hers, and not any of your snot-nosed kids either, so don't go making any of those." Caleb ground his teeth, already regretting his display of lenience. "You're dumber than you look if you really think I'll send Alexandra packing just because you don't want to lose out to her in my will." The sheer, audacious idiocy of it made Caleb stop to rub his forehead. "That's exactly what I think." Zeke rose up slightly, grinning into his kinsman's face. The shadows cast by the lantern danced over his countenance, exaggerating his features into a grotesque caricature. "Because if you won't take care of her somehow, I can find a way." Caleb's knuckles went white on the gun's grip. "You wouldn't dare." Zeke laughed a wild, hair-raising laugh that echoed mockingly over the fields. "Course I would," he crowed. The leering grin widened. "I'll tell you what that girl is to me. She's in my way, Caleb. You should have known better than to bring her here. It's only gonna get worse." Before Caleb knew for certain what was happening, he had raised the gun and leveled it straight at Zeke's face. "Don't touch a hair on her head," he said quietly. You'll be dead before you hit the ground." "Come on, Caleb," Zeke laughed. "We both know you don't have the guts. You're going to grab me by the collar and toss me out on the road, and we'll do this little song and dance again in a couple weeks." He narrowed his eyes. "I already told you I'm not stopping." Caleb's finger itched to pull the trigger. The bastard was right there, and this opportunity might never present itself again if he let him go. He could kill Zeke and be all done with everything forever. And yet, he didn't shoot. The gun stayed silent as he lowered it to his side and stuck it ruefully into the holster. "Guess you're right, cousin," he said. His calm voice belied the torrent of adrenaline surging through his bloodstream. "Do you know why?" He stepped forward, grabbing Zeke by the back of his filthy shirt and hefting him to his feet. Zeke smirked. "Can't wait for you to tell me, cousin." Caleb began to haul him out to the road. "I am nothing like you," he said, "and that's real important to me." Chapter 31. She was still wide awake when Caleb came in late. The opening door shuddered up through her floorboards, and again when it closed. She lay still until she heard his boots coming up the stairs, and then she sat up. For some reason, her instinct was to nervously hug the bedclothes to her body. He walked past her door without stopping, though she did sense a minute hesitation in his stride. He probably thought she was sleeping and didn't want to disturb her rest. Alexandra slipped her feet out of bed and set them lightly down on the floor. She prayed that it wouldn't creak as she pressed her weight into her heels. Once upright, she crept to the door and turned the knob gently, easing the portal open into the hall. Caleb was all the way at the end, almost dissolved into the shadows. "Caleb," she made her whisper as loud as possible. The sound of her voice traveled down the corridor like a bullet. He reacted as if he'd been struck, his head snapping up to look at her, eyes wide. She held back the urge to giggle at the shock on his face and slipped across the threshold, tiptoeing across the floor. He met her halfway, a touch less quietly. "Thought you'd be asleep by now," he remarked. "I apologize if I woke you. I meant to be in earlier than this." "That's all right," she told him, "as long as you're home in one piece at the end of the day." She went to take his hands and noticed they'd been wrapped in a heavy, coarse material. He held them up, starting to undo the bindings. She saw that the insides were stained red. "I hope this is close enough." Alexandra blinked. "How on earth did this happen? It looks like you were grabbing knives with your bare hands. More than once," she added pointedly. Caleb chuckled wryly. "I'd like to tell you you're exaggerating, but—" He gave her half a shrug. It was a necessary evil. She gazed at him, skeptical. "Well, you can feel free to explain yourself while I take care of all this mess." He made a move as if to protest, and she shushed him before he began. "Caleb Turner, you are not going to bed in that state. What would Priscilla say if she went to gather your bedding and saw all that blood? She'd faint clear away, and they're filthy." He closed his mouth and followed her back the way she had come. Alexandra stopped in front of her door and beckoned him inside. Clearly surprised, Caleb hesitated. "There's more space on the first floor," he suggested tactfully. Alexandra's cheeks reddened. She had made a strategic choice to allow him into her room. The engagement ring on her finger eased some of the impropriety, but at the moment she was more concerned with his state of being. "I am not going to be the one to awaken Priscilla with a ruckus in the kitchen at who knows what hour," she told him, softly but firmly. "And you may be an excellent rancher, Caleb, but something tells me you'd make a lousy doctor." She held up the tattered wrappings as evidence. Chagrined, he answered, "Yes, ma'am," and stepped inside. She shut the door, but she didn't lock it. He waited quietly while she drew a basin of water from the washroom. "It's bitter cold," she said apologetically, testing the water with her thumb. "I can bear it." He sat down in the chair at her desk and watched her dip a cloth into the basin. She winced as she wrung out the excess. "It's very cold," she repeated. In fact, her hands had gone all but numb from that first cascade of water. She couldn't imagine it would be soothing on open wounds, but under the circumstances, it was the best she could do. Holding her breath, she dabbed the cloth onto the first cut. Caleb winced visibly. He held his wrist down with his free hand to keep it from jerking automatically away. "You weren't kidding," he observed through clenched teeth. "I've touched ice warmer than that." "I'm sorry," she said. "Let me know if it gets to be too much." Alexandra washed his many cuts as tenderly as possible, though she was sure the water sliced like a knife. The contents of the basin went from clear to rosy pink to red. Caleb sat in stoic silence, looking at her. "What were you doing?" she asked, following a cursory inspection of one of the injuries. "This doesn't look like a bite." "Wiring up the fences," Caleb said. He was calm as ever, except for the occasional tensing up against the pain. "Tommy and I have been meaning to reinforce them for a while now. Figured with recent events being as they are, we might as well get it done." Alexandra half smiled. "Was the wire made of broken glass? I get that you men are reckless, but this is just outrageous." She left him for a moment to dig through one of her drawers, coming up with a small roll of new bandages and a vial of some clear liquid. He focused on that vial. "What's that?" "It is about to be your least favorite thing," she said, not without sympathy. "But it has to be done. Hold your hands out." He did as he was told, and she quickly uncorked the container and poured a dash of the alcohol across his skin. Caleb bit down hard, either to keep from hollering or swearing. He let out his breath in one big rush. "Holy Mother, woman, give me a warning next time." "I thought if I did that you wouldn't let me use it," she replied. "The worst is over anyway. You did fine." He looked around and asked, "You don't happen to have any of Doc's special balm, do you? It's the only thing I know that'll stop infection, and this will get infected without it." "I didn't see any balm. That alcohol is the best I can do." She let the alcohol sit on his hands for a minute, then meticulously wrapped his hands in the clean bandages. Alexandra was no nurse, but she'd spent enough time caring for others to know rudimentary first aid. The final product was functional, if not quite pretty. "Do you have any of that balm at the barn?" she asked. "The hands are using it. I'll get me some tomorrow. Thank you, darling," Caleb said. He leaned forward and brushed his lips against her cheek. "Don't know what I'd do without you. The same thing you've been doing for 30 years. Alexandra smiled as she went about cleaning up. 28, if you please." Caleb got up. "Hope I didn't trouble you too much. You ought to get some rest now." "I will if you will," Alexandra said. She crossed to the door to see him out. "Sleep well, Caleb." "You too." For a split second, there was something strange and dark in his expression, a twinge of emotion that went by so fast she couldn't decipher its meaning. Then he had squeezed her hand and was off to his own space for the night. This time he went into his room without looking her way. Alexandra lay back down in bed and closed her eyes. She lay in a swath of moonlight from the window, and thought too much about too many things until she finally drifted off. The sound that roused her in the morning was the collective voice of the birds outside singing to celebrate the sun. Alexandra opened her eyes to a different sort of light pouring in through the window pane, specifically full-on daylight. She sat up so fast her head spun. In all the days of her life, Alexandra could count the number of times she'd overslept on one hand, and on most of those mornings, she was ill. Despite the fact that she was living a new kind of life with fewer urgently enforced responsibilities, her instinctual reaction was guilt and shame. She dressed hurriedly, flying down the stairs at top speed, afraid to discover the actual time of day. The sun only seemed brighter on the first floor, which was empty. No one hummed ditties over the stove in the kitchen. Caleb wasn't sipping strong coffee on the porch. The day had truly begun without her. Alexandra stopped to get her bearings and clear her head. The first things that jumped to mind were Caleb's hands. The bandage needed to be checked, balm applied, and then likely redressed. She was willing to bet real money that he hadn't done either of those things. Last night, those cuts were already swollen and red streaks were appearing. Had the alcohol been enough? Now, of course, he was nowhere to be found. Exasperated, Alexandra ran back up the stairs to retrieve new medical supplies, only to find that she'd already used her last bandages on him. She huffed. Now what? If she managed to locate him, she wouldn't be able to properly care for his injuries, and that would drive her crazy. She hated to think of him doing ranch work with all those infected cuts under a day-old dressing. Not only would it feel painful for him, it was terribly unsanitary. He could get very ill. She paced the porch, thinking. The obvious answer was to go into town and buy the things. Surely Cherie had some of Doc's balm. She had been instructed by Caleb, with good reason, not to go into town alone. Zeke and Eliza were not going to stop her from properly caring for Caleb. Keeping him from becoming ill and his hands from swelling so he couldn't work was more important than anything at the moment. She doubted that he would allow her to go into town at all if she asked, so adamant had he been. She glanced toward the barn and shed to see if she could pick him out over there. He was nowhere to be seen. She surveyed the fields for him, walking or riding. Again, nothing. All she saw was that the fences had been adorned with some nasty-looking embellishments, the wire that had caused her present predicament. Mud and chunks of what appeared to be horse manure still clung to the sharp barbs. A few more minutes of pacing passed while Alexandra racked her brain. She kept looking for him unsuccessfully, and finally her mind was made up. "Oh, Caleb, forgive me, but I have to take care of you," she muttered to herself. She'd just go into Maybelle alone, on foot, and make sure to keep her head down and speak only to Cherie at the general store. Moreover, it was a Wednesday, which meant the chances of seeing Eliza were diminished if Dr. Mitchell was to be believed. As she got ready to go, a small voice nagged in the back of her head that she was making a mistake. But Alexandra was stubborn and determined. Once she had an idea in her head, she wouldn't dislodge it. And she wanted to take care of Caleb, to show that she could be depended on as much as he. Thus, she walked out of the farmhouse, down the steps, and along the lane to the road. Just before she slipped out the main gate, she cast one last look over her shoulder to make sure her departure had gone unnoticed. No one barreled down the lane after her or called out her name. Satisfied, Alexandra continued. Maybelle wasn't that far away, and Caleb always worked long hours all over the ranch. She was confident that she could be there and back again before he even knew she had gone. Chapter 32. Caleb wiped the sweat from his brow as he leaned in the precious shade of a tree near the back of the ranch property. The days were getting long and hot, and his hands ached more every time he used them. He thought perhaps that he should have woken Alexandra after all. She would have known what to do. The bandages were loosening in some places, growing stiff in others. Dark, rusty patches stained the palms and the joints of his fingers, where the barbed wire had cut the deepest. He'd considered taking the bandages off himself, but quickly decided against it. He did not have to be told that he'd most likely do more harm than good. He hadn't even been able to use the balm this morning. The ranch hands had used it all up. Into the later part of the morning, he worked as gingerly as possible around his wounds. A few of the other men were the same, coping with injuries sustained from battling the devilishly sharp wire. But by 10 o'clock, Caleb's hands throbbed angrily. He could hardly stand to pick anything up. Unable to work any longer, he grudgingly headed for the house. No doubt Alexandra was going to pull out that little vial and set his hands to burning again. He had to admit that the memory wasn't as unpleasant as his current experience. Resigned to his fate, he walked in through the front door and called for her. "Alexandra? You here, darling?" No answer. Caleb cleared his throat and tried again. "Alexandra?" He peered into the deserted kitchen and went through the living room to the back door. She wasn't in the garden either, although her plants continued to flourish. "Where are you, honey?" Still nothing. Puzzled, Caleb climbed the stairs. He found her door closed, but didn't try the handle out of decency. Instead, he knocked and repeated her name for the third time. "Alexandra, it's Caleb. Can I trouble you to help with these bandages?" Silence. He knocked once more, and then he did try the knob and found it locked. She had the key. His confusion mounting, he went back downstairs and out the front, shading his eyes as he stared out across the front field. Maybe she'd gone to their picnic spot for a moment's respite. That notion, like all the others, failed to bear fruit. When a check of the tack room yielded not much more, Caleb's puzzlement evolved into concern. He began to ask after her among the ranch hands, none of whom had any useful information. Then he approached Everett in the paddock. "Hey, kid, I'm trying to find Miss Clarke." He perked up immediately. "Is she back by the birthing stall again?" Caleb raised an eyebrow. "The birthing stall?" He paused. "Again?" Realizing that Caleb had no inkling of what he was talking about, Everett became slightly more reticent. "The other day, she came into the barn and she was asking about foals. I showed her the early one." A hint of apprehension crept into his eyes, as if it had just occurred to him that he might have broken a rule. "If I wasn't supposed to—" Caleb held up his hand. "That's just fine, Everett. What did she think of him?" Everett smiled, enormously relieved. "She looked at that baby like she was in love, boss." His forehead wrinkled. "I don't know where she is now, though. I haven't seen her." "All right. Thanks." Caleb retraced his steps into the back of the barn. He had already been there, and he was sure he would have seen her, but just in case, he checked again. The only living beings at the birthing stall were the early foal and its mother. No pretty, dark-haired girl with striking green eyes and a laugh like music. Her absence had become conspicuous in his mind. There were no signs of anything amiss. No one had seen or heard a thing. It was almost as if she had never come out that morning, though he knew she must have. Alexandra had proven to be a punctual person, set to a habitual schedule. He didn't want to think about what could have caused her to change. An hour or so after his search had begun, Caleb had had no luck. His hands still hurt, and he was anxious to find her, just to know where she was. He made a second round of inquiries among his men, and this time a couple of them said they thought they saw her standing on the porch earlier in the morning. When pressed, one admitted that he could have sworn he spotted her leaving not long after, walking away down the path between the fields. Caleb's blood ran cold, not with anger, but with worry. He had been explicit about his desire for her not to go anywhere on her own, and she seemed to understand. At the same time, he wasn't extremely surprised that she might have chosen to ignore those directions. Part of the reason he enjoyed her so much was her spark of fierce independence and her insistence upon thinking for herself. He just wished that she'd listened this once. Then again, this too was partially his fault. He had not told her about finding Zeke drunk and confrontational right outside the ranch lands. Caleb's rationale for the omission was that knowing what Zeke had said would only stress her more. He had thought he was protecting her. Suddenly, ignorance seemed far more dangerous. If she had gone into Maybelle, it was his duty as her betrothed to go after and protect her. Even so, his hands seared. At a loss for what else to do, Caleb found a clean horse blanket, and he tore strips off the bottom. Then he rewrapped his lacerations with that, recreating Alexandra's work to the best of his ability. He didn't worry about it too much. She could fix it when he found her. The pain notwithstanding, he had never tacked up a horse so fast. All the ranch hands by the barn witnessed their leader galloping straight out and onto the path, leaning far forward in the saddle. Rather than slowing down, Caleb and his horse leapt the gate. The dust churned up into a grainy cloud behind his horse's hoofs as they thundered down the main road into Maybelle. Caleb pulled his hat low to shield his eyes. His pulse beat between his palms and the thin leather of the reins. He felt like his hands were on fire. None of that mattered at the moment. As soon as he saw Alexandra and knew she was unharmed, he could think about anything else. The bucolic countryside streamed past in a blur of bright greens and yellows, topped by the clear blue of the Montana sky. He hardly saw it. The sun beat down on his neck and shoulders. He hardly felt it. A few merchant carts trundled by, on their way to or from Maybelle. He paid them no mind. He almost didn't hear the distinctly familiar sound of someone emerging from the long, unkempt grass at the side of the road. Just in time, Caleb saw the shape coming at him in his peripheral vision. His horse had already begun to shy away, kicking out and sashaying to the side. Caleb leaned as far away from grasping hands as he dared. His assailant still got hold of the loose section of his reins and the pommel of the saddle. Then he felt the fingers curling into a fist around a section of his shirt. The next thing he knew, he was half in the air, flying sideways off his mount. Caleb landed hard with a grunt. He tucked his hands in as close to his body as he could, shielding them from the worst of the impact. One of his boots was loose on his foot, and he was grateful. That might have been the only thing keeping his ankle intact as his foot was torn out of the stirrup. A face leaned over him where he lay sprawled in the dirt, his shirt rumpled but not quite torn. Mildly stunned, Caleb blinked a few times to bring the world into focus. He stared up into a tubby, double-chinned visage whose considerable bulk had helped him pull Caleb out of the saddle. The crook still had one hand firmly clenched in a fistful of shirt, the other poised to punch. "Who the hell are you?" Caleb demanded, using his adversary's reaction to the question to his advantage. Caleb landed one good, hard hit square in the side of the stranger's corpulent face. Reeling, the villain let go of the rancher's shirt. Caleb vaulted nimbly to his feet. His horse had stopped some yards down the road toward Maybelle. He could see it was still jittery, but the worst of the spook seemed to have passed. Right when Caleb was about to make a break for it, a shrill, piercing sound stopped him cold. He whipped around to see his first opponent sitting on the ground, one hand to a blooming bruise on his face, 2 fingers in his mouth. The ghost of his screeching whistle haunted the air. Suddenly, emerging from various hiding places along the road, an entire ragtag band materialized. They surrounded Caleb, forming a tight circle and blocking his horse from view. He muttered a curse under his breath. The rush of adrenaline had taken away the pain, but he knew objectively that he was in no condition to fight. The thought of punching with either hand was purely agonizing, but it was also painfully clear that he was to be given absolutely no choice. The ring around him closed in tighter. He assumed they were all going to come at him at once, but only the big first guy stepped forward. His bruise was morphing into a fairly serious black eye with alarming rapidity. Caleb privately congratulated himself on his impeccable aim. Then he and the heavyset bandit were squaring off against each other, sizing each other up inside their improvised arena. To Caleb, it seemed that this had mostly to do with his opponent's ego, which only annoyed him. He didn't have time to be waylaid by an ego trip. Around him, the vagabonds on the outside began to cheer. Some stomped their feet and shouted, impatient for the action to get going. They were largely dressed in cloaks and old, unwashed clothes, the current transient population most likely. Were they put up to this bizarre confrontation? Or had Caleb been singled out because of his money? At first, it was impossible to tell. "Who are you?" he asked again. "Don't worry about it," the big man rasped, sneering. "It's not gonna matter for long." He made a fist with one hand and pounded it into his other open palm. "Zeke told me to tell you hello and sorry." The heavy fist came hurtling towards Caleb's face. He ducked, feeling the air whoosh over the top of his head. Almost immediately, another strike came. Like the first, it was powerful, but not the most accurate. Caleb, his already keen senses on high alert, dodged. The man released a roar of frustration. "Insect," he bellowed, "you're gonna get crushed." Chapter 33. Alexandra slunk into town like an outlaw, eyes on the ground in front of her feet, her bonnet pulled tightly around her face. The mounting heat of the day bore down through the top of her head. Rivulets of sweat threatened to escape and run down into her eyes, but she didn't dare look up in case anyone recognized her. The general store had never seemed so far away. Alexandra pushed down the urge to break all decorum and run until she reached the shade of the overhang. From the moment she had spied the squat buildings of Maybelle rising out of the flatlands, her confidence in this excursion had begun to waver. And now that she was walking down the main thoroughfare toward the center of town, her heart hammered in her chest. It was quite easy to be less fearful of Zeke and Eliza when she was surrounded by the comparative safety of the ranch, but the fear had become more real with every step toward town. On the other side of Maybelle, that twisted tree stood watch and seemed to beckon her forward. She shivered, the climbing sun forgotten in her sudden chill. A group of townsfolk moved toward her, and she ducked out of the way, murmuring an apology. the thought had occurred to her that Cherie's store might be busy. She devoutly hoped that wouldn't be the case. The very last thing she wanted was to be placed in front of a gaggle of chatty, nosy Maybelle ladies. She finally reached the shelter of the overhang, climbed the shallow steps, and entered the store as casually as she could. Her pulse still pounded through her veins, and her skin was flushed and hot. But at least she'd made it. She kept her eyes down and slipped into one of the side aisles. Much to Alexandra's relief, it was empty, and Cherie didn't call out to her. She took a moment to gather herself, inhaling and exhaling deeply. The fluttering in her chest slowly died down until she was reasonably sure she could comport herself with poise and a little bit of confidence. The bell above the door sounded. Alexandra froze, listening to the snippets of conversation that she could hear from the opposite side of the shelf. None of the voices that met her ears carried the same cold, haughty edge as Eliza Abrams. Still, she put the maximum distance between herself and the group. Emerging at the far end of the aisle, right as she did, Cherie came out from the small room behind her counter, and the two friends locked eyes. Alexandra lifted a finger to her lips. Bemused, Cherie nodded. She turned toward the counter with a smile on her face, distracting the approaching customers. Alexandra used the time to hunt for balm, bandages, and more disinfectant. After a few minutes, she made her way back to the counter, purchases bundled in her arms. The transaction with the women who had come in after her was still taking place. Cherie maintained her usual sunny demeanor, smiling and joking with her clientele. She managed to shoot Alexandra an apologetic glance or two, but aside from her anxiety over someone else entering the store or trying to talk to her, Alexandra didn't really mind. She wanted everything to proceed as normal so that she would not stand out at all. If that meant standing patiently in line for a while, then so be it. She'd just have to be vigilant. Her mind wandered as she stood with her arms full of bandages and glass vials. A twinge of worry poked her in the stomach. She wondered if Caleb had found out she was gone. Either optimism or blind hope told her it wasn't very likely. If he hadn't asked her to look at his hands before going to work, there was almost no way he'd quit early. The man was just too driven. Alexandra smiled, thinking of him. His handsome face was quickly replacing her memories of her father's house as home. It was inconceivable that such a soft-spoken, sweet-natured man could be embroiled in a family dispute of this caliber. And yet, there they both were, trying to navigate through the pitfalls and the bitter attacks. Alexandra had to admit that these kinds of dark and dangerous dramatics were not what she'd envisioned when she answered that first ad. It pained her to admit that the notion of fleeing sometimes crossed her mind, not back to Virginia, but somewhere else, to make a second fresh start. All she wanted was peace and quiet and a fighting chance at happiness. The one thing holding her to Montana soil was Caleb and his hazel eyes. He had unwittingly drawn her into a complicated web from which she could no longer easily escape. But she had trouble even envisioning her own departure. Alexandra couldn't fathom asking him to load her trunks into the wagon and drive her back to the train. She couldn't ask him to stand by and watch her leave, not after promising to give him her hand in marriage. That vow did not stop her from wishing Zeke and Eliza would disappear forever. Had she known about them when Caleb invited her out to the ranch, would she have agreed to go? It was hard to say, and those feelings made Alexandra very uncomfortable. She shifted the goods in her hands, moving her weight from one foot to the other. A space ahead in line, the trio of women were finally wrapping up with Cherie, and in the next minute or so, they swept on by Alexandra. She turned her face away on instinct, but they barely took notice of her. Cherie waited for the door to swing shut before bursting out into her characteristically brilliant smile. "Don't worry, dear. I guarantee they didn't see a thing." Alexandra smiled sheepishly, depositing her purchases to be counted and tallied. "Thank you for cooperating," she said. "I was afraid you wouldn't pick up on my intentions." Cherie laughed. "They were obvious, Alexandra." She picked up the rolls of bandages to make sure there were no tears or imperfections in the material. "Are you going to start your own medical practice?" She winked. "I hear the pay is decent." "They're for Caleb," Alexandra explained. "He hurt his hands doing ranch work yesterday. He said Dr. Mitchell's balm works against infection. That balm will kill any infection, but Doc made it, not Dr. Mitchell. Doc was our horse specialist." Cherie winked at her and smiled. "Let me guess. Caleb ran out of it." "Yes, and his hands were showing red streaks last night," Alexandra admitted. "I slept late this morning, and he went out working with the old bandages on his hands. That'd be a man. Nothing'll kill him till it does." Her smile grew bigger. "You sure are an independent woman before you are his wife." She bagged Alexandra's supplies and slid them across the counter. "I must say, I was a little surprised to see you walk in, though." Alexandra glanced over her shoulder. "It seemed much simpler when I was at the ranch." She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "I should be on my way. It won't do to stay out very long." "Take care," Cherie called as she hurried toward the door. "Keep your eyes open." It was apt advice. During the time Alexandra had spent in the store, the population on the streets had ballooned substantially. She found herself traveling on the fringes of a crowd from which she could not distinguish every individual face. Voices and laughter ebbed and flowed around her. Alexandra hung back a bit. She wanted to be part of the living scenery, but not so immersed that she was able to be caught off guard. If someone looked at or approached her, she wanted to know about it immediately. Due to her increased alertness, Alexandra made it as far as the outer limits of Maybelle without incident. The heart of the town behind her, she was just starting to breathe easier when the illusion of serenity was shattered. Alexandra Clarke. Her heart dropped into her stomach. There was the voice she'd been straining to catch amid the hubbub. Eliza's tone cut like a knife, straight to the bone. Alexandra stopped against her better judgment. Something told her she didn't really have a choice. "Are you afraid of me, Missy?" Eliza demanded in a new vicious tone. "So you're avoiding me?" Alexandra turned toward her, more annoyed than fearful. "Hello, Eliza?" Eliza let out a short, derisive laugh. "I never thought there would be anything about you to admire," she said. "But you are bold, aren't you? To think I assumed you'd stay out of my territory." Her diamond eyes narrowed down to slits. "I'm not going anywhere," Alexandra replied softly. Regardless of her occasional misgivings, she knew this was the truth. "Speak up." Eliza took a step forward, and then another. Every word from her lips dripped venom. "Say your words clearly or don't say them at all, little girl." Alexandra clenched her teeth. "I said, I'm not leaving." She dug down deep inside and found some ground to stand on so that she might hold her own against this predator. "What do you want this time?" "Oh." Eliza's eyebrows lifted high on her forehead. She pursed her cherry-red lips. "Interesting. The little mouse has spirit." She laughed again, waving her hand. "It's frankly shameful that you have to ask, my dear. I think it's abundantly clear what I want." The smile dropped. I want you to stop tromping all over what's mine. Alexandra bristled, indignant. Insults against herself. She could stand all day. She'd long since grown used to them. Insults directed at anyone for whom she cared as deeply as Caleb, however, were another story. Don't you dare speak ill of him, she burst out. Haven't you done enough already? The two women stood in the middle of the road, blocking all passage through the center. Several pedestrians and a cart were forced to sidestep them. Neither Alexandra nor Eliza cared. They were too wrapped up in confronting each other. A look of incredulity dawned on Eliza's face. She grinned broadly as she caught onto Alexandra's meaning. "Oh, my sweet fool," she cooed, the words oozing irony. "It is absolutely adorable that you think I'm talking about that puppet you call a man." Alexandra blinked, confused. Was she saying that Zeke might have implied an interest in Alexandra? She shuddered at that thought. No, not him. Eliza shook her head. Her countenance grew stony. "The ranch, you twit." Once more, she advanced, with intent. The distance between them closed much more rapidly than Alexandra liked, but she was unwilling to turn and run, as that would grant Eliza unequivocal victory. Instead, Alexandra kept backing up along the road, trusting that her feet would manage to evade anything that sought to trip her up. Her eyes remained honed in on Eliza's. She refused to be the first one to break. Unfortunately, Eliza proved to be similarly motivated. She kept coming, slowly picking up her pace. "Turner Ranch belongs to me." The former elegance of her speaking voice had started to fray around the edges. Alexandra stared evenly back at her as she simply stated, "Your name is Abrams." "Why, you—" Her frustration boiling over, Eliza lunged forward. At the same time, Alexandra leapt nimbly back. She gave Eliza her warmest, sweetest smile. "Am I wrong?" she asked innocently. "It hardly seems proper. And I think Caleb would have something to say about that." "Caleb is a usurper," Eliza was half shouting now, her eyes wide with barely contained rage. Bright red spots appeared on both her cheeks. "Everything he has, he stole from Ezekiel." "Is that why you allowed Zeke to steal you?" Alexandra knew she was treading on very thin ice. One wrong step and she'd fall through. "Oh, you are an insolent brat," Eliza spat. She drove Alexandra along the road relentlessly now, herding her in the direction of the ranch. "I don't know how he can—" Suddenly, she stopped talking. Her cold gaze focused over Alexandra's shoulder. A foreign emotion began to eclipse the fury on her face. The moment Alexandra realized it was confusion, she turned around. A strangely familiar horse, its ears pinned back and eyes wide, was the first thing she saw. Some yards beyond, a scuffle kicked up a cloud of dust that spanned the road. She thought she could see the outlines of men tussling in the dirt. Indistinct shouting and swears reached her ears. Then her eyes focused on the centermost figure, and she recognized him. She gasped, "Caleb?" Chapter 34. The fight was fast and messy, a whirlwind of fists and boots. The world tumbled around Caleb as he struggled for dominance within the howling pack. His original opponent came and went, often supplanted by any one of a dozen faces. Caleb was irked by the fact that there were so many of them, not because he thought he would lose. It soon became readily apparent that these men weren't truly fighters. He was more impatient, anxious to get to town and locate Alexandra. The sudden presence of this convenient distraction only convinced him that he was on the right track. Annoyed, he weathered the persistent hail of blows, deflecting when he could, and striking back at every opportunity. The whole lot of them were obviously drunk. Unsteady on their feet, they reeked of alcohol, surely a sign that Zeke had a hand in the clumsy orchestration of this plot. On his knees in the dirt, it was hard to see anything other than the crush of bodies bearing down on him. Caleb raised his arm and gathered his strength, shouldering his way up until he broke through the top. Once he'd gained his feet, the challenge of combat all but disappeared. "You boys do this for fun?" he asked as he shook them off one by one. Although they hounded him mercilessly, his intentions were not to harm. He had no doubt they'd all been put up to the task. "I'm thinking you could do with some more practice." They did not appreciate his levity. The bulky thug reemerged to issue a rallying cry, piercing the air with his meaty fist. Again, the mob attempted to fall upon Caleb, but he was ready this time. He had not made a habit of brawling in quite some time, but he was quicker, stronger, and wasn't inebriated like virtually all of his attackers. When they failed to coordinate their assault, stumbling and weaving, Caleb set about finishing what they started. For most, a well-placed hit to the jaw or nose was enough to send them sprawling out onto the ground. Many of them landed out cold. "Pathetic," roared the leader. He shoved aside the last couple of men and charged at Caleb himself, head tucked down between his mountainous shoulders like a bull. Caleb braced himself until the last second, then ducked and rammed into the oaf's generous midsection, buckling his knees. They hit the road in a scuffling tangle, gouging the surface of the packed dirt. For a brief concerning moment, Caleb was trapped beneath the man's full weight. He felt the air being squeezed from his lungs. Then he kicked up, dislodging the brute, and the tide of the fight turned. It took far more than the others to force submission, but Caleb persevered. He did not let up until there was no more resistance. "Caleb!" The sound of his name snapped him to attention. He got up, trying in vain to brush the dirt stains from his clothes. For the first time since the fight had begun, he glanced around. A wry smile made its way across his mouth. He was the last man standing among a scene of relatively mild violence. Some of the men at his feet had transitioned so seamlessly from unconsciousness to sleep that they actually snored. The stench of stale whiskey hung in the air. "Caleb?" His name again, more insistent this time. He lifted his gaze to see first his horse, riderless and spooked, and then 2 women standing in the road beyond. He knew them both immediately, and his heart flipped for 2 different reasons. The girl that he knew was Alexandra, broke into a run, lifting the hem of her skirts out of the way. Caleb expected her to balk at the aftermath of the fight, but she simply dodged around his fallen enemies. He grabbed her up into his arms as soon as she came within reach. "You sure are a sight for sore eyes," he told her softly. There was no point in chastising her for leaving the ranch. What's done was done, and the relief at having her back in his arms was more than enough recompense. "This is all my fault," she responded. Her green eyes glimmered with tears. "I thought I could just go and come back. I'm sorry." He kissed her forehead. "No need for that, darling. I'm right as rain, except for a little dirt." He checked her over. "You doing all right? She didn't try to hurt you, did she?" Alexandra glanced back at where Eliza stood frozen, staring. "Not yet," she muttered. "Stay close to me," Caleb said. It was surreal to look up and see Eliza there. At a distance, He almost doubted that she was real, but the nervousness written on Alexandra's face and the way she held tightly to his arm was all the convincing he needed. The woman was really there, and she needed to be dealt with somehow. Both sides held their ground for a small eternity, gazing across the country road. Eventually, Eliza chose to slink a little closer. Her piercing blue eyes never left Caleb's face. He recognized the hateful grimace on her mouth. He had seen it a lot at the end of their relationship. Eliza glowered disdainfully at the drunkard strewn over the road. I thought they might do a little better than this. Bitterness shone through her words like sunlight through stained glass. Perhaps I should have known better than to entrust Ezekiel to find me good help. Caleb scoffed. Why even bother? He couldn't help feeling a little insulted by her apparent assessment of his physical prowess. Could have just as easily sent me a box full of kittens. At that, Alexandra tucked her face in against his elbow, maybe to hide a smile. Eliza didn't answer right away. She stood quietly, her face adorned by a pensive frown. He saw the gears turning behind her eyes, unseen calculations brewing. She was trying to figure a way out of the mess she now realized she was in. Then she sighed. All right, fine. I wanted to make sure you were distracted while I wrangled your woman. She made a dismissive gesture in Alexandra's general direction. It was to be a confrontation between ladies only, none of the useless posturing of men. Saved all that useless posturing for me, huh? Caleb said. She arched a brow. Clearly, the disgust consumed her words. It baffles me, to be honest. You're only one person. She stuck on the last word for a while, apparently not comfortable with calling him a man. Zeke isn't what I'd call the greatest judge of character. Caleb watched her face to see how his subtle snipe would affect her. Eliza brushed it off. He has other redeeming qualities. But she spoke tightly, irritated. Caleb suspected that she knew she was wrong. Possibly she'd known it for a long time. Speaking of that low-down weasel, where is he? Caleb had been expecting Zeke to pop out at any moment, but he was nowhere to be seen. Bet he's hiding away with a bottle while you do all the work. That elicited a rare smile from Eliza, a curving of her red lips that did nothing to increase her appeal. I imagine he's found his way to the ranch by now. He was a little upset at me for ordering him to butt out of my business, but I couldn't just let him run amok. Of course, he managed to ruin my plans anyway. She nudged one of the henchmen with the toe of her shoe. Kind of you to spare them. Caleb shook his head. The fact that he had once wanted to spend his life with this frigid wench at his side boggled his mind. She was so transparently unstable. Listen, Eliza, you're done. I'm going to get on my horse, ride back to the ranch, and handle Zeke once and for all. I suggest you go home and get your affairs in order. There's not much freedom left for you. She sneered in response. I have a feeling my husband is about to make you eat your words. The sneer morphed then into a cruel, enigmatic little smile. He knew this expression too, the face she made when she knew something he did not. And that meant it was high time to go. Enjoy it while it lasts, he told her. Without further ado, he took Alexandra by the hand. Come on, sweetheart. We've got to get back to the ranch. His fear was that they'd find it burning or trashed by Zeke's hand. Zeke's sense of vengeance overshadowed his urge to preserve. He would absolutely destroy whatever he could not have. Caleb ran to his horse without looking back. He boosted Alexandra up onto the back of the saddle and leapt up after her. The animal surged into motion at the touch of his spurs. It was still jittery from the scare of the ambush. Behind him, Alexandra squealed. Her fingers tightened in the folds of his shirt. "Hold on tight," Caleb told her. "We'll be moving fast." He administered a hefty kick to the horse's flank, and they exploded into a gallop. The landscape whirled by, trees and grass and sky, blending into a mosaic of colors. A tiny part of his brain cautioned Caleb against leaving Eliza on her own in the road. She was malevolent and conniving, and she might slip away to plot revenge. But he had neither the means nor the desire to bring her with them to the ranch, where he was all but positive she could do even more harm. Right now, the number one priority had to be Zeke. He was the one with the driving motive, the one who had said he would stop at nothing to procure what he wanted. If Caleb was lucky, Tommy and the rest of the boys had already subdued him. If not, well, he didn't want to think about that. Bending down lower over the horse's neck, he urged it on faster, pushing the beautiful creature to its limit. Caleb was bound and determined to make damn sure that all of this craziness ended right there, right then. Chapter 35. She clung to Caleb's back with one arm, the other hand preventing her bonnet from being lost to the whipping wind. The speed and power of Caleb's horse took her breath away. She had never traveled so fast in her life. The thundering of hooves drowned out all but her most pressing thoughts, not least of which was the persistent fear that she was going to be tossed off the back. Each time she thought she felt her grip on Caleb slipping, her heart skipped a beat. Her fingers dug, claw-like, into the tough fabric of his shirt. The turns were the most harrowing by far. He did not even think of slowing down, and the horse leaned so far out on each sweeping curve that Alexandra swore her skirts brushed the ground. She half expected the poor animal to collapse from exhaustion or a heart attack, but at Caleb's urging, it persisted at breakneck speed. There was nowhere to look but forward. Everywhere else resulted in dizzying vertigo that only hindered her quest to stay upright on the horse's back. At some point, she just took off the bonnet entirely and bunched it up in her fist so that she might attach herself more securely to Caleb's sturdy frame. "Almost there," he shouted over the hoofbeats and the screaming rush of air. They rounded the last bend, and suddenly the entrance to the ranch lane lay ahead, blocked by the front gate. Alexandra braced herself for what she was sure would be a collision. To her surprise, she realized they were slowing down. Caleb's horse danced impatiently, tossing its head. Caleb half twisted in the saddle to look at her. "I'll be honest, Alexandra. I don't know what's going to happen when we get in there, and it might not be anything good if that turns out to be the case." He reached down to the holster on his hip and extracted a handgun. He handed it to her, handle first. "I want you to keep this for now. Don't use it unless you have to." She stared down at the weapon, brushing her windblown hair from her face. This was the first time she had ever touched a gun. "I don't know how to use it," she confessed. He gave her a little smile. "If you have to, you'll figure it out. It's pretty straightforward." Caleb pointed to the trigger. "Keep your finger off of that, unless you're willing to kill someone. That's the basic principle." Alexandra nodded mutely. She took the gun and slid it down into the pocket of her work dress, keeping her hand on the grip. It felt abnormally heavy where it rested. She was overly conscious of the barrel lying along her leg. Her life had abruptly leapt into dangerous, exhilarating territory. Not that imminent danger was something to be celebrated. Alexandra held her breath, as Caleb started to turn forward. He thought better of it and came back to her. "I just want to say that I hope it all turns out all right." He paused. "Because I really want to marry you someday soon." "Yes, please," she responded. Then she took his face in her hands and kissed him. "You are very brave, Caleb, the bravest man I've ever met." He rested his forehead against hers. Then the moment was past, and he was turning around. "You might want to hold on again," he said. She barely had time to grab his shirt before they were rocketing toward the gate at full speed. A cry of mixed panic and joy bubbled up in Alexandra's throat. She hardly felt the horse's legs lift off the ground, though she did feel them land. Over her shoulder, the gate now receded into the distance as they hurtled down the lane leading up to the farmhouse. Trees and fence posts flew by on either side at a dizzying rate. Alexandra had to close her eyes for an instant just to get her bearings. Her senses were overloaded, overstimulated by the way in which she was rushing through the world. In the darkness behind her eyelids, all she experienced was the warmth of Caleb's body in front of hers and the pounding cadence of the horse's feet on the ground. She did not see Ezekiel Abrams standing on the porch until his gun was already raised. The shot cracked out like a bolt of lightning. She saw the gun jump in Zeke's hand. Somewhere above the sound was another, a high, shrill shrieking. It took Alexandra far too long to realize that one had come from her. Everything happened impossibly fast. Zeke shot, she screamed, and as she ducked her head down, Caleb slipped off the still-running horse. Alexandra did not know where he had landed or what state he was in. All she knew was that she was the only one aboard his mount, and the horse was not about to stop for anything. She wanted very badly to try to find where Caleb had gone. The black fear gnawing at her mind was that he was killed, shot dead before the encounter could even begin. Sour anger curdled in her stomach at the notion that he might have lost his life to a dirty cheat. That anger galvanized Alexandra into action. Despite her terror at moving while the horse continued to hurtle forward, she inched her way up to the front of the saddle, holding onto the pommel for dear life. The reins dangled down perilously low. She could just see a leg getting caught and tossing them both head over heels. She snatched the leathers up in one quick, frantic motion, hastily arranging them in her hands. The trajectory of horse and rider shot off wildly to the left as the horse made every move to avoid the house. Flecks of sweat stood out against its dark coat. This was not like sitting calmly on Indiana's back in the paddock, walking around in gentle circles while Caleb looked on. This was like taming a beast with a length of ribbon, and yet her only option was to find a way to make it work. Caleb depended on that. Alexandra bore down the same way she saw Caleb do, gripping the reins in both hands. She squeezed hard with her thighs and began to pull the reins a little bit this way and that, testing the waters. Although the poor scared creature still wanted to tear around in fright, it began to respond to her tentative suggestions. Yes, the more response she felt, the greater Alexandra's confidence grew. Each turn was still an exercise in patience and restraint as she teetered dangerously on the edge of her balance. Her legs already ached from holding on. It didn't matter. Her need to find Caleb overrode every other primal instinct she had, including fear. She gradually increased the pressure on the reins. The first few times, Caleb's horse balked at the instruction. It danced to the side, tossing back its head and neck. Once, it reared back onto its hind legs, and Alexandra bit back a scream. She slid down to the back edge of the saddle, clutching desperately at the horse's thick black mane. But through some miracle, she didn't fall. The horse took off again, with her still jostling around in the saddle. Alexandra refused to give up. She and Caleb's horse zigzagged crazily between fenced-off fields, trying to come to an agreement. At last, she managed to turn her mount around into the correct orientation, facing the farmhouse. During their back and forth, they had traveled too far away to see what was going on, and so she started back with her heart in her throat. Caleb's horse kept shying away from the direction Alexandra wanted to take. Feeling somewhat guilty, she guided it through its moments of panic, steadfastly urging it forward. The delicate, pointed ears swiveled madly, absorbing every sound. Alexandra had an idea. "It's all right," she said soothingly. "You're doing such a good job." Gingerly, she leaned forward and rubbed her palm along the horse's neck. "What a good horse. Everything is just fine." It took a few moments, but gradually, those ears relaxed, no longer pinned back or constantly on the move. The powerful muscles beneath her lost some of their tension. The horse stopped pulling so hard on the bit. Alexandra felt like they had reached some kind of understanding, or, if not an understanding, at least a compromise. She no longer saw herself as a hapless piece of cargo aboard a sentient train. They were learning to work as a team, but they'd have to learn fast. She saw Caleb and Zeke in front of the farmhouse. To her horror, Caleb was the one on the ground, looking up at his cousin. Even at this distance, Alexandra could tell Zeke was smiling, a grotesque, nasty grin that stretched across his whole unpleasant face. He made a gesture with the gun. It might have been a trick of the light, but Alexandra thought she saw smoke rising in a thin curl from the barrel. His lips were moving, but the sound that reached her ears was too faint to understand. The way he was poised made it seem like a threat or a taunt. Again, Zeke waved the gun. The metal glinted in the sunlight, and at the sight of it, Caleb's horse balked again, backing up several steps. Alexandra had to struggle to bring it back under her control, and in doing so, lost the thread of Caleb and Zeke's interaction. The next thing she saw was the gun flashing around again. No gunshot sounded, which was good, but she hated the way he kept brandishing that thing. Caleb seemed far too helpless at Zeke's feet. Had he been shot after all? Was he about to be shot again? Zeke ambled forward from the base of the porch steps. He had the gun in his opposite hand, so Alexandra only caught glimpses of its shape. At first, Zeke didn't appear to be too interested in using it again, but then he swung it up and fired once into the sky. The report made both Alexandra and the horse jump. She fought to wrangle the creature back into submission. They couldn't go on like this. The longer she waited and watched, the more danger Caleb was in. There had to be something she could do. Then suddenly, she recalled the blinding speeds they had reached only minutes ago. That triggered an idea in her mind that would have been insane under any other circumstances. These, however, were desperate times, and they called for desperate measures. "Are you ready?" she asked the horse. Then she added, "I'm sorry for this. Please don't hate me." Chapter 36. Alexandra's shriek of terror rang in Caleb's ears as he hit the ground. He had managed to pull himself into a decent tuck and roll, but the impact still stunned him. The sound of his horse's frantic hoofbeats faded somewhere off to the side, and he pulled himself up into a sitting position, shaking off the fall. As he did so, the world around him slid back into focus. He saw the bottom half of the farmhouse, the porch, and the stairs. The shapes of the rocking chairs sat motionless. He also saw a pair of legs, clad in faded, stained work pants, sauntering slowly down the steps, riser by riser. Confused, Caleb raised his eyes in search of a face, and then he remembered precisely why he was there. "Not a bad shot, eh?" Zeke grinned crookedly, gesturing with the gun he held loosely in his right hand. "I wasn't trying to kill you, of course. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead where you sit." He stopped with one foot on the ground, the other propped up on the last stair. A hand-rolled cigarette dangled from the fingers of his left hand, half-smoked. Caleb stared at him evenly. If it was a good shot, we wouldn't be talking right now. He could not be convinced that Zeke didn't want to kill him. Now was the time to do it, before he married and started a family. As long as the murder was clean, Zeke stood to inherit everything he wanted as next of kin. He had simply missed, and he was too much of a coward to finish the job point blank. Both men shared this tacit understanding, and Caleb could feel how Zeke was frustrated by his own failings. The gun in his hand never stayed still, as if to constantly remind Caleb that it was there. "Well, maybe I wanted to clear the air about something," Zeke said, his face twisted into a churlish frown. He looked away. "I can't abide you, Caleb. What did you and your old man ever do for Grandpop that me and mine didn't? Our side of the family is worth just as much as yours, and yet we were the ones who got tossed by the wayside." He brought the cigarette to his lips and took a long, sooty drag. When he blew the smoke out, his teeth looked almost black through the cloud. "What do you got to say for yourself, runt?" he demanded. "Hard to be so high and mighty when you're the one on the ground." "You've always been a man of wisdom, Zeke." Caleb scratched the back of his head, only now realizing that his hat was gone. As he lowered his arm, he caught sight of a thin trickle of blood. Then he became aware of a shallow, throbbing pain in his bicep. "I told you," Zeke said, "not a bad shot." The source of the blood was a scrape from where Zeke's bullet had grazed his arm. In all honesty, the barbed wire cuts still hurt more. "What the hell are we doing, Zeke?" Caleb asked. "Are you going to shoot me or what?" A pained look crossed Zeke's face. He glanced down at his gun and back up at Caleb. His finger twitched on the trigger. "I ought to," he said. "I really ought to, and I know that. You're no better than a starving coyote, Caleb, weakest of the pack. Grandpop felt sorry for you and your dad because you weren't strong enough to make your own way. Is that what you were doing when you abandoned the family name and drank away all your money?" Caleb smiled. "I gotta hand it to you, Zeke. You're a master of perspective." "Aw, shut your mouth, you rat." Angered, Zeke went back to brandishing the gun. "You wouldn't know what it's like, being shunned from your own family. Once Grandpop decided he was done with my father, he never even thought about giving me another chance. Old bastard." Caleb listened quietly, frowning on the inside. He did not remember Zeke as an earnest, tormented child, but a loud-mouthed bully prone to ridicule and physical attacks. As he recalled, Zeke took eerily after his father in many disconcerting ways. The Abrams had always thrived on violence rather than hard-earned respect. They believed all iterations of the truth could be beaten into the light. "You wasted everything he ever gave you," said Caleb at last. "Why would he go out of his way to make sure you had more?" Zeke sneered. The expression reminded Caleb almost too much of Eliza. No wonder the two of them stuck together. "We refuse to settle for the bottom of the barrel, Caleb." Zeke raised his voice a notch. "My father was the older brother, the first son. He paved the way for everyone who came behind him. Like before, the gun waved around while Zeke spilled his frustrations. Caleb was starting to see what he really meant to his cousin. Zeke needed a whipping boy, someone to blame for the way his dismal existence had worked out. He had failed at every turn where Caleb succeeded. The single bright spot in his life was that which he had stolen, Caleb's would-be bride, Eliza. And even that hadn't worked out so well in the end. The same bitterness Caleb had seen in Eliza, he detected in Zeke as well. It had always been festering, waiting for the day when it would finally boil over. This was it. In his mind's eye, Caleb had always seen it happening differently. There was more bloodshed and more shouting. There was more emotion. But the conversation they were having now lacked all of that. Zeke thought the gun in his hand would do the talking for him, and that he could force Caleb to capitulate through a means beyond his own strength and intimidation. Style S. Text. Align left. Caleb just wasn't afraid. Did you think this would work, Zeke? That you could shoot me in the arm or the leg and then try to talk me into giving my entire life to you? Maybe you assumed the blood loss would make me delirious and I'd sign the papers you needed signed without a second thought. He shook his head. You're losing your edge, cousin. Even for you, this is weak. Zeke's eyebrows lowered into a heavy glare. It's not fair, he growled, and I wanted you to see that injustice. I wanted you to believe in it with me. You could right these wrongs, Caleb. You just don't want to. He flicked the butt of his cigarette away and came forward, moving slowly, his feet shuffling. Caleb looked up at him. Get up, Caleb, Zeke said. A note of pleading, way in the background, faintly colored his voice. Don't make me kill you like a damn dog. You want to kill me like a man, all right. Caleb pushed himself to his feet. The blood running down his arm had started to dry in a rusty, sticky trail. He straightened to his full height and put his hands in his pockets. How's this? Fine, Zeke answered tersely. He examined his gun and turned it over in his hands. When he raised it up to point it at Caleb's face, his fingers trembled. Caleb stared down the barrel. The only thing you could do to impress me at this moment is pull the trigger. Zeke's lip twitched. His knuckles went white on the gun's grip. He grimaced like a man in mortal pain. Then he swung his arm up toward the sky and fired. They both watched the smoke plume out and dissipate against the hard blue backdrop of the heavens. You son of a... Zeke muttered. He transferred the gun to his other hand and flexed his fingers. I bet you think I can't do it, or that I won't. You've been sitting here thinking that this whole time. I can tell. I can see it on your smug, runty face. He spat in the dirt, close to Caleb's feet. Prove me wrong, Caleb challenged. For once in your sorry life, Zeke, show me I was wrong about you. You know what? This time, the hand that leveled the gun between Caleb's eyes was much steadier. Zeke took a deep breath. He let himself show a little bit of that arrogant smile Caleb knew so well. I think I will, he said. The booming crack that sounded in the next instant did not come from Zeke's gun. Caleb only knew that because he wasn't dead from a bullet between the eyes. In fact, it was Zeke who fell away, diving for cover as the ground near him exploded. That sound was followed closely by the rising thunder of hoofbeats. Caleb looked up to behold one of the strangest yet most welcome sights he'd ever seen. His woman, on his horse, with his gun outstretched in her hand, a look of icy resolve on her face. The only problem was that she was aimed straight for them and coming on like she was on fire, Her heels dug into the horse's flanks. She bent low over its neck. Her posture was a little unsteady, and she was holding the reins wrong. But one thing was abundantly clear. Alexandra Clarke meant business. What the hell is she doing? All of a sudden, Zeke had his lungs back. Is she crazy? He shouted. The horse drew nearer and nearer, leaning into its speed. Alexandra squeezed off another shot. It went wide, pinging into the dirt behind Zeke. He jumped forward, letting out a howl of rage and confusion. "Call her off," he yelled at Caleb. Caleb did no such thing. He simply stepped aside as his girl blazed through. She narrowly missed taking Zeke off his feet. Caleb watched his cousin throw himself out of the way with great amusement. Zeke's gun flew from his hand, skidding across the ground. Caleb picked it up. "And once again the tables turn," he declared. 50 feet beyond, Alexandra coaxed the horse to a halt. Caleb smiled at her. Then he walked to his cousin, splayed out on the ground as he had been before. Caleb planted his foot squarely in the center of Zeke's back, pinning him down. The disrespect he had just perceived seemed to reignite Zeke's old fire. He fought against Caleb's weight, but whenever Caleb bore down, Zeke purpled and had to stop. After a dozen unsuccessful escape attempts, he caved, lying prone under the sole of Caleb's boot. "Now it's your turn," Zeke wheezed. "You gonna kill me or what?" "I don't think so." Caleb kindly removed his foot from his cousin's back. "But I am going to erase you from this town for good." "Ha!" Zeke rasped. "Go ahead and try. There's no proof of anything, unless you want to show them that little cut on your arm. I'd pay to see you tell them I shot you with that." He laughed hoarsely. "All I have to do is deny it, and I'm set." "If yours was the only mouth you had to worry about keeping shut, I'd agree with you." Caleb grinned. "But those morons you hired for your wife are all still kicking, and something tells me they won't be so sly." After a lengthy pause, Zeke swore under his breath. He threw up his hands in disgust. "Whatever you want," he muttered. "I'll go quietly." He glanced up. "Just one thing." "And what's that?" Caleb asked indulgently. "Keep Eliza out of this." Zeke's eyes lit up with a fierce protectiveness. "Lay it all on me. She deserves another chance." No, it was an answer Caleb relished. She already had one. Bonus scene. As Caleb was growing up and started to realize the surroundings of Montana, he looked up at the sky at sunrise and sunset, and he thought it could never get better than that. After he'd inherited Turner Ranch, he'd stood on the porch and thought the same. Now that he had Alexandra, he knew he'd been wrong both times. With her, times were better than they had ever been, and better than they ever would be again. She lit his days with just the right amount of warmth in her smile and sweetness in her kiss. He liked to feel her curled up next to him in the master bedroom's big bed, her hand resting lightly on his chest. Thick dark hair fanned out across the pillow. Every day he was reminded of the privilege it was to gaze upon her beauty and call her his wife. Every night he was blessed to lie in bed and relive the perfect memory of their wedding beneath the cottonwood tree. She had been absolutely radiant, such that even the golden eye of the sun could not outshine her. Taking her hands in his before the altar felt like a miracle years in the making, culminating in that first married kiss they shared. Caleb had never known how happy he could be until he allowed her to open his heart. Now that they had settled into a routine, the rush of love wasn't always quite so dizzying. It had transformed somewhat into a gentle, enduring comfort. She was always there in the morning, and she was always by his side at night. Those became the constants by which he measured his days. When he could, he stole moments with her during their busy, hectic work hours. Sometimes it was a short walk through the fields or a shared snack in the barn. Occasionally, he stole kisses, which he knew she loved. The blush on her cheeks quickly became Caleb's favorite color. He wanted to look at her and be with her for the rest of both their lives. The one thing that kept them closer than ever was horseback riding. Alexandra's newfound adoration of horses brought with it a strong desire to hone her skill. She only wanted one specific teacher, and Caleb was more than happy to oblige. He loved being able to share that part of his life with her, and he loved watching her grow. She lost some of her natural timidity as she gained strength and balance. Her smiles got even brighter, and she worked magic with the animals. Caleb had been nervous about adding Everett's rambunctious yearling to her stable, fearing that she might not be able to handle him. Within a week, he was walking gently on her lead, and a week after that, she rode him. Caleb could scarcely believe it. It was like watching a flower bloom. His wife began to exude a quiet, elegant confidence and poise. Her social life burst forth in earnest, as much as it could do in Maybelle at any rate. Alexandra's friendships flourished all across town. She brought Caleb to dinner parties where he still felt uncomfortable, but liked to sit back and watch her exist in her element. He liked to see her laughing, thinking hard, or twirling a lock of hair around her finger. He liked to see her doing anything, really. As for him, he lived for those little moments of deep, pure connection. The way he sometimes caught her looking at him when she thought he wasn't paying attention. The way she put her arms around his neck or squeezed his hand when she needed comfort. The way they were able to enjoy silence together, to walk side by side without speaking a word. Each moment he spent with her, he could feel his heart healing more and more. The old scars Eliza had left were faded and forgotten, painted over in the bright new colors of his incredible life. God, he loved her. Never had he been so fiercely proud and protective of someone. She had seamlessly become a piece of him, and he waited to be reunited with her at the end of every long, hard day. Nothing lifted his spirits more than seeing her perched in her rocking chair on the porch, on the lookout for him. And then when she saw him coming, the smile that lit up her face could cure 1,000 ills. He was sure of it. That green-eyed Virginia woman was magic. Days slipped into weeks and then into months. The lushness of spring warmed into summer, ebbed into fall, and the tide of winter lapped at the edge of the land. There was less to do outside in the winter, and more time to stay snuggled up together by the fire. The cozy season got Caleb to thinking about the one thing they were still missing, the last puzzle piece to complete their perfect life. He had always known in his heart that Turner Ranch would need a brigade of children to keep its hearth warm and its heart beating. And he knew that Alexandra shared his vision of a robust family. But Caleb being Caleb, he wasn't sure how to bring it up. It was on one of those cozy nights by the fire that he gently reminded her how the ranch would always feel empty without the sound of little feet running up and down the stairs, without ponies in the barn, and without voices shouting gleefully in the fields. "Do you think it's time?" she asked, covering his hand with hers. He lifted her fingers to his lips, nodding. "We'll be busy, but we'll be happy." She smiled mischievously. "We'll be busy in a lot of ways. There are 2 ranches now, That's a lot of little helpers. Caleb laughed, but he took her at her word. A few months later, Alexandra's belly began to swell gently. Their first child was born in the heat of August, a baby boy with his mother's raven hair and his father's hazel eyes. He was followed by another brother, a sister, and a set of mismatched twins, all in rapid succession. Thus, the lonely ranch outside of Maybelle, torn by heartbreak and familial warfare, became a haven of warmth and love, its trees and fields always ringing with songs and laughter. Each day ended on the big front porch, mother and father rocking in the chairs as their children crowded around. They'd watch the sun paint ribbons in the sky until night fell like a blanket across the wide open sky. And then they would all troop into the waiting farmhouse to fill its empty beds with precious heartbeats. Epilogue. Alexandra watched Zeke be led away in chains from her perch atop Caleb's horse. No one had really noticed her in the hubbub of the arrest, and her legs felt so much like jelly that she didn't trust herself to dismount safely. All the adrenaline had finally worn off, and she just wanted to crawl into bed and sleep. Caleb was the one who finally came to get her down. She leaned into him, and they stood together for a long time holding each other. Alexandra gave him back his gun. "I probably did not really need to use it," she said, "but I wanted to." Caleb laughed. "Can't argue with it if it works." He squeezed her hand. "Between you and me, you might have saved my life there." "Might have?" She rolled her eyes. "Caleb, he was half a second from shooting you in the head." She nuzzled his shoulder. "You're too stoic for your own good. We're going to work on that. I'd say I want you to work on your writing skills in return, but I think you got there first." He took his horse by the lead. "Let's go inside, darling. I think we've earned some rest." Alexandra could not agree more. Eliza did not flee her punishment as many assumed she would. Instead, she stood by her husband at their joint trial, appraising the world through those frigid, glassy eyes. At the end of it all, the pair were run clear out of Maybelle into the empty frontier wilderness. For Alexandra, they were out of sight and out of mind for good. Their property, however, remained an issue. Its ragged premises stood empty until the deed could be properly transferred into Caleb's name. In turn, Caleb gifted the land to his bride as a wedding present. He gave her the paperwork on a cool, clear evening in fall as they sat under their favorite pasture tree, the same place they'd been married not long before. Alexandra looked at him with a curious little smile. "What's this?" She opened the envelope and read over the documents inside. "I've been thinking," Caleb said, "that it would be nice for you to have your own space here. It's not exactly next door, but it's not far either." He paused. "We would rejuvenate the land, obviously. Replace that tree with something that's actually alive." He shrugged. "And if you don't want it, that's okay too." She hugged him around the neck. "I love it, and I love that you thought of me. I just don't know what to put there." Alexandra had never seriously dreamed of owning her own tract of land. The possibilities seemed endless and overwhelming. "I've been there to take a look at it, and I know what I'd do," he said. "What's that?" She loved these quiet times with him more than anything, the moments where it was just the two of them together, talking and sharing. Now that their lives had been purged of danger, most days were like that, and it was utter bliss. "It's a good spot for a horse farm," Caleb suggested. "Once the fields are healthy again, they'll be perfect pasture land. Maybe I'll even help you put up some fences." She giggled. "My, How generous of you, Mr. Turner. How will I ever repay your kindness?" He kissed her softly. "Come home to me at the end of every day. That's all I can ask for." "You don't even have to ask for that," she replied. The horse farm developed slowly but surely over a period of weeks and months. The Abrams estate had been in worse repair than anyone knew. Alexandra practically had to perform full-scale rehabilitation on the plants and the landscaping. Tons of broken posts and other trash had to be untangled from the weeds, which then had to be eradicated. Alexandra grew accustomed to spending the vast majority of her time at the as-yet empty farm, preparing for its grand opening. Caleb had promised without question to honor her request for a foal. She was very excited. Her wonderful husband had also donated a few of his own horses to her burgeoning herd. Lovely two-tone Indiana would soon make his permanent home in her revitalized fields, alongside her favorite draft horse Frost and the feisty bay gelding upon whom she had nearly run Zeke Abrams down. Everett's contribution was to be that sleek black yearling once all his training was complete. Alexandra was beside herself with joy every day. She could hardly believe that this shining example of happiness and love was her life. Rarely did she ever turn her mind back to the dark days before Montana, and when she did, it was only to count her blessings. But there was one more surprise in store for her. She was painting the side of her barn in the morning when Caleb showed up, looking for her. He grinned when he saw her. "Hello, gorgeous." "Oh, stop it," she blushed. "How can I help you, handsome?" He touched the tip of her nose. "You can lend me a minute? I've got something to show you." All right. She always had a minute for Caleb. All he had to do was ask, and she'd have an hour, a day, a week, a year. He led her out to the front of her barn. "Now, don't look yet. This is a real special surprise." Alexandra's heart thumped. She covered her eyes and waited for his cue, unable to contain the huge smile pushing up her cheeks. And there we go. What do you think, darling? Alexandra uncovered her eyes and a gasp leapt out automatically. There before her stood the early foal that Everett had shown her alongside its mother. They were both a warm golden color, soft brown eyes offset by light flaxen manes. When she knelt to introduce herself, the foal pushed its little nose into her hand. "He's all yours," Caleb said proudly. "I can't think of anywhere better for him to grow up." "Caleb, he's beautiful." Alexandra flung her arms around her husband, and the two shared a sweet kiss. "I love you," she said softly. "And I love you," he answered. From then on, Alexandra Turner never looked back. Her heart no longer yearned for a place to call her own, or for someone to love her the way she deserved to be loved. She had found both of those things on a ranch in the middle of the rolling, beautiful frontier. And now that she had built her home alongside the man she loved more than she ever thought she knew how to love another, she was there to stay forever.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch on of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video, and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.